Opening day of testimony was interrupted by tornadoes, but the case against a Kenosha County man accused of poisoning his wife with antifreeze did resume today.
Colleen Henry joins us from the Walworth County Courthouse. Colleen, a key witness took the stand today.
Yeah, Kat, this is that witness who made such a splash last summer when prosecutors first introduced him. He's the guy who came forward after 9 years to say he was a co-worker of Mark Jensen, and Jensen told him he planned to kill his wife a full month before her death.
Mark told me how, that if you wanted to get rid of your wife, that you could go to websites that would tell you how to poison your wife, how to kill her, how it would not be detectable.
Edward Klug told jurors he and Mark Jensen were drinking after a training conference in St. Louis when Jensen revealed his plan to poison his wife, Julie. In 9 years, Klug never contacted police. Prosecutors learned about him from one of his co-workers. This afternoon, prosecutors tried to deflate that fact by raising the issue before the defense did.
Didn't that maybe alert you to the notion that perhaps you should contact somebody with a badge and a gun and a uniform?
I mean, if he was capable of killing his wife, what would he do to me?
Prosecutors believe Mark Jensen killed his wife to be with his mistress, but Jensen's attorney argues a despondent Julie killed herself after she learned Mark was having an affair with a co-worker, that she left behind a letter pointing the finger at her husband in revenge. This morning, the prosecution changed its theory on how Julie Jensen died. The medical examiner who conducted the original autopsy now says she was suffocated. That after a jailhouse snitch told police Mark Jensen said he shoved Julie's face in a pillow because she wasn't dying fast enough from the poison.
What is the cause of death of Julie Jensen?
Asphyxia by smothering or suffocation. That's her cause of death. A contributing factor could be ethylene glycol.
The jailhouse snitch is expected to take the stand later this week. Of course, the defense has already started arguing he's making the story up in order to get himself a sentence reduction in his own criminal case, Toya.
All right, and this is expected to run several weeks. Is that correct?
8 weeks
All right.
at this point.
All right, Colleen, thank you.
Mr. Johnson, Billy's Bakery.
I'm here with the owner of the most popular bakery in town. Billy, how did you do it? How did you make all that dough?
Honestly, not at all.
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time. I
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about.
No, I would not.
Okay, so
Not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
So if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
Oh, I told you guys he was key during the 2008 trial. This is big. This is major, guys.
You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time. I
Wouldn't be able to testify at all about.
No, I would not.
Okay, so
Not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
So if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
Oh, I told you guys he was key during the 2008 trial. This is big. This is major, guys. All right, what is up, chat? Welcome, welcome, welcome to today's stream of the Mark Jensen trial. So we were playing some old clips real quick while I was getting some things set up in the background. Now, I was playing these specific clips for a couple of reasons, chat. We heard in the testimony from the forensic pathologist, Michael Chambliss, that he had no experience, and still to this day has no experience with anything to do with antifreeze. He testified in the 2008 trial to the effects of antifreeze and that it was a contributing factor in Julie Jensen's death. And we find out in the 2023 version of this trial that he should not have testified, and he regrets testifying to the effects of antifreeze. Now, we have talked about the initial pathology report from Dr. Chambliss, or a medical examiner. Let's just put it that way. Let's paint a little bit of doubt here. From a medical examiner. Now, I have been digging into this pathology report. I've been digging into these medical examiners, right? We talked a bit about the alleged cocaine that was sold to District Attorney Bob Jamboy. Now, I did misspeak, chat, and I have to correct this because my haters and stalkers will come at me for any misrepresentations. And I always say on this platform, if I get something wrong, please tell me and I will correct it. So I need to make a correction, chat. We said that it was Aaron Dillard that this whole cocaine transaction transpired. It was not. That's my fault, chat. I gave you some wrong information. Allegedly, it was David Thompson, another jailhouse snitch. So in our marathon streams over the weekend, we played multiple jailhouse snitches. David Thompson, for those of you that joined us for that, he is the guy that had the bank robberies. Okay. This situation happened allegedly before the 2008 trial took place. Okay. I still have to cut and edit these clips for you guys, and I'm going to try to get that done today after the stream about this entire cocaine issue. I'm going to clip that out specific, and I'm going to put that up on the YouTube channel. Okay. And then you guys make up your own mind. All right. The defense doesn't think it's true at all because of the credibility of the guy. But here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. I am not 100% sure if it's not true. Because Kenosha likes to protect itself. And God forbid, there was actually a transaction that took place between the jailhouse snitch and the district attorney. Okay. That would have thrown the entire case out in 2008. That would have been a massive mistrial because it could have been seen as like a bribery for testimony. All of these things. Okay. So I'm going to clip that for you guys. I'm going to put it up. I didn't have time last night because I was clipping all these other trials, or all these other testimonies and clips from yesterday's trial. Sorry. I'm not even awake, Chad. I went to bed at like 2 a.m. Here's the other thing. We're going to hear some testimony. Let me pull these names up for you. We're going to hear some testimony from Dr. Chris Long, okay, at some point in this trial, okay? Defense really wants to call him. There was a lot of argument about this guy during the pretrial hearings and all of that, okay? There's noise happening in the court, so I'm just going to pull this up. It's not... they're not showing anything yet, but I'm going to pull it up anyway. Dr. Chris Long. Then we're going to hear from Dr. Mary Mainland. Okay. Now I'm going to clip these things for you guys so that it's easier to digest. You can watch little video footages. I'm going to clip it. I'm going to put it up on the channel. Just bear with me. because this stuff obviously takes time. Okay. Here's the screwed up part. We talked about the initial pathology report that is magically disappeared. They don't know where it's at. Okay. Dr. Maureen Lavin, she was a medical examiner at the death in 1998. Okay. Chat. There is serious argument. Okay. Because here's what Bob Jamboy alleges. And again, I'm going to clip all this for you so you can watch it in the videos. You're going to see it. And then you guys make up your mind. What do you guys think? Allegedly, we got to be careful with verbiage. So allegedly, let me just pull the notes. Dr. Maureen Lavin wrote her initial findings, and those initial findings did not match law enforcement or the DA Jamboy did not match anything on the case, that their case in chief. It was completely opposite. And then she's fired. Now comes forensic pathologist Michael Chambliss, who concurs with law enforcement and the DA. His story matches their story. We've talked about corruption. We've pointed it out. We've talked about witness tampering. We've talked about tampered with evidence. So here we have a medical examiner who does not agree with any of them, and now she's fired. Jamboy's explanation to this is that when she came into the DA's office to sit down and talk to them, and he's asking questions and all, and remember, the Jamboy was the DA, and he's asking her questions. His version now, again, chat, his version is that she refused to answer questions, and he's like, you can't do that. You might go out of the courtroom with handcuffs on, and if you don't answer my questions, you're going to get fired. Now, his version is she refused to answer questions, and then he got her fired. And now here comes Michael Chambliss. Okay. Dr. Mary Mainland, and this is big argument during the pretrial stuff. I had to go back and watch this. I missed a lot of stuff. I'm so dumb. I even missed that they said we're not live streaming the voir dire of the jury, and here I went live thinking we were going to watch that. You know, I'm dumb sometimes, chat. Dr. Mary Mainland, in the 2008 trial, they're asking her questions to the effects of what happened to this Maureen Lavin. Okay? They're not allowed to ask those questions in this trial. They're not allowed to ask her about Maureen Lavin and why she's fired and all these things. All of this controversy surrounding this Dr. Maureen Lavin, who did not agree with law enforcement or the DA's version of events of everything that happened. This is going to be interesting, chat. This is going to be interesting. So I'm going to clip all of that for you. I wrote all the timestamps down for all of that stuff. We may play a little bit during lunch break. Maybe we'll do that. We'll play it during lunch break, the timestamps, and then I'll do a way better editing job for you guys and put it up on YouTube separate. So I wanted to come on a little earlier today, a couple minutes earlier than we did yesterday, because I thought that we should know this first, because I don't know who's coming to testify. But I want you guys to pay attention for when Dr. Chris Long gets on the stand. I want you to pay attention when Dr. Mary Mainland comes on the stand. We might accidentally hear some corrupt things, okay? And think about all the things we know so far. Those of you that have been with us for all the marathon streams, we did 32 hours of 2008 trial over the weekend. And chat, I think we are going to have to do a marathon stream this weekend. There is some testimony from the 2008 trial that I have been watching that is bothering me. So, as much as I don't want to because it just kills me, I think we're going to have to do it. So, that's where we're at, chat. We have a lost pathology report. We have a doctor who magically gets fired because her report doesn't agree with the DA's version of things. Now, sure, let's give Jamboy the benefit of the doubt that she was being, uncooperative, and that's what got her fired. Okay. The letters. So that's another thing. He wrote a letter to a federal judge. He got in trouble for that. And he wrote a letter. Well, I think what we might hear is inconsistent statement conversation during this trial. Okay, I forgot the exact terminology, the legal terminology, but it's something like inconsistent statement by a party opponent. We might hear some of that because Jamboy, I think and I might be wrong here. I think what happened was Chris Long wrote a letter to Craig Albee, Jensen's original attorney. I think he's the originator of this other letter. Jamboy writes a letter to Craig Albee regarding this, and this all has to do with this Maureen Lavin lady. And there's so much controversy surrounding this, and it would make Jamboy a witness. And Milosauskas does not want to get into all these lawyers that are running this case, having to not run the case, and then they're up, all of a sudden become witnesses. So that's partially why some of this isn't coming in. But Kenosha has a tendency to try to cover their ass. So this is a lot, chat. This is a lot. Make sure you guys like the stream. Hit that thumbs up on Facebook. Like and follow the page. Facebook, spam the chat throughout the trial with likes and hearts because that helps push the algorithm to push us out. I gotta find that clip now. I gotta find the clip of the old pathologist. I accidentally exited out of the screen. And we saw yesterday at the very end that Bob Jamboy snuck in a barred piece of evidence that should not have come in. I went back and watched the pretrial hearings again, and they did talk about that. Now, his argument yesterday was right that he did give this notebook. So the notebook of Jensen while he's in jail, this is him basically writing. I know some of you had questions on this, and I think we were all a little confused. We weren't 100% sure. We heard that he was thinking about, selling the rights to his story to make a movie and all of this stuff. Now, Wisconsin has the law that if you're convicted of heinous stuff, you cannot make any money off these things. But that notebook was basically his screenplay for the movie. Now, I think we all can agree that we have a problem with this. That's another piece of suspicious behavior by Jensen. I think we can agree to that. But if you're writing a screenplay, can you really, argue that is his admission of guilt, his testimony? I think there's some issue with that. But what do you guys think? What are your thoughts on that? Type that in the chat. Rachel says, why did Bob Jamboy resign from the case at one point? I see articles that I got to subscribe to read. I also just mailed you a DOC. I don't know that he resigned from the case. Maybe send me something that says that. But I know, so at the time of this alleged cocaine deal between Dave Thompson and Jamboy, okay, and mind you, again, this could be a total lie. There are some holes in Thompson's story that don't make sense about this. He says that he had to sell the stuff because his friend couldn't, but at the time of this entire transaction, the friend was actually incarcerated. So who knows, right? The credibility of these witnesses is crazy anyway. He's going to get impeached when he testifies. They've talked about this in length in the pretrial stuff. We might see the first witness actually get impeached on testimony. But again, Kenosha likes to cover their butt, and they like to hide things, and they like to protect certain people. Okay, and if that actually happened, this entire case would have been thrown out, and that would have been it. All the stories have changed. They couldn't figure out the cause of death. The testimony was saying that she died from asphyxiation, and it had nothing to do with poisoning. They changed all of that later. Right? We're seeing corruption yesterday, possible corruption. Let's just be clear. Possible corruption, that we find out this transcript from the police interrogation was sent to Jensen 4 days prior, and that Aaron Dillard would have had a potential way of reading that transcript to regurgitate word for word and then say that Mark Jensen told him all of this. And if that transcript went to Dillard, saw it, and then went around to these other inmates that are snitching on him, they also would have regurgitated the same stuff. And all these inmates are facing serious sentences. This is insane. So I know you guys can't stand Jensen. I know you can't. I don't like him either. He's creepy. I don't like his dark, black, cold, empty eyeballs. Okay. But on this platform, we specialize in civil rights issues and corruption. And that's why this case is pretty good for us, because there was a lot of civil rights issue argument, right? His rights were violated. It fits all of the criteria of what we specialize here at Never Stop Media. Guys, we have to cover this whole case. We have to. But while we're listening to the evidence to determine whether or not this guy is guilty or innocent, I want you guys to really focus on all of this suspicion behind evidence and witness testimony and this corruption that is coming out little by little. This would have been big back then, chat, and they would have needed to have this case figured out, make the arrest in 2002, years later after Julie died. There would have been so much pressure on the DA's office, on law enforcement, on why this guy is not arrested yet. And what I'm thinking, and this is just an opinion, my thought, I'm thinking that Bob Jamboy did some very questionable ethics things and tampered with a lot of this stuff. That's my thought so far, chat. I could be wrong, but with what we're seeing, this is what I'm thinking. Missing pathology reports, medical examiners fired because they don't agree with anything that the police and the DA are saying. And then we have a new pathologist, Michael Chambliss, on the case. His magically matches, and then we find out that he lied about antifreeze in 2008. This guy doesn't know anything about it.
All rise for the jury.
Here we go, chat. Day 6. Like the stream, please. Share it out. Let's get ready for this box of crazy.
All right, we are back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, we are here on January 19th, 2023. We're going to continue with the cross-examination of Lieutenant Rasberg, who's still under oath. Who's doing the cross?
Your Honor, they hadn't started the cross yet. The state did have some housekeeping matters we wanted to address pertaining to the admission of exhibits into evidence. If we could go through that real quickly before. So the state would move exhibits S1 through S5 into evidence, subject to cross-examination. The state would also move exhibit S17, S18, S19, S20, 21, 22, 23. Well, those have been received. I'm sorry, S19 had not been received. Then also S26 and S27, S30 and S31, S33, 34, 35, and 36. And I would point out, Your Honor, that with respect to S33, it's described in the exhibit list as the checkbook with initials JCJ. It's actually Julie Jensen's day planner, not her checkbook. It's about the size of a checkbook, so I can see how the clerk might have thought it was a checkbook, but it's not a checkbook, it's a day planner. Then we'd also move, let's see, S42 and S45 into evidence. Subject to cross-examination.
Did you get the numbers? All right, the clerk got the numbers. They're received. We are done with your direct, correct?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rasberg, when did you say you were retired?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Mr. Perry. I retired in 2012.
And what was the last report that you ever did in this case?
I don't recall.
Certainly nothing since December 2012.
Correct.
Okay. You testified in this case in 2008.
Correct.
Would you have done anything after 2008 on this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What was the last interview of a witness in this case that you conducted?
Possibly in February of 2012 when I obtained a manuscript and book.
Okay. Nothing for the last 10 years?
Not that I recall.
And prior to coming here yesterday, did you review your reports in this case?
Yes.
And did you review your prior testimony?
Yes.
You were the lead investigator in this case.
Yes.
Were you really the only investigator in this case?
Primarily.
You decided which witnesses to interview?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. You decided when to interview them?
Yes.
What evidence to collect?
Yes.
And you made the decision about what evidence to forward to the crime lab?
Yes.
And when to forward it?
Sometimes.
Were there instances where you didn't decide what and when to forward it to the crime lab?
Occasionally on some of the evidence, I had to make an appointment at the crime lab. So I may have wanted to take it up there earlier than I wanted to, but I had to make an appointment to get in there and explain the case.
I see. So it wasn't entirely your decision. You had to wait for other people.
Correct.
And if you made the wrong decision on what evidence to collect, there's a risk that it would be just gone forever.
Correct.
Like the search of the house, right?
Yes.
You were there on December 3rd?
Yes.
And on December 4th searching?
Yes.
And really anything that you didn't collect at that point, that was maybe it, right?
Correct.
And you, of course, recognize that if witnesses aren't spoken to promptly, memories can be affected
Yes.
by the passage of time,
Yes.
by speaking with other people,
Yes.
by reading media reports.
Yes.
And this was a case where there were a lot of media reports.
At the time of trial, there was.
And what others say to people can cause bias,
Correct.
and bias can affect memories.
Yes.
You were also responsible for making sure that evidence wasn't contaminated in the case.
Yes.
Okay, and you did that by the process that you were collecting it,
Yes.
storing it,
Yes.
and then submitting it, right?
Correct.
And you made all those decisions on December 3rd, 1998.
In reference to what we recovered on December 3rd, that is correct.
About how to search and what to take from the Jensen family home.
Yes.
Now, when you got there, you weren't the first officer on scene, correct?
Correct.
Who was?
I believe, I'm unsure, but however, I know that Sergeant Riley was there on scene, and he was the supervisor that was on scene before I arrived.
Okay, do you know how long Sergeant Riley was on scene before you got there?
Probably, and again, I'm estimating about an hour.
Oh, and when you got there, were David and Douglas still there, the kids?
No.
The cause of death was not obvious, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that you received information that Julie Jensen was depressed.
On December 3rd?
Right.
Yes.
And that she had recently started taking an antidepressant,
Yes.
had recently started taking Ambien.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all hearsay. He's not indicating the source of the information.
Well, I think he talked about this information on his direct.
It was just yesterday afternoon.
Let's continue. Go ahead.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you learned some of this from the EMTs that were on the scene before you.
I did not talk to any EMTs at the scene.
Oh, did you get this information from Sergeant Riley?
No.
Well, who did you get this information from?
Mr. Jensen.
Okay.
That's the basis for my objection, Your Honor. It's hearsay.
Well, this one is sustained then.
I request that the witness's previous statements or concerning this information be stricken and the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Well, I don't know if he got all the information. Did he just say he got all the information from
Yes.
Mrs. Jensen? All right, then it is stricken.
And would you instruct the jury, please, to disregard that information that came from this witness on cross?
And you are to disregard that testimony, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you.
You explained to Mark Jensen that you wanted to get his consent to search the home. You testified to that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
You wanted to look through personal items
Yes.
and to take items that you wanted to investigate further.
Correct.
And you received full cooperation and that consent that you asked for.
Yes.
You looked for all medications.
Yes.
You looked for any toxins.
Yes.
You looked for any evidence of struggle.
Yes.
You even checked the windows.
Correct.
You looked for fluids.
Yes.
You looked for, did you look for fluids on the bed,
Yes.
carpet,
Yes.
and you checked bathrooms?
Yes.
And you agree it was important to not make any assumptions about evidence at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't know exactly what you were looking for.
Yes.
You had to find anything that might be later relevant.
Correct.
On direct, you testified that you took samples from all of the drains.
Not all of the drains.
Okay, which drains did you not take samples from?
I have them labeled in my report, and on the bottles, I believe it's the bathroom and then the middle bathroom.
What other drains were there in the house?
There was one of them, I'd have to review the video again, I depicted in there, but there was one that was completely glued. And in fact, I pondered whether or not to saw Mr. Jensen's drains from underneath his sink. And I thought possibly that would be excessive, because then he wouldn't be able to operate the drain that I would destroy in getting it. So there was one drain that I decided not to take the fluid from, because it would have done damage.
Okay, so I think that you testified that at least from the middle bathroom and master bathroom, you the samples were taken of the drain.
Correct.
Okay, so that would mean not the kitchen.
I think you are correct, yes.
Okay. How many bathrooms did the house have?
2.
We saw the video yesterday of the walk through the house.
Correct.
And you noted at the beginning of the video, that was your voice on the video, right?
It was.
Okay. That Julie Jensen's body had been moved by the firefighters before you got there.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed as you walked through the house and handled certain things, you were doing that with your bare hands.
Sometimes, and again, to operate the camera, I couldn't do it with the gloves. And if you notice from the photos, and they're in evidence, we used a substantial amount of gloves in there. In fact, I still have them in evidence. And so there were times that the gloves just didn't, in wearing them, I couldn't perform the duty that I wanted to. But most of the time I did wear rubber gloves, and that's a matter of my usual technique.
So it was just like for convenience sakes at different times that you would just not have gloves on?
I wouldn't say it was convenience sake. It was a matter for me to operate my evidence collection. I couldn't, for example, the video camera with those gloves on there, the buttons were rather small, and you noticed in the video I comment about that,
Tiny
on
buttons.
the trouble I'm having with it. So wearing gloves and operating the video camera just wouldn't work.
I'm going to show you some photos from the scene. These are marked as exhibits. Oh, let's see, they're not in order. 40, 35, 41, 46, 47, 37, 38, 36, 39. They're in this crazy order, but that's the order I'm going to ask you about them.
Have you looked at these, Mr. Jambos?
I'm going to look at them right now, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, I have. The state has no objection, Your Honor. I've seen all those photos.
Thank you.
If you could just page through them and let me know if you recognize them as being from the scene.
Yes, these are from photos that I taken at the Jensen home on December 3rd, 1998.
You took these, or did was there another officer taking pictures?
It was a joint effort. I believe Sergeant Hunter took these photos, and of course I was there with him as he took it.
You've seen those before?
I have, yes.
Okay. I want to start by asking you about Exhibit 40, and we can put that on the screen. what's that a picture of?
That's a picture of the nightstand that was next to Julie's bed. Julie would have been off to the left there. And it's the reason I took those photos or had them taken was there's a glass with a watery substance in it. And there's a pink bowl with crackers. And then there's a ceramic blue bowl with a spoon with macaroni and cheese in it.
Okay. And the blue cup that's got liquid in it.
Correct.
And did you take that liquid?
Yes.
Did you take the cup?
I don't recall.
Was that submitted to the crime lab?
The substance that was in the blue cup was submitted to the crime lab, yes.
But the cup itself was not?
I don't believe so.
And you took the 2 bowls?
Yes.
And it's the blue bowl that has mac and cheese in it?
Correct.
And it's mac and cheese, you just visually identified it as that?
Yes.
And the other ones had, what'd you say, crackers?
Crackers, yes.
Now, those weren't submitted to the crime lab, were they?
Yes, they were.
The bowls were?
Yes.
Was the mac and cheese and the crackers submitted?
You are correct. The mac and cheese was submitted and the crackers. I did confer with the crime lab when I went up there and submitted that. And I spoke with the analysts there because I had some questions about some other items. One in particular was the glass that's on the counter. You don't have that photographed here, but I was concerned whether they needed that for testing of any substance. And primarily what I was looking for was antifreeze. And the analyst advised me that he could not test to see if there was some substance on there of poison, in particular antifreeze or ethylene glycol on there. So they elected only to take the food itself. In this case, it would be the macaroni and cheese and the crackers, and of course the substance that was in the blue cup.
You remember testifying earlier in this case that that those items weren't tested because they were all eaten by mice?
Yes, that is accurate. What happened before they were eaten by mice was it was submitted to the crime lab, and the crime lab determined that there was no poisoning or ethylene glycol or antifreeze in it. And then while it was stored at the Pleasant Prairie Police Department, we had a mouse problem. And the mice came in and ate all of the macaroni and cheese and crackers in the bowls. But however, it was tested before the mice ate them.
If you could turn to Exhibit 35. And what's that a picture of?
That is a picture of the master bathroom.
Now you see some Dixie cups next to the sink, correct?
Correct.
Those weren't seized, were they?
They were not.
And they weren't sent for testing?
No, they weren't.
If you could put up Exhibit 41, please look at 41. That's the Jensen family den?
Correct.
And that's the computer room, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the view from the hallway looking in?
Yes.
And that was the positioning of the computer and the computer monitor as it was on December 3rd, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been to the house before December 3rd inside to see
No.
the computer den?
I'm sorry. No.
You'd not?
Please, I go repeat your question, please. I spoke over you.
Prior to December 3rd, had you seen that computer room?
No.
And the positioning of the door, that door is just partially closed in this picture, right?
Yes.
And if it was closed even just a little bit more, you wouldn't be able to see the computer screen.
That would be correct.
Now, from that room, you took the Jensen family computer, right?
Correct.
You didn't take the monitor, you just took the CPU.
Correct.
And you recovered a cigar box with zip disks.
Yes,
That was in this room.
yes,
And on the desk, you found a web printout on paroxetine, correct?
I recall recovering that, but I'm not absolutely sure that it was on the desk, but I do recall recovering that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 50.
Yes, sir.
You recognize this?
I do.
And it was recovered from the Jensen home on December 3rd.
Correct.
Okay, you don't remember if it was in the den?
I don't recall. It was at the Jensen household, though.
Okay. Did you look through this on December 3rd?
Not likely.
Have you looked through it ever?
Yes,
It identifies what paroxetine is, right? It identifies on page 1 that it's the brand name is Paxil, correct?
correct.
And the printout is how many pages long?
25.
And on the bottom right corner, it looks like this was printed out on December 2nd, 1998, correct?
That is correct.
And there are notations in this packet, aren't there?
I see notations here on my evidence, Mark. Is that what you're referring to, or?
No, on and they're not like they're not words, I think, but just on maybe flip to page 22. Do you see some things starred?
On page 22, yes, I see a star on there.
And what's the star next to?
Objection. It's hearsay, Your Honor. Who put that star on there would need to testify as to what the star is next to. It's hearsay. It's a hearsay document, and the state objects.
Well, didn't he find this document at the residence?
He did, Your Honor. But if, let's say he, maybe, I don't want to have this argument in front of
All
the
right,
jury.
let me just look at it really quick, page 22.
And Judge, I'm not asking who said what. I'm just asking to describe the document that he found.
And your question again for the record?
I asked him, there's an asterisk, and I asked him, what's that next to?
I think you can ask that question.
Star, and it's next to the star is on page 22 is a definition of nervous system or a description of it.
And on page 25, is there a notation?
Again, Your Honor, I object. May counsel approach.
Go on the back, folks.
All right, here we go. Lawyer argument outside the presence of the jury. Bobby Boy is getting nervous, chat. Chat, welcome to the stream on Facebook and YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you guys being over here watching. You're going to get a lot of details from us. Please be sure to share the stream out on Facebook. Share it out, like and follow the page, and spam the chat with those likes and hearts throughout our stream today. That helps push our video out, helps that Facebook algorithm. Hit that thumbs up over
For the
on
record,
YouTube.
this is Exhibit 50, right?
Yes.
And this was found in the Jensen residence on December 3rd, 1998, correct?
That's been his testimony, yes.
Yeah. And where was this found? Do you know?
Judge, I don't recall, but I do recall that it was from the Jensen home.
And did you find it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to let them ask questions of who put the mark on, but if the document was found, I think it's testimony we can allow.
I don't have a problem, Your Honor, with them asking questions about this document about paroxetine. I have an objection to them asking questions about any markings or notations that were on there. And the reason I object is the only reasonable inference is that the person that put an asterisk there and then underlined certain portions of it, the person that did that is almost certainly Mark Jensen. And his purpose in doing that at the time, I would surmise, the state's theory is that he would have done that in order to direct Julie's attention to that, to explain her untoward reaction.
Well, we don't know who did it, and that's not going to come in front of the jury.
Well, Your Honor, that's just it. So these notations are they're hearsay, and we don't know who did it. And since we don't know who did it, it should not be coming in, and we should not be asking the jury to speculate about what the significance of that asterisk is.
That's not his question. He just asked where the mark was, what it was next to.
Yes, and then he was
That's
going,
it.
Yes, and Your Honor, then the next question would be, so what was underlined there? And then have the witness read what's underlined. All these asterisks and underlying, those are hearsay statements. And
We're not going to allow that. We're just going to let him say what was marked.
I mean, it's, I also don't know who typed up, at its source on whatever website, who typed up this informational packet on paroxetine, but this is really no different than what's going to be coming in terms of testimony about all the computer stuff. It's just truly a description of the evidence found. And I do intend on asking what was underlined. I'm not asking who underlined it or who said what about it or who described it to Detective Ratsberg. I'm just asking him to describe this packet of evidence that he seized from the Jensen home on December 3rd. And there could be inferences, but I'm not asking or eliciting hearsay.
I think it's, I'm going to allow it. It was found in the home by the lead detective. We're not going to get into who made the mark or try to explain who made the asterisk, but it was found. It's part of the record.
I see. Well, Your Honor, the state objects to it. And
I understand.
as hearsay, but the court has ruled, and we will adhere to the court's ruling.
Bring back the jury. Thank you. And I'm sure you're going to ask questions about other items that were found in the house. So,
well, just on that point, Your Honor, the state can introduce any statement the defendant made because it's seen by a party, and the defense cannot introduce.
I will remember when you make a question about some other item that was found in the house.
All right, another win for the defense, chat. It's interesting if you guys remember that the state was able to put in all types of, calendar exhibits that had asterisks and circles and underlines, and now the defense can't do underlines and asterisks. Bobby Boy is getting nervous, chat. He is not prepared for this trial this time around. He's too arrogant. His ego is clouding his judgment. This is not looking good for the state so far. 6 days of trial, chat, and the state is dropping the ball. If they continue on this path, we might see Mark Jensen walk. Facebook chat is spicy again. YouTube chat is a bunch of little investigators. Facebook's over here talking about Darrell Brooks and lying Judge Doro. YouTube chat is ripping apart the Jensen case. It's funny, the difference in conversation on both platforms. I love it, chat. I love it. We need to think of a name to call ourselves, chat. So maybe I could stop saying chat. Let's come up with a name that we can call our little family of viewers that we are building here. Remember, we are still going to do the t-shirt contest for the court exhibit lewd photograph thing.
All right, bring them in.
I just haven't had time to design that t-shirt. Well, we're doing one, but I haven't had time to make a video explaining what we're doing and why and all that. So I've been clipping all these other videos, so I'm sorry about that. We will get that up shortly. But somebody did make a recommendation of what to put on a t-shirt that I absolutely loved. So we are going to do that. I got to design that shirt, but then we're going to have a contest. Whoever comes up with the best t-shirt idea, and then that person gets a free t-shirt from us. So I will make a video chat, I promise. I just haven't had time kind of explaining that whole contest thing.
All rise for the jury. All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The jury's back in the courtroom. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Thank you. Mr. Etzberg, I was asking you about this Paxil printout, correct?
Correct. Yes, you are.
And that's what you see on the screen is what you see in front of you, correct?
Correct.
That's page 1.
Yes.
Now, I asked you earlier to go to page, well, actually, if you could scroll down the bottom right corner. On the bottom right corner, that's where it shows 12/2/98, right?
That is correct. Yes.
And does this look like it was just printed out from a computer to you?
Yes.
I asked you a few minutes before the break if you could look at page 22, right?
Correct.
And at the top left, that's where the asterisk is.
Correct.
And that's next to, it says nervous system, and then it has just a lot of, would you describe those as symptoms, side effects?
You know, there's a lot of words in there that I couldn't pronounce. I would not know what that definition is, quite frankly.
Well, for instance, it says amnesia, CNS stimulation, concentration impaired, depression, emotional lability, vertigo, and then it says infrequent, right? So that was under frequent. Does that appear to you to be describing, and maybe you don't know, but does it appear to be describing side effects?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could look at page 25.
Yes.
And could you read the line that's been underlined?
Yes, I can read it.
Out loud, please.
Oh, very good. Any drug which affects the central nervous system can be drowsiness or lethargy.
And then further underlined.
Avoid drinking alcohol.
In all the years since 1998, did you ever have this printout or the zip disks that were recovered? Did you ever have those checked for fingerprints?
No.
I'm going to ask you to look at exhibits 46 and 47. These are pictures taken in the Jensen kitchen, right?
You said 46 and 47, sir?
Yes. If they're all jumbled up and you need a hand, let me know.
Yes, they are. They are. Thank you. Yes, I see D46.
Okay, and also, do you see 47 right next to it?
Yes.
Okay, looking at 46 first.
Yes, sir.
And that's it. I think in the video we saw you opening up one of the packages for Paxil that's right next to the sink, right?
That is correct. Yes.
You can see that in this picture.
Yes,
Okay, and I think even it maybe fell to the ground.
it did.
There were some dirty dishes on the countertop.
Can you point that out in the photo?
Well, I'm looking. I guess what I'm asking is the cups right behind the Paxil boxes on the countertop. Do you see those?
The
glasses?
Yes, the glasses. Yes.
Okay. Were those all clean dishes, or do you remember?
Well, I recall the glass that's right behind the Paxil in Exhibit D46. As I stated earlier, that was one of the items I took up to the crime lab with me, and to determine if there was some type of poisoning or antifreeze or ethylene glycol in it. And so that particular glass I did collect, and I did have it reviewed by the crime lab person.
I asked you earlier about that you testified in 2008.
Correct, yes.
And you reviewed that testimony before coming here yesterday.
Yes,
And when you testified, that was substantially more recent to 1998 than we are today, correct?
it was, sir, yes.
Yeah. And you were you were still actively a detective in 2008.
Yes,
You were asked about that glass in 2008.
I believe so, yes.
And counsel, I'm directing your attention on February 1st, 2008, page 63, lines 1 through 3. And the question is, and ultimately you never had tested that glass, true? Answer, yes, that's true. Does that sound familiar, that you did a visual investigation of that glass but did not submit it for testing?
No, that wouldn't be accurate. I believe if you go further in the transcript, that may be more clear. My recollection of it is because that glass concerned me. It had substance in it, and that was things that we were looking for. I went to great lengths to obtain any substances from the Jensen home, and I recall going over that glass in particular and wondering how we could test it or if it could be tested, and I consulted with the crime lab about that.
Did you seize any of the other glasses?
If they had fluid in them, likely, but if they didn't have any fluid in them, no.
So if they appeared empty to you, you left them there.
Correct. Correct.
You're aware that the crime lab can detect residue.
When I talked to him, when I brought the items up there in December, that was my question and why I did what I did. And under their advice, that was not what was told to me.
Did you consult with the crime lab before doing this search on December 3rd about which items in the Jensen home to seize?
No, I did not.
And at the time, you didn't know what exactly you were looking for,
Yes.
correct?
Correct, yes.
And did you swab those other glasses?
Did I swab the glasses? No, I did not.
Okay, no samples were taken from the glasses.
That is correct. No samples.
They appeared to not be clean dishes, though, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so presumably someone drank something out of them.
That could be, yes.
Okay. And if it visually to you appeared empty, it got left.
Correct.
If you could look at exhibits 36, 37, and 38. Well, actually, I'm sorry. We'll just go to to 47. Really same countertop, different angle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the glass that you said had the substance in it is right behind the Paxil boxes?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 other cups that are visible there, right?
Yes.
Okay, and those are the ones that you just left as they were.
Yes.
Okay, if you could now go to exhibits 36. That's the fridge.
Correct.
And 37,
Both of the refrigerator.
just the open fridge door, right?
Correct.
38,
Yes, 38 is of the Jensen home refrigerator.
okay. Beyond taking these pictures, nothing about the contents of the fridge were documented, correct?
Other than you see the photographs here, that was our documentation of it. But as far as a written documentation, no.
But no contents out of the fridge were taken out?
No.
Not even removed from the fridge at the scene?
No.
Just doors were open, pictures were taken?
Correct. Yes.
Nothing inside that fridge, including any containers, were opened or tested?
Correct.
Exhibit 39.
That appears to be a picture from the Jensen home.
Okay, and that's a garbage can, right?
Yes.
And I think yesterday you testified that you examined all the garbage in the home.
We collected all the garbage with the exception of in the garage. We collected the bags, and we likely collected this garbage also as evidence.
Okay, and it was collected, were Kleenexes, paper towels and such, were that inside this garbage bag? Garbage can?
It's garbage. I can't tell if it's Kleenex, but there's some crumpled up paper type objects in here. Well, in fact, your photo is much, much clearer than mine is that you have up there. But I would assume that is accurate.
And were those, if there were Kleenexes, paper towels, were those tested?
They were not, no.
It was just, it was collected and that's where it ended?
No, when I went up to the crime lab, as I commented earlier, when I took up the glasses, because I wanted to have everything that was that I collected in there analyzed, and I asked the analyst at the crime lab that I have the garbage, and I asked him if that was relevant, could he test for it, and he told me he's got to have some fluid to test. If he has no fluid, he can't make a test for ethylene glycol or anything of that matter. So I did consult with the crime lab on this evidence. However, they told me that unless I had a substance like I did in the bedroom where the water was and from the drains, they'd have nothing to test.
Okay. You don't know if there were paper towels with that had wiped up vomit and were inside that garbage can?
I do not know.
You don't know if there were there was mucus on the Kleenexes in that garbage can?
I do not know.
You don't know if there was any spit, any type of fluid poured in those garbage cans that have been mopped up?
I do not know.
I don't have any pictures. I'm not sure there are from the garage, but we saw it in the walkthrough yesterday, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you take pictures of all the items in the garage?
You mean 35 millimeter camera photos?
Well, I guess any pictures aside from the video camera pictures that you took, the moving pictures.
I don't think we did.
You didn't take any chemicals from the garage, did you?
No, we did not.
And you weren't actually looking for antifreeze?
We were not, no.
Do you agree that that from the video it appeared that there might have been antifreeze in the garage?
That is possible. And when you say antifreeze, I did notice in the video as I looked at it, there are some gallon type containers on the shelf on the south side of the garage next to Mr. Jensen's vehicle, and those could have possibly had antifreeze in there, yes.
That's where all those long shelves were, right?
Correct.
That's where basically anything that was stored in that garage was. It was along that wall.
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you recognize bottles consistent with antifreeze.
Correct. I also recovered some Playboy magazines from that area as depicted in the video.
You took Playboy magazines.
I'm sorry, you interrupted me. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I took the Playboy magazines that were on the shelf, so I did do a visual check of the garage and of those shelves. But as you pointed out, at the time, I wasn't necessarily looking for antifreeze. In fact, that would have been pretty far-fetched. So I did inspect that area. I did recover Playboy magazines, and those are still in evidence at the police department. So I did visually inspect that area and the garage, as I pointed out in the garbage and so forth. I videotaped that. However, I did not recognize that there was antifreeze on those shelves.
Kind of like the refrigerator, aside from just an image of it, there's no inventory of it.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And you took the Playboy magazines, but you didn't take the bottles of chemicals.
That is correct, yes.
And nothing from the garage was fingerprinted.
No.
In the kitchen, you didn't take any chemicals either, right?
Other than the garbage, the only thing we took from the kitchen was the bag of garbage.
No cleaning supplies.
No.
The next day, December 4th, you attended the autopsy.
Yes,
And you were there with Dr. Chambliss.
I was.
Dr. Chambliss was not on the scene.
He was not.
And you were the one that took the photographs at the autopsy.
Most of them, yes.
Now, the autopsy report that we all saw said that it started at 2:25 p.m. Does that sound familiar?
That very well could be correct, yes.
Remember how long it took?
I do not.
If Dr. Chambliss had said that it took about maybe up to 2 hours, does that sound consistent with how long an autopsy would have taken?
It does, thank you, yes.
Had you been to autopsies before?
Many.
Okay, and is 2 hours a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, it is.
All right. And when an autopsy gets done, do you just immediately head out the door?
No, not necessarily. It just depends on the circumstances. Sometimes at an autopsy, in past autopsies, I've collected evidence. So maybe I'll let the doctor take care of that. Maybe he wants to turn something over to me, or if I want to turn over something to him, that's usually when we meet. Kind of call it a pre-meeting and then a post-meeting, pun intended.
I haven't seen, and I want to know, were there any pictures that you took at the autopsy before incisions were made?
Well, I didn't take any. I took photos at the autopsy. However, I didn't retain the film. When the autopsy was going on December 4th, 1998, Dr. Chambliss had a camera, and at some point he got dirty, if you will, and I operated the camera for him and took the photos, and then he retained the roll of film that I took the photos with. So I did take the photos with Dr. Chambliss's camera. However, I didn't retain the film.
Have you reviewed the pictures?
I've seen one.
Okay. So it's your memory that Dr. Chambliss took some pictures and you took some?
For the most part, I took photos, but Dr. Chambliss may have taken a couple also.
And just to be clear, it's your testimony that Dr. Chambliss retained the film?
Correct, yes.
Now, on December 3rd, 1998, at the scene, you observed Julie Jensen's body.
I did.
And you testified earlier that prior to today, I guess, you reviewed your reports in this case.
Correct.
And nothing unusual about Julie Jensen's body was noted in your reports, correct?
When you say reports, I think the photos that I took are part of my report. So I obviously have that part of my report, and what I pointed out in those photos were the concerns, and something that I found unusual was the bent nose and the blood or petechia in both eyes. So I did document that in my report. I think what you're referring to possibly is my narrative. I didn't put that necessarily in my narrative. However, I documented it through photographs.
Sure. You have the photographs, and you can look at those now, and you can say those are items of concern, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. In your narrative report, you mentioned nothing about Julie Jensen's nose.
I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay. And in your narrative report, you were describing items of interest at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember taking any photos at the autopsy of Julie Jensen's nose as it appeared on December 4th?
I don't recall specifically.
Now, the autopsy, if we ballpark it as lasting a couple of hours.
Yes.
That takes us to 4:30-ish, right?
Correct.
On December 4th, 1998.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Would it be reasonable that within half an hour of it being done, you were out of there?
Yes.
Okay. So 5 o'clock, you would have left. Do you remember where the autopsy was?
It was at the old St. Catharines, located on Sheridan Road near 7th Avenue in the city of Kenosha.
How far away is that from the Pleasant Prairie address where the Jensen family lived?
It's probably, if you take Sheridan Road right down there, it's probably a 15-minute drive from St. Catharines to the village of Pleasant Prairie.
Now, on December 3rd, after Mr. Jensen gave you consent to search his home,
yes,
he then didn't stay there, right?
He did not.
Okay, and I think you mentioned that his father came and got some clothes for him.
No, in the video, I actually misspoke. I called it Dan Jensen. That was actually, if in the video, I say Dan Jensen when in fact it is Mark Jensen that came over. I had contact with him, okay. And in the video, I say Dan Jensen, and that wasn't corrected until now. However, I meant Mark Jensen came over. Dan Jensen wouldn't know where those personal items were, and Mark obviously did, and he collected them to stay overnight at his father's home, who lived down the road on Lakeshore Drive also. And so I misspoke on the video. That is actually Mark Jensen coming in to recover those items for his overnight stay at his parents' house.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you.
So it was Mr. Jensen, Mark Jensen, that came and got his clothes, came and got his shaving kit, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And when he left, he had basically turned the house over to, with the consent, had turned the house over to you and investigators, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And at that point, fair to say he wasn't really allowed no one else was allowed to just come and go as they pleased.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And it was kind of with that consent, that cooperation was understanding that the full scene had been, like, is relinquished the right word?
I'm sorry, what was your last part of the question? I didn't hear you.
That the whole house had been basically relinquished to you.
Yes, the house was in our charge. It was a crime scene and potential crime scene, but part of a death investigation, and the entire property was in my custody in the police department to obtain evidence.
Okay, now you left, or at least the video, I thought ended around 10 p.m. on the 3rd.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and did anyone stay there overnight?
The police officers, I had the entire home. It was a secure site, so there was a log started with who came and went, and the officer, I had an officer guarding the house until I released it later on December 4th.
Was it just one officer that was there at all times?
There were different officers, but only one officer.
Okay. Now, after the autopsy, and if you left at 5 o'clock and maybe it takes 15 minutes, did you go directly to the Jensen home?
I did.
Okay. And you went there because you were going to do another search, right?
Yes.
And you were, in particular, you were looking for fluids in the house, correct?
Correct.
Like bodily fluids.
Correct.
Okay. And you were checking the bed in particular?
Yes, while I was at the autopsy, I was there with Dr. Chambliss. He conducted the autopsy, and I explained to Dr. Chambliss that we didn't find any fluids in the carpet or in the bed, and then he wanted me to go there and double check to make sure there weren't any fluids on the sheets, on the pillowcases, or on the blanket. And obviously, Julie Jensen had her clothing with her, so if there were any fluids, he already had that.
Okay.
So what I did is I went back December 4th to re-examine the bedroom, and I didn't find any other additional body fluids.
Okay. And additional, you never found any bodily fluids?
That is correct, yes.
So like on December 3rd or December 4th, you didn't find any fluids on the pillowcase?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And with where her face was, the pillowcase seemed just normal dry?
Correct, yes.
Okay. We saw you testing by picking up with your hands the towels in the bathroom, and you say this towel's damp or it's not damp. Did you do that with the pillowcase?
I did. In fact, if you don't have the photos here, but you notice a couple close-up photos of some marks on the pillowcase. I suspected at first glance, I thought it was blood, and you notice a wide angle. And then you notice that I come in and you notice my finger pointing that out. When I first saw it, I thought it was a body fluid and possibly blood. So that's how thoroughly I examined the bed at that point. And it turned out it was just some markings or part of the fabric. And all
part of the pattern on the sheets, right?
Better said, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Better said, sir.
Yeah, it
Yes.
was like little berries on a branch or something, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. No blood was on the pillowcase?
That is correct, yes.
No sort of spit up?
No.
Okay. And you went and you double checked all the bed sheets, and you were looking for any bodily fluids?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. No urine?
No.
No feces?
No.
Okay. Just normal bed sheets?
Yes.
Okay. Did that search take about an hour?
Probably less than an hour, but an hour would be a good approximation.
Okay. So that takes us to maybe 6:15 if you were being real efficient.
Yes.
Were there other officers at the scene while you were doing the search?
They were outside. The officers guarding the place they stayed outside, and I entered the house by myself.
Okay. Now, also on December 4th, you went and talked with the next door neighbors.
I did.
Okay. Was that after you'd done the search?
Correct. That was as I was leaving the residence.
So I've got the chronology right. Autopsy, drive to the Jensen home, search for an hour, then go and talk with the neighbors.
Yes.
And how long did you talk with the neighbors?
Oh, it was probably I don't know, 10-minute, 15-minute conversation at most.
Okay.
And again, I'm really estimating that it was back in '98 also. So yes.
This is just from memory?
Yes.
Um,
Well, no, there's some notation in my narrative report on my discussion with Mr. Voigt.
and in the narrative report, it's kind of a lengthy description of that discussion, isn't it?
That is.
Okay. And you think 15 minutes is a fair approximation for that lengthy of a narrative?
It could be more, it could be less. That's an approximate.
All right. It was all after this that you turned the house back over to Mark Jensen
Correct.
that evening?
Yes,
And did you call him on the phone?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember how quickly he came over?
I wasn't there when he came over. I returned to the police department. I called Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen was kind enough to give us a key also. So I wanted to make sure he got his key back and that he could re-enter and use the residence in the evening of December 4th, 1998.
Did you meet him at his house?
I did not.
Was another officer there?
Correct.
Okay. So officers were there when the house was turned back over to Mr. Jensen.
Correct.
Okay. And
And I told him to make sure they give the key back to Mr. Jensen when he arrived.
okay, so any sort of handoff back of the property would not have been done by just him showing up and the house being empty.
Correct.
Okay. There would have been like tape being taken down or and then squad cars leaving, all of that.
Well, back in '98, that tape that you commonly see now wasn't that popular, and we didn't use that out there. We didn't want to. Anyway, you mentioned tape, and we didn't use that. But I made arrangements for Mr. Jensen to return home and made sure the officer was there to hand the key off back to him.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the computer from the den.
Yes.
You took this, the CPU on December 3rd, right away, right?
Yes.
Okay, you put it in the trunk of your car?
I actually put it in the back seat. Back then, well, I know it was a very expensive thing back in '98, but yes, I put it in the back seat of my vehicle.
Okay, and from your vehicle, it went to your office?
Correct.
All right. And it stayed in your custody until December 17th, 1998, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you testified yesterday about with the chain of custody of them taking it to Brad Holler in Madison.
That is correct, yes.
And you would have turned it over to him?
Yes,
Now, you drove it there on December 17th.
that is correct, yes.
And I want to ask you about the examination that was done on December 17th.
Yes,
Brad Haller, it's my understanding, did not have time to examine it when you got there.
well, what occurred was I made arrangements.
I'll ask for follow-up, but I guess right now I'd just like to kind of do the yes or no. Is that at least accurate in terms of what I asked?
I don't understand how you want me to answer.
Well, just if possible, yes or no. Did he have time when you got there to examine the computer?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And you had just driven from Kenosha or from Pleasant Prairie, right?
That is correct. I called him up ahead of time to make arrangements, and I drove to Madison with the computer.
You had scheduled an appointment with him?
I did.
And he said he didn't have time to do it?
He did say that he did not have time to do it after I made those arrangements, and then I drove to Madison. That is correct.
Okay. And you insisted that you wanted to do a look at the computer?
Yes, I explained to Mr. Haller that I wanted to look at the computer. That's why I called ahead and made the arrangements, because I noted, looking over the evidence from the Jensen home, that they obviously had quite a bit of written documentation, and we went over some of that yesterday. And I wanted to look inside the computer and see if there was anything in the documents section of the computer. So it was a death investigation. It was December 17th now. I had no cause of death. And, you know, there were some circumstances around this case, and there were some people very hurt and very concerned. And I wanted to try to obtain a cause of death ASAP, and I didn't have one. And I was hoping the computer would aid in that. And I was looking for, as I mentioned earlier, the information that I had from Mr. Jensen, Mrs. Jensen. I looked over the evidence. There was a lot of documents. I wanted to see what was on the computer and if there was anything like in a Word document as we know of today. I'm not sure Word was available in '98, but I wanted to see if there was some written communication on that computer. And I explained to Mr. Haller, look, I called ahead of time. I drove here 2 hours. This is over half my day just coming here and back. And the arrangement is to look on there and do a cursory look to see if there's any documents on that computer that relate to the death of Julie Jensen.
Fair to say you were irritated.
Yes, yes.
December 17th, do you remember what the weather was?
I think it was a nice day. It was sunny. There was definitely not a snowstorm. But
well, that's good at least.
Yes.
Okay.
But I recall it being sunny, and the reason I recall that is at that time their office was down in the square in Madison, and it was, I had to park some distance away. As you know, parking is very challenging there, and I can recall walking with a nice bright sunny day.
24 years later, you still sound irritated about driving there and him saying he didn't have time to look at it.
Well, I wouldn't use the word irritated, concerned, because this was a priority case for us at the police department, given the history here. And I wasn't able to rule out natural death, accidental death, homicide, suicide. I wasn't able to rule anything that out. And yeah, maybe you are rather correct that I was irritated at the time, but I wasn't getting any progress, and I wanted things to move along quicker. So I was a little irritated. I stepped back, and I agree with you.
You didn't want to leave without looking at this computer.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And you insisted that he turn it on.
I did.
All right. Now, you pressured him to turn it on.
I did. I was very insistent. I said, hey, look, I just went through my reasons, and I explained those reasons to Mr. Haller, and I need to look at this computer. This is a death investigation.
And so he acquiesced. He agreed.
He did. I had no clue on how to fire it up, hook it up. He had all those resources there. I also remember being that it was a Windows 98, which was, this was 98. So this was new whiz-bang computer software for its time. I had no clue what Windows 98 was. And he assisted and hooked it up, and he guided around with me and looking at the computer. And my particular concern was what written documents were on that computer.
Now, there's a reason you didn't fire it up from December 3rd to December 17th in your office, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's because of the whole thing we talked about with preserving evidence.
Correct. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That with computers, you don't turn it on and just start poking around, right?
That is, yes, I know better now. Yes.
Yeah. And arguably you knew better then, right?
Well, no, that was the first computer I ever obtained. Computers were just making their debut, if you would, in 1998. Windows 98 was the top-notch software of the time. No, my computer skills were 0 and minus. So, no, I wouldn't have.
You hadn't had any training on how to preserve computer evidence at a scene?
Yeah, we had some limited training at that time. But my training would have been I had very little training, and frankly did did not know.
And if you had learned that, I guess it hadn't stuck, right?
Well, I obtained a computer, I unplugged it and all that. In fact, I can recall when we seized the computer, we kind of had a conference around it to make sure knowing what we do. I do recall back then dial-up was the technology. I can recall a phone cord or something going into it, and we didn't know if we were going to disconnect the Jensen phone system or something like that. So our knowledge on, or my knowledge at least, on gathering that computer was very limited. But I did obtain it and bring it to the crime lab, as you mentioned, on December 17th, 1998.
Okay, and the reason why it's a bad idea to just fire it up, right, is because it alters the information or can alter information on that computer, right?
Objection, there's no foundation for this witness to answer that question.
Do you know from your training why it's a bad idea to fire up a computer like the way you did?
Well, I object to that question. It assumes the existence of fact, not an evidence, to wit that it is a bad idea.
Well, he did say he knows better now.
Well, I think he already testified he had very limited knowledge. He's not an expert in the area, so the objection is going to be sustained.
Do you know if
I mean, we're going to have other people testify later. You can ask your question then.
Do you know if the computer had been write blocked?
When?
Prior to insisting that Brad Haller and you turn on the computer?
Oh, no, I don't believe the computer was write blocked. That would be a question for Mr. Haller.
And can you spell write blocked?
No.
Is it, you can't?
No, I mean, I could guess at right and then block, but I don't know that that's the, no, I can't.
And do you know what write blocking is?
I do now.
What is it?
That's when you take a computer now into the crime lab, at least this was before 2012, the crime lab does something what they call write block. And what that does is secure the data on the computer, and they can still retrieve it as if nobody turned it on, as example I did. So, and they'll be able to determine that.
Okay. Regardless, you just had him turn it on.
Yes.
And you poked around in it for how long?
10 minutes. And again, I'm approximating.
Now, Mark Jensen's work computer, you made no effort to obtain his work computer in December of 1998.
No, I did not. When you say his work computer at Stifel, Nicholas, and Racine?
Yes.
No, I did not.
You didn't obtain it until 2002, correct?
Yes.
And it was in 2002 that you took 2 computers from his, I guess at the time, current office, and an old work computer that was located in St. Louis, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So 3 years had gone by prior to trying to get those computers, right?
Correct, yes.
In December of 1998, you didn't go to his office and interview any of his coworkers.
I did not, no.
And you didn't talk in December of 1998 with any of those coworkers about whether he was in the office on December 3rd.
Correct.
You didn't do that until after he was charged in 2002.
Correct.
And in those 3 years, this is a case that had been, this is a story that had been reported in the media.
In what year again, sir?
Between 1998 and 2002.
I don't believe there was much media attention on there between that. The media attention started after I arrested Mark in 2002.
Okay. Well, it would have been well known, I guess, among his coworkers, wouldn't you say, that that Julie Jensen had died in December of 1998?
Objection calls for speculation for what was going on with respect to
Sustained.
workers.
Would you expect memories to have improved in 3 years, in 4 years?
No.
I guess my math is wrong. 1998 to 2002, 4 years, right?
Well, Your Honor, the state will stipulate that from a particular point in 1998 to a particular point in 2002, that would be 4 years. But from December 3rd, 1998 to March of 2002 is not 4 years.
You could have
The state objects to the question.
You could have gotten a lot greater detail in the month of December 1998 by talking with witnesses than in 2002, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think he can answer that question. He's the lead detective. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, would you repeat your question, Mr. Perry?
It's likely you could have gotten greater detail in December of 1998 about December 1998 than in 2002, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, I mean, we testified you testified at the very start of this today that that memories can be affected by the passage of time,
Yes,
by talking with other witnesses,
correct.
or by other people just chatting amongst friends,
Yes,
gossip,
yes,
reading reports.
yes,
Okay, and 3 to 4 years is a lot of time for that to happen, right?
yes,
Okay, and these are Mark Jensen's coworkers that I'm talking about.
that is correct, yes.
They would have known something about his situation.
They did know, yes.
You interviewed the Voights on December 4th.
I spoke with him. When you say interview, do you mean a written statement or
Well, you
just
did
I talked to him?
You talked just maybe 15 minutes ago about kind of a lengthy narrative in your summary report about the discussion you had with them on December 4th.
Yeah, when you say the Voights, which Voight do you mean in particular?
Either of them.
Okay, I only spoke to Mr. Voight on December 4th, 1998.
And you spoke with Carrie Ashley in December of 1998.
I spoke with Carrie Ashley. I don't recall an exact date on speaking with her.
Okay. Did you speak with any other of the Jensen neighbors in December of 1998?
No, no.
The consent that you got from Mark Jensen on December 3rd, it wasn't just consent to search his house, was it?
No, it wasn't.
It was pretty broad.
Well, I got a consent, pretty broad, meaning, yeah, it was pretty broad. I could search everything in there. I also obtained a form for him for any medical records of himself and Julie Jensen. So, yeah, it was pretty broad.
Yeah, it was basically things were an open book to you.
Well, I think that's probably overstated. I mean, I intended to search the property at 9020 Lakeshore Drive, and that's what I did. I explained that to Mr. Jensen previously, that when you say broad, that didn't mean I could go search the neighbors or out in the street or anything like that.
Well,
but I got consent to search the entire property that he maintained, and I also obtained a consent to obtain any medical records of Julie Jensen and Mark Jensen.
Mark Jensen's medical records, he gave you consent for.
That is correct, yes.
I mean, obviously, he couldn't have given you consent to search the neighbors' homes, right?
Correct.
The things that that were in his possession or his control, he gave you consent to search and seize whatever you deemed important.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Including pretty personal medical records.
Correct, yes.
Now, you never attempted to obtain Julie Jensen's, or maybe you attempted, I don't know if you did or not. Did you ever attempt to obtain Julie Jensen's records from a Mr. DeFazio?
Yes.
Did you obtain them?
No.
And who is Mr. DeFazio?
Mr. DeFazio was and I don't know the technical term, but the Jensens saw Mr. DeFazio for some marriage counseling.
He's a psychotherapist, isn't he?
I don't know.
And you didn't get any records from him?
I did not know. Well, let me be clear on that. I attempted to gain information from Dr. DeFazio, and I did call and stop by his office and speak with him. His office was also located over near St. Catherine's, and I spoke with Mr. DeFazio, and he could not recall the Jensens in treating them for the marriage counseling. He didn't know who I was talking about. He couldn't remember, and he was under the impression that his records, it was so long ago, that those records would have been purged. So I did communicate with Dr. DeFazio, attempting to obtain those records. However, I was unsuccessful.
In all the years since 1998, have you ever looked at or obtained Mr. DeFazio's records for treating Julie Jensen?
I have not obtained them, but I know the district attorney's office, I believe, obtained them. I have not seen any, but I'm aware of that the district attorney had got better results than I did.
There was a 911 call on December 3rd, right?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, and it was Mark Jensen had called 911 to report Julie's condition.
Correct, yes.
To request assistance to the house.
Yes, he called for the rescue squad.
Now, all 911 calls, even in 1998, were recorded, right?
I don't know.
You just don't remember?
Well, yeah, I don't recall. That's back in 98, and they were likely recorded. Yes.
Okay. Regardless, it wasn't saved in this case, was it?
That I don't know.
Have you ever listened to the 911 call in this case?
I have not.
So you've never heard exactly what was first said from Mark Jensen on when he found Julie Jensen?
Objection, Your Honor. This is all hearsay.
I really asked what he has never heard.
He said he never heard it. So let's move on.
At some point really just a few days after Julie Jensen had died, on December 6th, 1998, you put a GPS unit on Mark Jensen's car.
I did, yes.
On his truck?
You know, I wasn't there. I invited Mark Jensen, or he was stopping out at the police department. I had frequent contact with Mr. Jensen, and as Mr. Jensen would come to the police department, through DCI, Department of Criminal Investigation, I teamed up with some of their agents, and I put a GPS tracker on his vehicle. I don't know what type of vehicle he was operating at the time. The DCI agents took care of putting a tracking device on Mr. Jensen's vehicle, and then later on they would remove it.
Okay. How long was there a GPS tracker on Mr. Jensen's vehicle?
For some time. I don't recall the exact length.
And nothing was ever found of value to you?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and this was done in a way where he wouldn't have, you did this in a way so that he wouldn't know that there's a GPS tracker on his vehicle?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I want to talk about the interrogation that we watched some of yesterday.
Yes.
That was on April 21st of 1999, right?
Correct, yes.
Now, you just got done explaining that you had been meeting with Mark Jensen on a regular basis.
Weekly, I would say, either by phone call or by in person.
And in person, was that at the police station?
Yes, it always was, because I wanted to make sure we could recover the tracker or put the tracker on his vehicle.
And how did that work? Did you ask him on these weekly phone calls or something to stop in?
Well, generally, Mr. Jensen would contact me primarily, and we would make the arrangements, and he'd stop in or by the police department.
He wasn't required to make weekly contact with you?
No, he was concerned.
Okay. And he checked in with you regularly.
He did, yes.
Okay. And did you just invite him in?
Yes,
Okay. And then he'd take you up on that.
yes.
And how long would those meetings last?
Not very long, probably, yeah, not very long.
Can you ballpark it for me?
Less than 15 minutes,
Okay. And would these be like on his way to work?
sometimes.
Okay. So it wouldn't be unusual for him to show up in a suit and tie?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it would not be unusual.
No, he generally was on his way to work or possibly on the way back. But yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Would he normally stop by? Would he have any of his kids in tow?
Not, I don't recall. I know on April 21st, when he came to the police department, he had his one son with him.
That wasn't the first time you had met his son. Or was it?
I don't recall meeting his son previously, but I might have. But I didn't have a conversation with his son of any substance until April 21st, 1998.
All right. And you had purposefully tried to establish an apparent friendship with Mark Jensen.
Oh, well, I was certainly cordial and professional with Mr. Jensen. We had a very good relationship. We talked about the stock market, about his case, many things. So yeah, I guess you would be accurate. We developed a friendship. Yes.
You wanted him to be reaching out to you on a regular basis.
That was convenient as part of my investigation. Yes.
Now on April 21st, you knew that this was going to be a different kind of meeting.
Yes. Yes, I did.
But you didn't communicate that to Mark Jensen, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. As far as he knew, this was like any of the other dozens of meetings he had had with you?
That's accurate.
And so he might have been on his way to work?
I don't know.
I mean, you saw him in the video, and I don't know if you remember specifically, but he was in a suit and tie.
He was.
And I think your testimony is that this started at 9 a.m.
Correct.
And he had David with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say he would have had no reason from you to believe that he would be there until 4 p.m. that day.
Yes.
That's fair?
That is, yes.
Okay.
I didn't think it would go that long, so I'm sure Mr. Jensen didn't.
Okay. And at no point did you say, hey, this is going to take all day?
No, I wouldn't have forecasted that regardless. I never thought we started at 9. No, he got there early, so it was about 9 o'clock, and we didn't end till probably 4 p.m. in our discussions.
And with the exception of, I think you testified yesterday that there was maybe an hour and a half video that failed. Was the whole 9 to 4 recorded?
Yes. What I did was that the interview rooms at that time at Pleasant Prairie, we had a one-way mirror on the one. And again, keep in mind, this is 1998, and we had an old clunker VCR that you would put on your shoulder. So I set it up and put that on a tripod in the adjoining room, and then through the one-way mirror. And then I had this big VHS video recorder set up on the tripod, and then I ran a microphone above the false ceiling into there. And then because I wanted to capture everything that Mark Jensen was going to say. And so that's why I did that. Recording interviews back in 98 was pretty uncommon, especially video interviews. So, and the technology was a lot different than it was today. So I had that VHS and I put in one tape, and Detective Berg, who you saw in the video, was operating the tape in my office or monitoring it where the recording device was. And then at some point, I took a break or came in and replayed the tape, and we discovered it wasn't recording. So we swapped out the tapes. There's a total of 3 tapes, and one of the tapes failed. And why it did, I don't know. I think it was defective out of the box. But the interview that I had with Mr. Jensen, there's probably a good hour that is not on VHS tape.
Where was David Jensen during this interview?
He stayed with one of our support staff at the police department.
And was Mark permitted throughout this 7 hours to go and check on his son?
I'm sure he inquired. Mr. Jensen and I bought him lunch. We had, I think it was Burger King. We had some soda. We had coffee. We ate lunch together. We drank refreshments together. And I'm sure during that, that would have been a concern to me. However, the one secretary that was in charge of his son was very kind. And I think his son and the secretary hit it off, and he was occupied while I interviewed Mr. Jensen.
I'm not suggesting that David Jensen was mistreated. I'm just asking if in those 7 hours, if he was permitted to go and check on his son.
If he wanted, I don't recall that, but if he wanted to, I would have certainly honored his request.
You didn't offer it.
I don't believe so, no.
And when you went and got lunch, it wasn't lunch with Mark and with his son, David?
It was not, no.
Okay.
No.
Now, at the time that you had Mark come in on this day, I mean, you testified you prepared for this interview, right? This interrogation?
I did. I mean, I made some arrangements. I set up the VHS recorder and I ran the microphone. We tested the equipment beforehand, and I gathered the reports and the information that I wanted to cover with Mr. Jensen.
You hadn't done that for any of the other meetings that you'd ever had with Mr. Jensen?
Well, we discussed reports, Mr. Jensen.
I mean, the VHS, the camcorder, all of those things.
I'm sorry. Yes. No, that was our first recorded interview.
Okay. And this is the first one that was not just brief.
Yes.
And the room that you were meeting with him in, that's not where you'd typically meet with him?
Correct. Yes.
Would you typically meet with him just in your office or in the lobby?
I'm sorry. Would you repeat that?
Would you typically meet with him in your office?
I would typically, when we met at the police department, there was a little conference room off the lobby. I would meet him in there.
On April 21st, you were under the, at that time, misimpression that antifreeze had been ruled out, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You believe that the way I said that, I don't want to have it be confusing. You believe that antifreeze had been ruled out on April 21st?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And your plan was to confront Mark Jensen and to try to get him to confess to playing a part in Julie Jensen's death?
So, could you repeat that one more time,
Sure.
sir?
Your plan on April 21st was to confront Mark Jensen and to try to get him to confess to playing a part in Julie Jensen's death?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
And you testified about this yesterday, that you lied to him multiple times in the interview.
I did, yes.
And you lied about the crime lab determining that he had left photos.
Well, I think my statement is I lied to him about the writing on the photos that were left around the Jensen home, and that I had a crime lab report about his handwriting being on them.
I mean, you lied about the crime lab even analyzing the photos.
That is correct, yes.
The crime lab never analyzed the photos.
I think eventually they did, however, not while I spoke with Mr. Jensen.
Well, only one photo was ever retained, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And the rest were just lost to the ages, right?
No, that the other photos, and they were primarily recovered by Mr. or Officer Cosman, and there was no real complaint on this. We were down there, as we pointed out, from 1992 until 2008, and we recovered some of those photographs. Our evidence room isn't all that big.
2008 or 1998?
I'm sorry, sir.
You said until 2008?
No.
Is there an objection?
Well, the response, it was non-responsive, Your Honor. I guess I object on that point.
Okay.
This is your witness. He's talking.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, finish.
Yeah. And since we didn't have a complaining witness at the time, and we collected them and we cleared Terry Perica, and there was no charges being pressed. I wasn't in charge of the evidence and how it was disposed of, but eventually that evidence is to keep room in the evidence collection. So there was nothing purposeful about, well, I guess there was a purpose to destroying them, but it was considered obsolete evidence.
They're gone.
They are, absolutely, yes.
They're gone and they were never tested.
Correct.
You did a few other things during this interrogation, right? In terms of tactics with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
You talked about how you lied to him.
Correct, yes.
You did something where you engaged in something called persistent questioning.
Yes.
You spoke over Mr. Jensen at times.
At times.
Yeah, you would interrupt him.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, and the plan with these things that you were doing was to put pressure on him in that interview. Fair?
Yes, I was intending to put pressure on him for him to tell me the truth.
And the truth is you were determining it.
It could be viewed that way.
You were trying to make it easy for Mr. Jensen to tell you what you wanted to hear.
Well, I wanted the truth. I didn't want to impose on him, and there was to say that it's something that I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear the truth, and I wanted him to tell me the truth. And I knew he was lying to me during the interview.
Now, the interrogation was from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., correct?
Approximately, yes.
And we saw, I mean, it was in sort of chopped up segments yesterday, right?
Correct.
We saw about 45 minutes worth of that.
Okay. Yes.
That seems fair?
Fair. Seems fair, yes.
It took a lot longer yesterday than 45 minutes.
Probably.
Because of the stopping and reading what we had just watched, right?
Yes.
We saw a few different segments of the interview. Let me just grab the transcript of it.
Are we good yet? We need a break yet? You want to take a break? No? Yes? No? We're good. All right, we'll continue.
It looks like you have someone in the back row who would like to take a break.
I think you have a mixed
bag.
You have
I'll rule on the side of caution. Take your break. Try to.
Chat, they always do this. Always do this. As soon as it gets juicy, they always do this. This will give time for Jamboy to talk to this detective about these 5 statements. What we're about to see now, chat, is that it is possible, it's plausible that Aaron Dillard, the guy that went to detectives and everything to say that Mark Jensen confessed to him in jail, the transcript from the police interrogation was sent to Jensen 4 days prior to Dillard contacting everybody. So defense won a critical argument that it is plausible that Dillard regurgitated exactness by another means other than Mark Jensen. Now, let me play a clip because we talked about this at the very beginning of the stream. I want you guys to see it. There is controversy over the medical examiner. Now, we've posted clips of forensic pathologist Michael Chambliss regretting that he testified to anything to do with antifreeze in 2008 because he got caught lying and he doesn't know anything about antifreeze. Now, I went back. I was up super late last night. I went back and I did a lot of research on the pretrial motions and all these things because there's a lot of controversy surrounding Jamboy and some possible serious ethics issues. Now, we know for a fact that they lost the original pathology report. It's missing. It's gone. Nobody knows where it went. Here's what could have happened. The medical examiner, let me grab my notes. The medical examiner that was originally on this case, Maureen Lavin, she was fired because of her conduct in this case. So I heard that and I was like, oh my God, what did she do? Here's what she did. This is what the defense alleges. Okay. The defense alleges that Maureen Lavin, her report, which I'm assuming is the original pathology report that is now vanished, her report did not match any of the police's thoughts on what happened or DA Jamboy's. Now, Jamboy's version of these events of what happened is that he sat her down in the DA's office to talk to her like they do any witness, right? And his version is that she refused to answer questions. So he says, look, if you get into court and don't answer these questions, you can be held in contempt and you might go out in handcuffs. And then he starts intimidating her, saying, if you don't answer my questions, I'm going to get you fired. And then conveniently, she's fired. Fired. And then guess who takes over? Michael Chambliss, who conveniently concurs with everything the police said and everything Jamboy says. It is crazy. And that testimony is not coming out. Maureen Lavin never testified in the 2008 trial. So who they brought in, let me get the name correct for you guys so I don't screw up because I made a mistake yesterday, was Dr. Mary Mainland, who replaced her in another aspect, whatever. So that's huge. That's huge, chat. Let me play this clip for you guys. We're going to play a couple clips.
Opening day of testimony was interrupted by tornadoes, but the case against a Kenosha County man accused of poisoning his wife with antifreeze did resume today.
Colleen Henry joins us from the Walworth County Courthouse. Colleen, a key witness took the stand today.
Yeah, Kat, this is that witness who made such a splash last summer when prosecutors first introduced him. He's the guy who came forward after 9 years to say he was a co-worker of Mark Jensen, and Jensen told him he planned to kill his wife a full month before her death.
Mark told me how, that if you wanted to get rid of your wife, that you could go to websites that would tell you how to poison your wife, how to kill her, how it would not be detectable.
Edward Klug told jurors he and Mark Jensen were drinking after a training conference in St. Louis when Jensen revealed his plan to poison his wife, Julie. In 9 years, Klug never contacted police. Prosecutors learned about him from one of his co-workers. This afternoon, prosecutors tried to deflate that fact by raising the issue before the defense did.
Didn't that maybe alert you to the notion that perhaps you should contact somebody with a badge and a gun and a uniform?
I mean, if he was capable of killing his wife, what would he do to me?
Prosecutors believe Mark Jensen killed his wife to be with his mistress, but Jensen's attorney argues that despondent Julie killed herself after she learned Mark was having an affair with a co-worker, that she left behind a letter pointing the finger at her husband in revenge. This morning, the prosecution changed its theory on how Julie Jensen died. The medical examiner who conducted the original autopsy now says she was suffocated. That after a jailhouse snitch told police Mark Jensen said he shoved Julie's face in a pillow because she wasn't dying fast enough from the poison.
What is the cause of death of Julie Jensen?
Asphyxia by smothering or suffocation. That's her cause of death. A contributing factor could be ethylene glycol.
The jailhouse snitch is expected.
Okay, that was some stuff. There is controversy, chat, surrounding this entire case. I don't like the fact that the original report is just vanished and aliens came down and took it. It's hiding. They have it at Area 51, allegedly. And then Maureen Lavin is fired, allegedly, because she won't cooperate. And maybe she won't cooperate because she doesn't validate law enforcement or the DA. I'm telling you, chat, this DA, I believe personally, this is not a Never Stop thing. This is just Kevin talking. So for legal reasons. This is just Kevin's opinion, not an opinion of Never Stop Media, whatever. We got to make that distinction. I think Jamboy did some serious ethics violations. I think that the higher ups all over the place were really coming down on these people. And I think they tampered with some serious stuff in order to get this conviction because they could not prove what was going on. Here is Michael Chambliss in this version of the trial admitting that he screwed up in 2008.
You're familiar with the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning?
No, I'm not.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you at one time?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at one time. I
wouldn't be able to testify at all about.
No, I would not.
Okay, so
not about ethylene glycol. I'm not an expert or even very comfortable going through the different pharmacokinetics of ethylene glycol.
So if you testified in 2008 about the phases of ethylene glycol, do you wish you hadn't?
I wish I hadn't.
Oh, I told you guys he was key. That's that, chat. False testimony from Chambliss in 2008. I don't know why they didn't push to impeach that witness. Some of you asked, is Maureen Lavin testifying? No, they are not allowing her to testify. And defense argued in pretrial motions to try to get this whole conversation in about Maureen Lavin and all these things through the testimony of Mary Mainland and then Dr. Chris Long. There's a lot of pretrial stuff about that. I didn't get a chance, Chad. I'm sorry. I was up till 2 a.m. clipping all these different things from this trial to put up on the page and TikTok and Reels and all these things. The defense argued very hard to try to get this stuff in. Milosauskas is not allowing it. Now, to clear up, I talked about this earlier. I misspoke, so we got to correct that. You guys know that if I make a mistake, I correct it right away, especially when it's pointed out or if I catch it. I said Aaron Dillard allegedly sold cocaine to Jamboy. That was incorrect, chat. Disregard that. It was allegedly Dave Thompson, the jailhouse snitch that was doing the bank robberies. So if you have been with us, we played all that old 2008 videos and we showed Dave Thompson's testimony. Allegedly, this happened like a year or something before the bond forfeiture hearing. Now, defense says that they don't believe it. There is some holes in that theory, but it is something alleged by Dave Thompson. Milosauskas will not let any of that in either, which is convenient for Kenosha to protect their public officials. If that happened, chat, it could have speculated that these snitches not only got all their crazy sentences commuted, but were also bribed in some way, some back-end alley deals. Unreal. Whew. All right, chat. I'm going to play a little entertainment for you while the break is going on. I need a safety meeting. So some of you are going to like this, some of you will not. This is my buddy. This is a video made about the protests here in Milwaukee.
When will we get justice? Oh, when will we get justice? Oh, when will we get justice? Oh, no, they don't want it, ooh. No, they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. No, they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. No, they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. They just want to feed destruction in the black and blue. Trying to shackle you, throw you in the orange shoe. I can't even watch the news, watch them misinform you. The police act the fucking fool, this shit ain't never cordial. No justice or no peace, my people open up the portal. Every single day since made the people out your marching. We don't fight for smoke, we want the freedom with no margins. Why is your submissive not convicted? It's disheartening. Bring your rubber bullets to your tear gas, we still marching. Got my brother PTTG and he still marching. Got my girl Mariah leading traffic out here marching. Catch my homie Alex rolling ready out here marching. Yeah, I see you, Jackie, with a Gabby out here marching. With a David Boy and with a bro stuff out here marching. The revolution, family freedom fighting in the marches. The revolution lives on Blood Lives Matter, don't ignore me. Our people out here dying, just another break is when will we get justice? Oh, when will we get justice? No, they don't want it, ooh. No, they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. And they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. And they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. No, they don't want to see no justice. So let's ride, we need allies on the front line. We've been learning for this moment, so it's crunch time. I'm talking time and time, spitting truth up in these lines. They forming riot lines, looking at the police cry. It's no more love for the bacon, hope the piggies die. They like to cover all their fuck-ups, then they feed you lies. How they shoot you when you sleeping in the bed, you lie. They'd rather see you lying dead than see you saving lives. I had to kick it, so I'm funked for all the freedom fighters. It's for the ones who tie the hashtags and them candle lighters. I'm from Milwaukee, but it's looking like the Carolinas. Traffic in them caravans. In the streets is where you find us. Yeah. Take it to the streets to fund the police. No justice, no peace. Yeah, take it to the streets to fund the police. No justice, no peace. Yeah. Oh, when will we get justice? Oh, when will we get justice? Oh, no, they don't want it, ooh. No, they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. No, they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. No, they don't want to see no justice, they don't want it, ooh. Black lives matter. Black women matter. Protect black women, protect black children. Protect yourselves. Fuck 12.
The witness is still under oath.
Of course, I was talking. I didn't have my mic on again. Anyway, that's by Spades, Spaides, Justice Overdue. You can
Really
find that
about
on
the
YouTube.
content
There we
of
go.
the interrogation that we saw yesterday, right?
Correct, yes.
You can hear me okay, right?
I can, thank you.
Trying to figure out a place to put all this stuff. Early on, one of the early clips we saw, you told Mark Jensen that you had eliminated Perry Tarica as doing any of that stuff at your home.
Correct, yes.
And that was because at one point you talked to Perry Tarica and discovered that he was out of state, right?
Correct.
And that's why you believed he could not have been the person leaving photographs.
Correct.
Now, the harassment that that Julie had complained of over the years, while it did include photographs, right?
Correct.
It also was heavily about phone calls to the house, correct?
Yes, and I I would prefer that we use the term images as opposed to photographs because they weren't necessarily photographs, but the term image would be a better description of what was left.
There was one photograph that was that's in existence, correct?
Correct, yes.
One image?
Yes.
And that's printed on Kodak paper, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you looked at it?
Not recently.
Okay. You don't know if it appears to be a photograph in that one instance, at least?
It does.
It does appear to be a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And the rest we don't have and we can't look at?
Correct.
I want to show you, you were shown this yesterday, and it's Exhibit S27. Let me just grab it.
Counsel, what was it that you gave?
What number is that for the record?
S27?
Thank you.
It is S27 that I gave you, right?
Correct, yes.
What is that?
That is a copy of some Pleasant Prairie Police Department reports.
You testified about this yesterday, right?
I did.
You've reviewed this before?
Yes.
And page 1 starts on January 27th of 1992.
Yes.
And the last report is December 18th, 1996, correct?
Yes.
And this is a compilation of the police calls to the Jensen households between those years, correct?
Yes.
And it outlines, if you go one by one, it outlines what the different calls for service were, correct?
Correct.
And the responses?
Sometimes.
Okay. In the interrogation yesterday that we saw in 1999, you talked about this ongoing issue with the photographs, correct? Or the images, as you'd like to call them?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to review a handful of these. Okay, I mean, they're not that many really, right?
Yes.
And if you could just page along with me, but the first one, I guess if you look at, well, page 1 and 2 is January 27th, 1992, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and that just says,
Oh, I don't know what's happening in chat.
January 29th, 1992, suspicious problem, no other details.
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
January 30th, 1992, gone for the weekend.
Yes.
February 20th, 92, vacation times reported.
Yes.
And June 16th of 92, there was a call because a car was parked across the street for too long.
Yes.
May 8th of 93, a belief that someone had entered the residence and moved items.
Yes.
November 4th, 93, there's a complaint about receiving annoying phone calls, hangups, and harassments.
Yes.
You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the first time that something is reported, and it was reported about phone calls.
Yes.
Nothing about photographs reported in that complaint.
Yes.
November 4th, 1993, receiving annoying phone calls, hang-ups. No, I just read that one, didn't I? Sorry. October 21st, 1994, Julie Jensen complaining that there were black males in the neighborhood selling magazines.
Yes.
October 22nd, 94, a repeat of the same complaint.
Yes.
On Christmas of 94, their Christmas tree lights were damaged, and they complained about that. Or she complained about that. She's the caller, right?
Yes.
January 19th of 1995, it just says, from what I can tell, there's nothing, right?
Correct. It's an extra patrol complaint.
January 21st of 95, there's a trespass to land, and there was a person that was cited, correct?
Yes.
May 27th of 95, nothing seems to be noted except that Perry Tarika is listed on that report.
Are you talking about the dated 5/27/95?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And then finally on, and this isn't the last report in the whole packet, but I guess for the first time, and it's August 25th of 1995, there's a report about photographs being found.
Yes.
And in that report, it indicates that they, on April 25th, produced photos that had been found from July and earlier, correct?
Yes.
I want to make sure I said that right. On August 25th, it was reported that they had kind of collected photos from earlier, and they were turning them over on the 25th.
Makes reference to August 23rd. You're correct. Yes, sir.
To July 3rd.
So, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
You are correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's very possible I said it wrong.
We're good. Thank you.
Now, yesterday during the interrogation, you were asking Mark Jensen about finding photographs, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me. And he told you some of that stuff, and this is on page 52 of the transcript. Okay, thank you. He told you some of the stuff I would accumulate, and then I'd say I found it in the shed. I'd say I found it in the shed. He went on to say, and it would be a way of giving it to her without saying I've been hanging on to the stuff basically. Yeah, I'm sorry. And it would be a way of giving it to her without saying I've been hanging on to this stuff basically. I mean, but in terms of I was not coming up with this stuff. And he went on. I mean, this falls into the same trap as the phone calls. I know that Julie told me at one point that everyone thought that I was making the phone calls, and yet we'd be sitting on the couch in the living room together. Question, a hum, and the phone would ring. Answer, and the phone would ring. I mean, it couldn't possibly. I'm sitting there with her, so she knew it wasn't me. There's a time when the pictures, I know. Question, so you misled her, which in turn misled the police? Answer, the police, yes. I mean, it was not a malicious standpoint, it was. You characterized this yesterday as him acknowledging that he was the one leaving photographs, right?
Yes.
And what he actually told you is that they had accumulated and then he would show her, correct?
Yes.
And that's consistent with the report from August 25th of 1995 that you just read, right?
I didn't read it completely, but yes, I believe it's consistent.
That these photographs would accumulate and then they'd be turned over.
Yes.
Now you're also aware, we talked yesterday, and we'll get into this in a little bit, about Julie Jensen's log, right?
Yes.
That was her log of harassment.
Correct.
Yeah, and fair to say the vast majority of that is detailing phone calls.
Possibly, yes.
That you'd agree with that?
Yes.
And it does reference, though, this issue of pictures, correct?
It does.
And if you need to see it, that's fine. Just let me know. But this is consistent with her discussing in that log accumulating things and turning it over to Officer Kosman. They talked about a garbage bag full of evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. You remember seeing that?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that after Mark had explained that photos were received at the office, I want to make sure I said that right, that after Mark had said that photos had been received in the mail at the office, that you talked to support staff in his office who opened the mail, and you determined that they had never experienced that, correct?
In Mr. Jensen's interview, I said, would you?
Yesterday testifying.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I did. I thought you were referring to the video. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. But yes, you are correct.
That's fair. I mean, I guess, jumped from something that happened in 1999 to something that happened in 2023.
Yes, I thought you were referring to the video again. But yes, that was part of my investigation. I did speak with the staff at Mark Jensen's office.
And which office did you speak to?
The Racine office.
Of Stiffel?
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you about the interrogation.
Thank you.
Counsel, I'm looking at page 51, lines 25 to 52, and this was all read yesterday.
I'm sorry, counsel, which lines?
Lines 25 to page 52, line 4. This is Mark Jensen speaking at the beginning. He says, no, they were, the ones that were mailed to the office were early on in the first year or two. Question, Answer, that is when I was at, and it says unintelligible, in Milwaukee. That was when I got stuff in the mail. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you speak to anyone at either the Prudential office or Baird office in Milwaukee?
No.
You only spoke to the employees at Stiffel, where Mark started working in 1998, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned earlier that there's the one photo that was kept, and the other pictures have been destroyed. Were
Correct.
those ever fingerprinted?
No.
You talked in the interview and the interrogation about whether Mark Jensen wrote anything on these pictures, right?
Correct. Yes.
You never asked him to identify anything he specifically wrote.
Correct.
He never said he created any of the photos.
I don't believe so.
He told you that his wife was upset by the photos
Yes.
and that he was reluctant to tell her he had received one, and then ultimately he would tell her or show her.
Yes.
I want to clarify something from the interrogation yesterday. We were shown a clip where Mr. Jensen denied there being any sexual violence or anything sexual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's some necessary context to that. 5 pages earlier, because you had been suggesting different ideas you had of how Mark Jensen would have caused Julie Jensen's death, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were just, again, like we talked about earlier today, you're trying to make it easy. You're trying to propose ways for Mark Jensen to confess to you.
Yes.
And so you were coming up with these theories, right?
Yes.
And 5 pages earlier, you had suggested to him that her death was an autoerotic death and that he and Julie were playing around sexually.
Yes. Yes. Are you reading that off the transcript?
Well, I read it off the transcript, just not right now. I mean, do you remember suggesting that to him?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And his response of there not being any sexual violence or anything sexually, that's in context of you having proposed that to him.
I would have to see the transcript. But I recall saying that, and Mark and I had that conversation. But
it didn't come out of the blue.
No, it did not. If you had a copy of the transcript for me, I could be more efficient, if you will.
I'm not sure what this has been. You've marked this, the portion. I'm just going to show you.
I have no objection using that.
I need this back, but this
Okay,
is
very good, sir.
just reading the bottom of the highlighted part on the bottom of 67. What does that say?
Okay, you would like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Yes. Now, have you ever heard of erotic death or autoerotic death or something like that?
And for the record, the number of the exhibit he was reading from?
Well, for the record, he was reading from.
Was the
I'll have to have it marked, this page.
I'm doing that for the higher authorities.
Um,
And we do have to make a good record. So that's all I'm trying to do. Somebody has to tell me what exhibit he was reading from.
Sure, and it wasn't an exhibit because partial transcript was
The whole transcript. I think we should print an entire copy of the interview and mark it as an exhibit. And
Whatever you wish to do.
And but I'll do that. I'll do that over the lunch hour, and I'll
And then just remind us, and we'll put it into the record.
The state has no objection to this method of examination, however, Your Honor.
This is exhibit 52 that you just read from, right?
Yes, it is.
And that's page 67 of the transcript of your interrogation.
Yes.
One of the latter segments that we watched yesterday was Mark Jensen describing Julie Jensen on the morning of December 3rd, correct?
Yes.
He described that she was taking very deep breaths
Yes.
as she sat up in bed with Mark's assistance.
Yes.
You asked, was she talking? He answered, hardly.
Yes.
Counsel, do you know which page of the transcript you're looking at?
I wasn't. Page 89 to 94.
Thank you.
He told you, I want to say she indicated that she was okay.
Yes.
And he also told you she took the other sleeping pill after the kids went to school.
Yes.
He was later asked, why would you roll her on her side while she's sleeping? Do you remember asking him that?
Yes.
And he answered, because she was having, the baby thing with kids, you don't lay them flat on your back because if they cough like that.
Yes.
He told you he tried to feed her. She wouldn't eat, didn't drink water the last day.
No, you're speaking of the transcript from yesterday, correct?
That's right.
Yes. Okay. It would be most helpful maybe if I had a transcript, but so I could be accurate. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to be accurate. So.
No, I know. I'll grab what was submitted yesterday. Do this to refresh, see if that will refresh your memory.
Very good, sir. This entire page?
Yeah, hang on to this for right now. I'm showing you the pages I'll ask you about were pages that were admitted yesterday. Right now you're on page 103, correct?
Yes, it is. I am.
And that's the page where Mark Jensen told you that he rolled her on her side because of the baby thing with kids. You don't lay them flat on their back, right?
Yes.
On page 118 to 119, let me know when you're there.
Yes.
You want to read through those pages real quick, just to yourself?
Yes.
He told you he tried to feed her, she wouldn't eat, didn't drink water that last day.
Yes.
She tried Thursday morning but choked on it, referring to water, right?
Yes.
Do you want to take a look at 137 to 142?
Yes.
He described that she had bad breathing on the morning of December 3rd.
Yes.
We heard a small portion of the book that was read by you yesterday, right?
Yes.
You read out loud the words, "I walked in the door and approaching the receptionist counter explained, Julie was here yesterday to see Dr. Borman. He gave her some samples last night. She woke me up acting drunk and blaming it on this." I said, showing her the printout. That's consistent with what he told you in the interrogation on April 21st, 1999, correct?
Yes.
Prior to this April 21st interrogation, you had received the autopsy report.
Yes.
The autopsy report didn't have any opinion or conclusion as to cause or manner of death, right?
Yes.
And you had, like we talked about earlier this morning, you were under the misimpression that ethylene glycol had been ruled out, correct?
Yes.
And we talked about with the whole autoerotic death suggestion, you were trying to come up with a narrative that would explain that Mark Jensen could agree to for you, right?
Yes.
In addition to your sexual violence proposal to him, you had another idea regarding asphyxiation, correct?
I may have.
I'm going to give you the transcript back so you can follow along so you can remember exactly, okay?
Thank you.
What page you into, counsel? Okay.
If you go to page 75 to 76, 75 starting at line 24.
Page 75, line 24, sir.
Yeah, and read to yourself to line 3 on page 76, I think.
Okay.
You suggested to him You said her arm was actually here. I'll show you how she was. Okay. Her arm is actually across her body like that. Okay. And it's an unnatural position. Do you sleep on when you're on your side with your arm across like that? You asked him that, correct?
Yes.
I want you to go to page 98 to 99 now. 98 starting on line 25.
Page 98, line 5.
Line 25.
25, thank you.
And read to yourself to 99, line 16.
Yes, sir.
You told Mark Jensen, I know there was some type of contact there. There had to be in this chest area, Mark. There's no question about that. And the only person that could have done that was you. I'm thinking before you left, you pushed on her maybe. Now, she was frail at the time. She was frail. You said she was labored breathing. That makes sense, and I believe that. Okay, I know that probably happened, but she's frail. And you just innocently, I don't want to, pushed her like that. And could that have caused something? I mean, we have petechia of the lungs. There's some type of contact here in the throat. There's also been an indication on the throat, as I showed you in Dr. Chambliss's report. It did not just appear there. Something and somebody had to touch her. That's the only way it could get there. There's no doubt about that. And did you push her, touch her on the throat maybe? Maybe like this? Did you say that to Mark Jensen?
I did, yes.
I'm going to ask you to go to page 152, lines 3 to 6.
Lines 3 to 6, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
You told Mr. Jensen, maybe when you pulled her over this way, you pushed her back on the chest and then went back and brought her up again. You know, you would have pushed her back.
Yes, I asked that question.
Can I ask you to go to page 161, lines 19 through 20?
Yes, sir.
You told him, we still have to explain the nose part, the head pushed into the pillow. How are we going to explain that? I mean, that's there, right?
Yes.
Finally, I'm going to ask you to go to 162, lines 4 to 9.
Yes, sir.
Said something had to push it down. There's 3 things that happened here. Head being pushed, the nose, some type of contact here at the throat, and some type of contact here in the chest. Okay, we know that happened, okay? You were the only one there. You had to do something, Mark. Did you say that to Mark Jensen?
I did.
It's pretty obvious a transcript of that interrogation is played since we've just been reading it, right?
Correct, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about Julie Jensen's log the harassment log?
Yes.
I'm going to give you State's Exhibit 34. Is that the log that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 34.
Okay, and starting at page 33, that's where it starts, right?
Actually have it starting at page 31 in this log, sir.
Okay, well, if you could go to page 33.
I'm there.
All right, and that's what you see on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and it details hang-ups and incidents at the house, right?
That is correct, yes.
And if you could find page 38.
I'm there, sir.
Okay, is that what's on the screen?
The top half of it is yes.
All right. Well, the top half is the part I'm mostly
Very good.
interested in at the moment. And it says June 3rd, 1996, Detective Ratsberg called with results of subpoena for trace of phone calls received April 19th, 96. April 19th, 1996, Friday, 10:01 p.m., calling Mark an asshole. So you're understanding that was referring to a phone call that had been reported to you?
Yes.
And it says, came from low-income apartment on west side of town. Woman didn't know any of us, but said other people used her phone. Detective asked if we knew any of the following: Tina Thomas, Steve Daniels, Jenny Gunderson, or Frank Espinoza. Neither Mark or I know any of these names. Do you see that?
Yes, that's in Julie Jensen's log.
In her log, you reviewed this prior to testifying here yesterday?
Yes.
Log? Nowhere is there a report in this log that Mark Jensen was receiving photos in the mail at work between 1996 and 1998.
I don't know. I would have to go through it, but you're not trying to trick me or anything, are you? Okay, then that would be fair.
And consistent with that, as your investigation turned up, no one at Stifel recalled receiving any photos in the mail.
Correct.
Now, page 40 in the log, at the bottom, I think. Scroll to the bottom. The kind of bottom line says, I think that's December 26, 1996, right?
Yes.
It says phone calls to Mark's office and asked secretary if received postcard.
Yes.
Now, you do know something about this postcard, don't you?
I do.
There was a postcard that was received at his office,
Yes,
and that did have handwriting on it.
it did. Yes.
And that's the only sort of thing related to any of this harassment that was submitted to the crime lab.
Yes.
And the crime lab determined it was not Mark Jensen's handwriting, correct?
Correct, yes.
Tucked in the beginning of, I guess in the inside cover of that log are some letters from Ameritech, aren't there?
There are, yes.
And there's a letter dated September 27th, 1995. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I've got this marked as Defense Exhibit 51.
Yes. I recognize it. Has it been marked as an exhibit? It's part of that exhibit. Okay.
Part of that exhibit, I marked it as a separate exhibit.
Okay. Thank you.
And there's a packet of information here, and I want you to please confirm that you have those materials in front of you.
Thank you. I've reviewed them.
That's consistent with what's inside the cover of the log?
Yes.
And that letter from Ameritech, it has, it's notifying Mark and Julie Jensen that we recently placed tracing equipment on your telephone line.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then in the bottom right corner is handwritten 11/14/95. Do you see that? It says we'll start 11/15 for another 3 weeks.
Sorry, Mr. Perry, I got several pages here. Yes, I see it now. Yes.
Okay. November 14th, there's a note, we'll start 11/15 for another 3 weeks, report calls, right?
Yes.
And then there's some notes at the bottom of that letter that says calls from out of state, question mark, payphones, question mark, cellular car, question mark, local only, question mark.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to pull up
The log again.
yeah, and if you could, page 36 of the log.
Yes.
There are calls reported on November 14th, November 15th, November 20th, 2 on the 22nd, November 24th, November 26th, right?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that these could not be tracked because they were out of area, correct?
Correct.
Out of area to you meant out of state,
Correct.
not something within the same area code.
Yes.
Yes, not something without in the same area code.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a little bit about Julie Jensen's day planner.
Yes.
You have it opened up?
I do.
Okay. That's the cover of it, right? That's the first page, at least, not the cover, but the first page that's on the screen.
Yes.
What does it say on the top right corner, kind of vertical?
It has Scott McCraig / Kelly Labonte.
Okay. And this is Julie Jensen's day planner.
It is.
On, if you could go to March 18th.
Of 1998, sir?
Yes. I mean, I think this whole thing is 1998, right?
Yes. I'm there at March 18th.
Okay. You see an entry for TurboTax?
I do, yes.
Is that consistent with your investigation that you learned that Julie Jensen did finances on the Jensen home computer?
Yes.
You were asked yesterday on direct exam about entries in December of 1998.
Yes.
On December 7th.
Yes.
You see an entry for Little Bears.
I do, yes.
And you know that that's the daycare for their youngest son?
Yes.
And that's a regularly scheduled thing that appears in the calendar, right?
It is.
On December 7th, it lists book club.
Yes.
You can see on this page that's on the screen right now, you see that heart that you talked about.
Yes.
That's for heart guard medicine or heartworm medicine for dogs, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know, did you ever learn what time the dog would be taken out in the morning at the Jensen household?
No.
You see the Stifel Christmas party noted on that page?
Yes, December 11th, 1998, Stifel Christmas party.
You have no idea if she planned on attending that.
I have no idea.
The following week of December 14th, you see Little Bears, piano, kids castle, French club. Those are the entries basically, right?
Correct, yes.
These are all entries for events scheduled for her kids.
Yes.
The week of December 21st.
Yes.
Again, the daycare, last day of school, right?
Yes.
You don't see any notation of any Christmas parties or holiday parties?
No.
You have no idea when these regularly scheduled events were put in her calendar?
No.
If you could go, I guess, back in time to September 28th.
Yes.
There's a note about apply to hospital, right?
Yes, there is.
Do you know if she applied at a hospital?
No, I don't.
On October 16th, it says volunteer. Do you know if she volunteered or where that was at?
I don't know.
You didn't follow up in December of 1998 in terms of the events on her calendar that preceded her death in terms of if she attended or her activities following up with those, did you?
No, I didn't.
That's fine.
What's been marked as Defense Exhibit 48 and 49.
Yes.
Of course, I handed those to you, and I don't have marked. Which one's 48?
University of Wisconsin Parkside. It's a two-page document marked as D48.
And the other one's 49?
Yes, sir.
And that's certified. That's a certified copy of a transcript for Gateway Technical College?
Yes, that is listed as Defense Exhibit D49 from Gateway Technical College.
Starting with D49 from Gateway Technical College, that's a transcript for Julie Jensen, correct?
It is.
And it indicates that in 1996, she took a course called Human Body Structure and Function.
Yes.
And received an A in it, correct?
Yes.
And the transcript from UW Parkside on D48. You have that in front of you?
I do, yes.
Okay. It includes courses Bioscience and Intro into Human Development.
Yes.
In the spring of 1978, she took Nutrition and General Chemistry.
Yes.
Took Principles of Human Physiology.
Yes.
She took a class called Death and Dying.
Yes. All of them? I still have this here if you want to look this right away.
As of 1998, how many years of experience had you had?
Oh, that would be an estimate. 12 to 15 would be an estimate.
Okay, and that was writing reports
Yes.
as an officer, then a detective.
Yes. I started at the police department on the auxiliary. I was, yes, I had continually got promoted, and I was a detective sergeant at the time in 1998.
Okay, trained to be as accurate as possible in your reports.
Yes.
You've worked on thousands of cases.
Yes.
You need to keep detailed reports because you need to have a record to remember what happened.
Correct. Yes.
And other people need to be able to look at those reports.
Yes.
And rely on them.
Yes.
And you've been trained to do reports as soon after an incident as possible.
Try to, yes.
If you don't promptly note it, it can be difficult to remember it.
Absolutely.
I mean, today we're talking about something that happened in 1998, right?
We are.
And include all the information you think is important. That's fair?
Yes. Fair.
Do you remember interviewing Laura Shore in this case? And if you don't, or if you need to see your report in this matter, just let me know.
Yes, I am going to need to see that, sir.
Chat, we talked about how Julie had nursing background, and we just found out how much schooling and information she had about specific things related to the body. Specific things.
I handed you what's stamped at the bottom, 973. Is that from your police summary? Your narrative report, I mean?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You can just read it to yourself and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
When you interviewed Laura Shore, all those things about documenting the important stuff was at play when you typed this up, right?
Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't have put something in here that wasn't told to you, correct?
Yes.
Laura Shore told you that she spoke with Julie Jensen, and she related that Julie had a job lined up at Bradford and was to start on December 7th, 1998. Correct?
Correct.
That's something that Laura Shore told you?
Yes.
That Julie Jensen told her that she had a job at Bradford High School and start date was December 7th, 1998.
Correct.
You testified yesterday about talking with Dave Nearing.
I did.
And that although you don't have any report that he told you in 2002 or 2004 about some sketchbook of penis drawings.
Yes.
And you didn't document any of that.
Correct.
And this conversation that you remember happened, by your estimation, 18 to 20 years ago.
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's start with the photos. And it was Mark Jensen that told you about photos being mailed to him at the office, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, I'll direct your attention to page 43 of the transcript of your interview. And as I've indicated, Your Honor, the state's going to be producing a copy to be marked as an exhibit. Is the television turned on? Because it's not coming up there.
She might have to switch it to you.
So, who?
Is it on?
There we go. Can you read it? Do you recall posing the following question to Mark Jensen? Question, and I just want you to cooperate with me so we can get down to the bottom. Now, you left the photos around there, right? Am I right on that? Can you give me that? Did you leave some of them there? Answer, there were times when I'd get stuff in the mail. I wouldn't give it to her initially because it would cause a great deal of upset, and that wasn't helping us. Is that the question you posed to him and the answer he gave?
Yes.
And then he went on to say, answer, there were times I just threw them away when I got them, but I mean, in terms of having the photos. Question, did you leave them around the house? Answer, no, I did not. I mean, absolutely not. I mean, but there were times when I would just throw them away, when I would stick them someplace like in the garage for a while and then bring them out. So she knew what was going on. Question, so that I'm clear here, I don't understand. Answer, in terms of question, you get a photograph in the mail with her in it showing her with a man's penis. Answer, yeah, and that was the stuff. It was very early on. I got that in the mail. I mean at the office. Question, okay, answer, in the mail. So Mark Jensen was telling you early on that he was receiving these communications in the mail at the office, correct?
Yes.
Page 50, line 15. Line 19. And then do you recall posing the following question in counsel? This is page 50, line 19. Question, and you ended up showing the majority of them to her? Answer, exactly. Question, although they, go ahead please, answer. How many times do you have to see pictures like that and get reminded of it before you kind of go, man, it's not worth it. It gets old. You put it away. And I'd put them away, and then something would happen, and I'd get pissed off, and I'd pull them out, and I'd say, I found these in the shed. Question, when in fact you had them. Answer, I had them. I mean, they'd accumulate them for weeks. Question, now why would somebody send them to you in the mail? I don't understand that. I mean, we cleared Perry of doing it. Answer, I have no idea. So those questions and answers were posed to you?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the conversation about Mark Jensen going to see Dr. Borman, let me go to directing the court and counsel's attention to page, I think it's page 13, line 1.
Did you want those on the screen, sir?
I am going to.
Okay.
Question. This is what, in fact, I marked some of the things in here because you seem to indicate to me that you thought that she could have died from some type of overdose or an allergic reaction to the Paxil and Abrium, which you meant to say Ambien. I think it was that she was prescribed. Answer, okay. Question, right? And then you supplied me with answer, well, that's what was here. Question, this here, which makes you know her unsteadiness and all of that. Answer, because you mentioned, question, because you mentioned, and yeah, I don't want to get the dates mixed up, but this was on the second that you were concerned you went to see over to Dr. Borman's, right? Correct. Question, okay, and what happened? Okay, she was not feeling well. You called Dr. Borman to begin with. She did. Answer, right. Question, okay, what happened after that? Answer, she saw him Tuesday. Question, which would have been what when you say Tuesday? The first. Question, the first, okay. Answer, the night of the first, early morning of the second, it was when we got this off the internet. Second, or yeah, it would have been Tuesday night. Wednesday morning, I went and saw Borman. I didn't call him. I just went over to the office. Do you recall that, posing those questions and getting those answers?
Yes.
Now, And then answer, he gave me the prescription for the sleeping pills Wednesday morning, right? Question, right, that was answer, the Ambien. Question, Ambien, right. Now, when he was describing this, the purpose of showing her the printout about the Paxil was to explain why she was feeling intoxicated in the early morning hours of December 2nd, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Well, he explained to you why he pulled up the paroxetine, the paper about paroxetine and Paxil, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And it was because she was acting like she was drunk in the middle of the night on December 2nd, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, and those signs you've learned in the course of this investigation, that behaving as though feeling as though you're intoxicated, that's a sign of ethylene glycol, the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, correct?
It is the first stage, yes.
And so if somebody had knowingly ingested ethylene glycol on the evening of the first, that person would understand why they're feeling intoxicated.
Objection, speculation.
Well, I allowed the first.
Speculation, Your Honor. If the person is researched,
I'll allow it. I allowed the first one. This is the lead detective. Go ahead.
So if somebody has ingested and knowingly and intentionally ingested ethylene glycol in the evening of the December 1st, and then they're feeling intoxicated in the early morning hours of December 2nd, they wouldn't have any questions about why they were feeling that way. They'd know that that's the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning. Correct?
That is correct, yes.
But Mark Jensen indicated to you that Julie was feeling intoxicated and she was rubbing her knees and was wondering why that was, and that's why he pulled up the description of paroxetine or Paxil. Isn't that true?
Yes, it is true.
Now, so Julie didn't know why she was feeling intoxicated.
Yes.
So isn't it convenient to have her ingest something that he can pull up stuff on the internet that makes it sound like, well, this is a possible side effect of Paxil?
Objection, argumentative.
It was convenient for Mark Jensen to do that, wasn't it?
Why don't you just rephrase it, Mr. Chairman?
Well, where is the exhibit on paroxetine? Is that?
I think they're. Let's try to keep the exhibits on the table up here.
Oh, I see. Your attention to defense exhibit 50, and Your Honor, I believe the text exhibit 50 in evidence.
50 will be received.
So there were certain portions of that exhibit that had been. There was an asterisk placed next to it, and then another one where was asterisk placed next to it, and it was underlined, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you find the part that was asterisked and underlined?
That would be page 22 of 25, and there's a star there, and the item next to it is nervous system.
Thank you. That was underlined, so show me the part that's underlined. Show me the part that's underlined.
Page 25.
Oh, right there.
Yes.
That's page 25, correct?
Yes.
And I'll go back to my microphone so that the. No, I need the document. Okay, so the The asterisk was on page 22. Asterisk, and then it reads nervous system, frequent, amnesia, CNS stimulation, concentration impaired, depression, emotional liability, vertigo. And then after that, infrequent, abnormal thinking, akinesia, alcohol abuse, ataxia, convulsion, depersonalization, hallucination, hyperkinesia, a whole bunch of stuff. And then rare refers to a number of rare circumstances. But then we go to page 25, which is not only asterisk, then there are certain portions of it which has an asterisk next to it. And underlined were the words, any drug which affects the central nervous system can cause drowsiness or lethargy. Avoid drinking alcohol. Those were the parts that were underlined, correct?
Yes.
So listed on page 22, one of the things that's listed as a frequent problem is vertigo, correct?
Yes.
Concentration impaired.
Yes.
Some of the symptoms that Julie was manifesting in the early morning hours of December 2nd, 1998. Correct?
Yes.
So it was convenient, wasn't it, for Mr. Jensen to be able to pull this off the internet and show it to Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes.
Now, he made reference to showing her on the computer, but in fact, it wasn't on the computer. He printed it off the computer, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Now, if she was able to get up, he could have just shown it to her on the computer, correct?
Yes.
But actually what he did, he printed it out.
Yes.
And that suggests to you that he printed it off the computer and then he took it into the bedroom to show it to her.
Had to have. Yes.
Now, if Julie Jensen had intentionally ingested ethylene glycol in the evening hours of December 1st, 1998, she would fully expect to be feeling intoxicated in the early morning hours of December 2nd, 1998, correct?
That's very likely. Yes.
But the reasonable inference to draw from this is that she didn't expect to feel intoxicated in the early morning hours of December 2nd, 1998.
Yes.
And further, you're aware of the fact that later at around 10 o'clock on the morning of December 2nd, when she was talking to Margaret Voigt, she was again feeling these symptoms, correct?
I object to the just endless leading right now.
Why don't you rephrase it, Mr. Chairman?
Do you recall that later, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Julie Jensen spoke to somebody over the telephone?
Yes.
Who did she speak to?
The Voights, the neighbors to the south.
Well, she spoke to Margaret Voigt in particular, correct?
She did. Yes.
And Margaret Voigt had observed, had she not made certain observations about the way Julie sounded?
Yes.
And what did she indicate about the way Julie sounded?
She sounded drunk or possibly disorientated.
And furthermore, Julie had said at that point, whoa, this medication, she didn't expect to have that impact on her, correct?
Yes.
So even at 10 o'clock in the morning, Julie Jensen was still confused about why she was feeling this way.
Yes.
Which would suggest that she did not know she had ingested ethylene glycol.
Absolutely.
But there was somebody that knew that she'd ingested ethylene glycol.
I'm sure there was.
And pulling off the side effects on paroxetine would be a convenient way to mislead Julie, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Nothing further.
Recross.
Yeah, just a few questions.
Sure.
Characterize this correctly. You just testified on redirect that if a person had taken ethylene glycol, they would have known why they were feeling intoxicated, right?
Yes.
And that there would have been no reason for wondering why she felt intoxicated.
Correct.
All of that assumes she was being honest with Mark Jensen about her intoxication and having taken ethylene glycol.
Yes.
You said even at 10 a.m. with her call to Mrs. Voigt, that Julie was confused about why she felt this way, right?
Correct.
Again, that assumes that she would have called and been honest about having taken ethylene glycol.
Can you repeat that one more time, the last part?
That assumes honesty, right? It assumes that Julie Jensen was being forthright with her neighbor about having taken ethylene glycol.
Objection. That question is argumentative, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead, answer it.
Assuming that she was being honest, yes. Is that possible? Yes.
Now, have you studied ethylene glycol poisoning?
A little bit.
Yeah. Are you familiar with all of the symptoms of phase 1?
No.
Are you able to look at that list of symptoms of paroxetine, of Paxil, and is it your testimony that those are the exact same symptoms as ethylene glycol poisoning?
They're not. The one that I'm familiar with the first stage is the drunkenness, because ethylene glycol actually has alcohol in it. So that's how I know that.
Why don't you let him finish his answer?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought he had.
Oh.
That's the only similarity that you saw, correct?
Yes.
Now, you just came to a conclusion that because it was printed off, that meant he had to have taken it to her in the bedroom, right?
I'm trying to recall if he told me that or not, and I just don't remember without reviewing it.
Can you take notes on something without printing it off?
Yes. Say that one more time.
Can you take notes on a document without having printed it off?
No.
I mean, you can now, but
Yes.
In 1998 you couldn't, right?
Yes. Not that I'm aware of. Let me put it that way.
That's all.
Thank you.
We're done with this witness. Thank you. Do we have all the exhibits?
Yeah, and I need to move a number into evidence.
Yeah. I don't want any on the attorney's desks, as we will not be able to find them. Let's start moving in what you want to move in. And please use the microphone so we all can hear. Do we have any exhibits there? Put them over here.
All right, chat. What do you guys think? Did Jensen's defense attorney Perry destroy the detective's testimony? Did he create a lot of doubt? Did he point out a lot of investigatory issues? Evidence not being collected, not being tested. Then we find out, chat, I told you in previous live streams that Julie Jensen had a nursing background. Nobody wanted to listen to me. And we found out that she took specific classes.
To evidence exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52.
All right, those are received. Does the state have anything they wish to move in at this time?
I'd moved it in earlier, Your Honor. I don't think
You
there's any-
already moved them in?
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't think there's any more at this juncture. We will be moving in the transcript of the interview at a later
Just
time.
remind us when we come back, okay?
Yes.
Okay, folks. 50's already been received? All right, so it's been received for the record 50 once before.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Okay, have a good lunch, 1:15. Thank you.
So, as I was saying, we find out in this testimony that Julie Jensen took classes at a local college in Kenosha, specific to the body functions, to the results of chemicals and things like that, and death when it pertains to the body. This is all very
Hey,
interesting.
we're holding the
chat.
jury.
I got it. We'll get one away.
This is all very, very interesting. I told you guys something is not right with this case. We've said it before. I like the defense's theory that Julie was trying to frame Mark Jensen for attempted murder. Attempted, chat. Everyone needs to stop focusing on, she wouldn't have unalived herself. Stop focusing on that. You are focusing on the wrong stuff. I don't believe she intentionally unalived herself either. I've said that a million times. I don't know why we keep arguing about that on this channel. The original plan, according to defense, was she was trying to frame him for attempted murder. And defense is placing these key little elements that are supporting that claim. I told you guys before, something was wrong with the letter. I didn't trust it. It was too suspect. There were too many details prior to any of this stuff happening. I told you I didn't trust her going to the neighbors all of a sudden in these last couple of months leading up to her death. She's painting the picture. She's laying out these little puzzle pieces. She's setting the stage for the attempted murder. I've made the accusation that she has drank the antifreeze herself, and all of you pretty much disagreed with me, and you've all come up with your own little rebuttals to that, which is awesome. We love that. However, we just heard that we know the effects of glycol-ethylene is that you feel drunk. And we just heard that she was well enough to tell neighbors about her symptoms. So that debunks all of your theories. Chat. I know none of us like this guy. All of us want to find this guy guilty. I know we do. But I don't think we can, chat. I don't think we can. There is too much doubt, and we cannot convict somebody unless it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't think we have that. Anywhere in this trial, I don't think we have that. And we are finding out that there has been so much evidence tampering, evidence that has gone missing. Mice are eating evidence at this point in this trial. Witnesses testifying to just bizarre stuff. People not coming forward for 9 years. So that debunks all of you guys trying to say, well, oh, of course they don't remember stuff. No, people knew shit 9 years earlier, and people aren't coming forward until all of a sudden all these details come out when he's arrested in 2002. More details come out in 2007 at the bond forfeiture hearing. Then all of a sudden people are regurgitating stuff. We find out that there could have been another way that the jailhouse snitch, Aaron Dillard, who claims Mark Jensen confessed, he could have read the transcript from the police interrogation since that was given 4 days earlier prior to Aaron Dillard arriving in the same jail as Mark. That lays out too. And what's convenient is that he regurgitates specifically what that document says, what that transcript says. And then the other snitches, the multitude of snitches, regurgitate the exact same details, exactly specific to the police interrogation. We have the pathologist, the original pathologist, Dr. Maureen Lavin, who loses, well, she doesn't, but her pathology report goes missing, gone. Then we find out there's an allegation. There's an allegation that the original medical examiner lady, the pathology lady, Maureen Lavin, did not agree with anything that law enforcement or District Attorney Bob Jamboy were saying regarding this case. And then she's fired. Jamboy's version of it is that she refused to answer questions and he had her fired for that. Something is wrong with this case, chat. They screwed it up from the beginning. Here's what I'll say to sort of, I don't know if I want to use the verbiage, give credit to them, but you gotta think, right? In any high profile case, the higher ups from the DA's office, the Attorney General, probably the chiefs of police, there is a lot of pressure put on them. And they're putting pressure on the lower, echelon of people, right? So these detectives, Jamboy, all of these things, they take 10 years to investigate this entire case, and they cannot figure out anything. They cannot figure out anything. They don't know the causes of death. First, it's Benadryl. Then it's he smothered her. Then it's we don't know. Then maybe it's sexual asphyxiation. There's all types. They don't know anything. And I think they needed a conviction. They needed to charge him because of the pressure that was put on them. We're hearing an allegation that allegedly a jailhouse snitch sold cocaine to Bob Jamboy before the 2007 bond forfeiture hearing. Now, a lot of these things Milosauskas is not letting in. He yelled at the defense team for trying to bring this stuff up. Some of it was brought up in the 2008 trial. Milosauskas yelled at the defense team that they are not allowed to bring this up. He quoted that this was Bush League, which kind of made me laugh, right? Bush League is a race car term, just under NASCAR. So, that the defense attorneys were making a Bush League argument and that it was unprofessional to be having these accusations be thrown around. I'm telling you, chat, for those of you that are not from Kenosha, Kenosha protects the liability of the city. And I would safely have to assume, let's just say it's plausible for legal reasons. Let's say it's plausible that they are protecting the liability of the city for screwing things up so bad. And Jamboy, it's plausible that Jamboy was so desperate because of the pressure put on him that he made some very questionable ethics decisions that could have drastically tampered with this entire case from day one. That is my thought, chat. That is my thought. So, we got some drama going on over here. So most of you know I don't actually live in a place. I stay in an Airbnb because of all the death threats and the stalking and all the things. And my landlords are cool and let me stay and all of that fun jazz. And apparently we had an Airbnb guest that overstayed their welcome, and my owners had no idea. I wish I would have known. They usually tell me a bunch of stuff, and then I keep an eye out. I wish I would have known. I could have told them. But, yeah, so if you hear some banging and knocking around, they're changing locks on the building. That is what is happening there, chat. I've got some stuff to do, unfortunately, today, chat. I need to take care of some things. So I'm going to play, I think I said this yesterday, I'm going to play some hiking stuff. It's obviously more fun. It's not depressing stuff. We talk about a lot of depressing things on the channel, and as interesting as all of that is, sometimes we got to take a break from some of that, because it does affect all of us, and it affects me especially. So I'm just going to play some hiking videos on the break today, because I got to be walking around. I got to be on the phone. I don't have time to be pulling up a bunch of special clips for you guys. So I apologize for that. But, we don't primarily sit and live stream trials. We actually, investigate situations, so we can write these investigative articles and things like that. So I need to file some open records requests. I got to make some phone calls and follow up with some things for these stories that I've been kind of dragging on. The TikTok story I've paused, which sucks, because I'm really passionate about that story and bringing that young girl justice. This Judge Doral campaign manager criminal investigation, I've kind of paused on that. I got a thing in Kenosha that I'm looking into to expose a public official. I got to follow up on that. This article about the Kenosha curfew, I keep telling you guys I'm going to be releasing this. It's taking forever because I'm doing nothing but this trial right now. So I got a lot of things, chat. I apologize. So this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. So hopefully you guys enjoy this. I know some of you like this stuff. Some of you don't. If you don't want to, you don't care, it's cool. Check back in with us at 1:15. Badger over on Facebook. What is up, buddy? All right, well, we made it. We're in Portland. So 2 trains. No, start that over. I don't even know what I did. It's been a long day. 2 planes. So we went from Milwaukee to Phoenix, and then from Phoenix to Portland. And then we took a train to the Sunset Transit Center. Now I'm waiting for my buddy to pick me up. We're going to go to REI and grab a bite to eat. I'm stoked. I already saw Mount Hood flying in, so this is going to be great. All right. What is up? Here we are. So we got my man Justin. Goes by JK. Where are we, Justin?
We are in Portland, West Portland, East Beaverton, Cedar Hills.
All right. Are you excited?
I'm stoked, man.
Dude, that mountain looks fucking super sketch from the plane.
Yeah, it
What were
looks
we
snowy
thinking?
as fuck.
Yeah,
but,
dude. What were we thinking?
Well,
whose brilliant idea was it to pick that one?
For some reason, the closer you get to it, the less intimidating it looks.
Yeah?
I think.
I don't know. That thing was like way up in the sky.
Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way she moves me. Don't believe me now. No, I believe in how. Walk on the ocean, step on the stone.
has become will become
So that's Mount Hood. That's the Timberline Lodge.
where we start.
Oh, dude, that just looks grueling. Bro.
You can see the riding on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
Once you meet with a TurboTax expert who will do your taxes for you, you're free to do.
You ready for this, bro?
Is this my other load bearing strap right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. No.
Grab it for me. Oh, it's tough here. Oh. Yeah.
All right, here we are. Timberline Lodge, doing the 41.5 mile Timberline Trail loop around Mount Hood. For those of you that don't know, Timberline Lodge is where the movie The Shining was shot here, as well as some Colorado stuff. But a lot of the timberline launch. So it's gonna be great. Here we go. All right, so we are on Pacific Crest Trail. We got to be on this for a little bit, which will meet up with the Timberline Trail. And the PCT is one of the Triple Crown trails that I've always wanted to hike, and I'm on it. This is the closest that I've been able to get to it so far, so it's kind of a fun little thing for me. And then I'll do film the shoes hiking. People can see the footsteps. Do the film JK hiking. About to have a grabber.
What up, YouTube?
What do you think so far, JK?
I think my back hurts already. It's only going to get worse. By the last day, it's going to feel like there's a fucking knife in my back.
Yeah.
Right between my shoulder blades. Looking forward to that.
I got a little bit on the top of my shoulders. That part sucks.
Downhill or straight isn't too bad. That uphill on the way, you know, really have to worry about.
Oh yeah, that wasn't fun.
This cannot be the whole way. Look at that. Holy shit. Nothing really.
I fucked it all up.
See that water down there? You can see that.
Yeah.
That's a crazy view of the mountain, whatever mountain that is. we could take a lift up the fucking hill.
You want to?
Yeah.
Just say we hiked it.
Yeah.
$900, buddy. $900.
This is not a laughing matter, Kevin. Not a laughing matter.
I mean, we could do the PCT. That's $2,650. You know you want to. All right, we got Justin filling out the Timberline Trail permit.
Point of entry, Timberline Lodge. This pencil sucks.
We'll just do a stupid shot like this. You can stop it.
Our Lazy Boy furniture knows a lot about us. Our favorite snacks, our victories, our quiet time. Most importantly, it always keeps us comfortable. Lazy Boy. Live life comfortably.
I had compared 5 universities and 5 programs, and Walden stood out for me.
Dude, that mountain just wants to keep playing peekaboo throughout this whole thing.
You just walk straight up there?
You want to?
Let's do it.
Call it a day.
Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headache stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need, what you need. We're broken, it's tragic. We're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic. Believe you could have it, and I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness. Tell me, oh, will you believe? So 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 tell me, oh, will you believe? Tell me, oh, will you believe? So tell me, oh, will you believe? So tell me, oh, will you believe? So tell me, oh, will you
The good part, my man, which is also the shitty part, is that water source you dried up. But one less river we have to cross, my guy. Well, I mean, this was the surprise. River 1. I didn't mean to let you down. Here it is, River 1. Enjoy it. I mean, that's how I was in Cali. I was supposed to cross a river and go to a waterfall, and I saw none of that. Well, unreal, man.
Well, Kevin, since Mom has stopped, I think it's time.
Time for
Doobie time.
Safety session?
Yeah.
Cool.
Safety meeting.
There you
It's
go.
gonna be a joint session.
I mean, when in Oregon?
Hi, dropshippers. It's time to focus on what you do best. So go to Wix.com.
A lot of people, huh? Oh, shit. Could have been catastrophic. Broken ankle. Yeah.
Right there. Should be somewhat submerged, but it doesn't have to be. Go for the between the leg method. Yep, there we go. All right.
All right. Well, Justin just did first water filtering out of a little stream coming out of the side of a cliff, little spring water. That was pretty successful.
Mountain Springs. I'll send you a bottle of fresh Mountain Spring water for only $100.
So we are coming up on this section called Zigzag Falls, which is going to be kind of interesting. And then we're going to look at possibly stopping for lunch around, I'm going to show you guys this, around Paradise Park. So 3 miles. So here we go. I'll show you guys this. Kevin, the tour guide. All right, we're getting another look at Mount Hood, peekabooing out again.
I'm TC.
All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight, gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Is all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. I'm kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once, yeah that's all great, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait no, it's living with no shame. Wait no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us and that's okay. Well I just wanna be happy, how to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Don't stay. Don't stay. Don't stay. I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stay. Don't stay. I'm so gone, no, I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate, I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Step it up, don't be scared.
Ooh, watch careful here. It's bad. I got no fucking tread on my shoes. Yeah. Yep. I'm taking a beating. I might retire after this trip. A lot of mud.
When I meet a patient who comes in with a complaint of dry, chapped lips, I always want something that's medicated. I recommend Blistex to my patients. Using a medicated lip balm will give you the best chance at preventing issues with dry, chapped lips and also helping to treat it.
The All Canada Show. The border is open. The fish are biting. Come up to Canada. Book your
Oof. Nope. Nope. Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fuck. Maybe this wasn't the trail to kill these shoes on. So I was going to I was going to retire these after this trail. It was probably not the smartest idea. Some fucking, I just slipped back there too.
Happy New Year, Michael's Rewards members. You scored a free $5 bonus reward.
Don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own.
and fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and your life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and your life do what you want. So give me all the scars, I'm a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me. And the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and your life do what you want.
All right, so we are coming up to our first major river crossing.
Do what you think is right, and your life do what you want.
Getting this on film, you make the step. Don't do it if you don't feel good about it. There you go, buddy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
It's really fast. You stuck your poles in the water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Careful that stuff right there.
Captain Torrance, how can I help you? Fugitive extradition. Oh, is he dangerous? What did he do?
All right, so we just crossed the first river, and yeah, it was like sticking my trekking pole in there. Wasn't very deep, and the it was kind of narrow anyway, but it was pretty fast. It's a little sketchy, and I have no tread on the bottom of these shoes, so kind of made me a little nervous. So I slipped a few times on all the mud back there, so that definitely had me a little nervous, a little hesitant about where I was going to step. But whatever, we did it. So that's the one I was probably the most worried about. So, whew. Yeah. So we're gonna hit. We just went through all the zigzag falls, and then we got Paradise Park up ahead. We're gonna stop there for lunch. So I'm gonna crush. Here we go. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I was trying to back up so I could film you. Yeah, I got the body cam on. So epic. All right, well, just totally ate shit. That was great. Soft landing though, surprisingly. Yeah, little sandy beach to fall on your ass. It was good. Probably the funniest thing that's happened to me on trail ever. That was hilarious. You know, it was all this talk about falling. That's what it was. And then I fell. I totally ate shit. Epic. Lunch going. What are you cooking up for lunch?
Chicken Alfredo.
Chicken Alfredo.
Chicken Alfredo pasta.
Nice, nice.
Passion fruit. Over there.
Growing up, I just had a vision for myself. I always knew I wanted to get my PhD. I found.
All right, well, just finished lunch over at Paradise Park. Cool little waterfalls. Nice filling lunch. JK soaked his feet in the river. Kind of rejuvenate the body a little bit. And yeah, got some pretty neat video. That was super relaxing. And now, let me turn this. Ugh, gotta switch hands. Now we are on our way to Ramona Falls at about 4.6 till we get there. And going uphill again. So that part sucks. The bag is super heavy. So I ended up taking some gear that I was originally going to leave home. So I brought the little camp table. It's like just under a pound. So I kind of added some weight there. And what else? I ended up making some chia bombs and mango sticky rice. So because I made JK some of that, I ended up making some for me. And we definitely added with snacks, peanut butter, granola bars, tortillas, things like that. So I'm at 10.8 on my food bag, which is not the end of the world. But I was trying to be at 6. So no big deal. So we're definitely heavier than I want it to be. And then I added the fleece liner because when we were monitoring weather conditions out here, it was looking like it was going to be like mid to low 30s at night. So I ended up adding the Sea to Summit liner. And of course we get out here and it's gorgeous out. We're looking at like almost 70 today and probably mid 50s tonight instead of mid 30s. So, and it kind of seems like the next few days are going to be super nice. And the last day is supposed to be kind of shitty. Which if we crush a few extra miles, day 2, day 3, we may only have 5 miles to go at the end. So we may beat all that nasty, cold, rainy weather, which we're kind of hoping to do. So yeah, here we go. I'm gonna crush these last little 4.6, get to just before Ramona Falls.
Gotta be like 4.3 now.
4.3 now. And set up camp for the night. JK's looking forward to that. So here we go. So we are on this cliff, and this trail is literally no wider than 2 feet put together. And yeah, it's a really steep. Careful, buddy. I don't like the sound of that behind me. We got a really steep drop off to the left. Yeah. Sketchy of the sketch. That's right. I don't like it. So a lot of loose gravel here. I would say this is probably ideal spot for some what's it called when the rocks landslides? Yeah, so it's kind of like loose rock and almost kind of like if you're walking on a beach, like sand, but not, gray sand. But it's, yeah, that's several hundred feet down. Just gonna turn. You can kind of see that. That's like several hundred feet down. This is one wrong move, one slip of the foot. That's not going to feel good. As well, that's why I brought the body cam. So I knew there was some sketchy spots, bro, like this. The trail was so thin, and I'm like, bro, I do not want to be holding a camera, because like the problem is I hold the camera and I look through the screen and not necessarily in front of me. That's why I trip on rocks and roots all the time. Ooh, bro. Just take this slow and steady here. So, and I'm a little skeeved out because I have no goddamn tread on my feet. The tread on these shoes is gone. That's definitely like walking on roller skates. He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. All right, I mean, I feel better here. It's only, 70-foot drop. Holy shit, bro.
You're good to go.
What the heck, Sue?
Look! It's easy to say things.
Look closer.
Anyone can do that. But at US Cellular,
All right, so we're going through a boulder field now with baby boulders in front of us. This gorgeous waterfall. This is definitely Boulder City. You like it? I thought that was clever. Ooh, yeah, careful. I heard that. Talk about rugged. All right. A little bit of sandy gravel now. Sweet. Then we got to go up that ridge. Oof. I don't know if it's... you were talking about, oh, at least we're going down. And now we're going up. With the beard? Oh, Darwin? Yeah, you're talking about Darwin? Darwin on the trail? Yeah. Looks like you got some poop on the trail, my guy. I don't like that. Nope, that's animal feces. But that doesn't look like a bear, which means, my friend, just a mountain lion. No problemo. It's like the Pink Panther, bro. Harmless. Harmless. Oh, wow. Look at that, bro. This mountain right here. We only saw like kind of the side of it. Ridiculous. I love it. All right, got a little stream runnage, so we got a little mud, slippery. Careful, not major, but small boulder field. All right, so these little skinny one track, I got you guys on the body cam on my chest because I'm not trying to hold this big monstrous thing. I'm trying to film. Yeah, I mean, just be mindful. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Did we step in it? So, yeah, I mean, I smelled it back there, right, like where you're standing in that brush. So, first sign of animal scat, and it didn't look like bear scat. So, they did have signs for black bear and mountain lion, but you know, I don't like that it smells. That's uneasy. I'm hoping, obviously I've elevated my voice a little bit, hoping that making noise. All right, watch your step here. Not major, but oh, we got another one here, JK. Yeah. Oh my God. Cute, tiny little butterfly. All right. So, what sucks, so to my left is the nastiest drop off ever. And to my right goes kind of straight up. And trying to look to the right and giving me a little bit of vertigo. It's hard to look up, dude, with this pack. It makes you just want to fall over. All right, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna readjust my bag. Something's wrong.
I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want, and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no, I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just give me up, don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Step it up, don't be scared.
All right, chat. They are coming back into the courtroom. Oh, let's get back to the trial. Sorry, chat. I had things to do during the lunch break, so we couldn't talk about Mark Jensen stuff. Apologize for that, but we do, other things here. We don't just live stream trials, and this is actually kind of a rare thing for us. So I had to get back to real journalism things. All right, like, share, follow, subscribe, all that. Share it out, spam the chat and Facebook with likes and hearts. That helps us. Share. If you like what we do over here on this platform, there's some pinned comments where you can send in some donations. All of that stuff helps. Most of that goes towards paying for open records quests that help us investigate corruption and expose it and give you guys the truth about what is happening in different situations. Our Facebook page, for those of you, over on Facebook, our Facebook page is not monetized in any way, shape, or form. We might do a stream because a lot of people keep asking about monetization of platforms, and we might do a stream talking to you guys about that. I don't know. This weekend, we may do another marathon stream. I don't know, either one full day with 2 different 8-hour streams, or we might just do 2 days of 8-hour streams. Because with this pathology, medical examiner reports, and possible corruption, kind of want to watch the old testimony, but it depends on if these people testify before.
All right, we are back on the record of Mark Jensen.
All right, here we go, chat.
2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Thank you for coming back on time, folks. I'm really impressed on your showing up. This morning we started at 8:33. This afternoon we're starting at 1:16. Thank you for taking your obligations serious. Okay, who's our next witness?
The state calls Jason Ruff, number 64.
64? Thank you. All the way up front, sir, and I'll swear you in when you come up here. If you could remain standing and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you can get as close as you can to that microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Yes, my name is Jason Ruff. That is Jasonruff, as in Frank.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
How are you employed?
I work for the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation, as a digital forensic examiner.
Okay, can you just tell us briefly what a digital forensic examiner does?
Yeah, so a digital forensic examiner conducts forensic examinations of digital evidence. So anything from cell phones, computers, really anything that houses ones and zeros within it is what I'm examining.
And you said that's the Wisconsin Department of Justice?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54.
Thank you.
Is that your resume or CV?
This is, yes.
All right, so I'm going to put that on the screen as well. Okay, so can you tell us first, let's go to your education, what education you have that qualifies you to be in your current position?
Yes, so I got my undergraduate degree from University of Wisconsin Oshkosh back in 2012. And then from there, I got a master's degree in criminology and from the John Jay College of Criminal Justice back in 2015. I have to reference this, 2014, my apologies. And then Utica University, I got a graduate degree, a master's degree in cybersecurity with a focus in computer forensics. And then from there, I've done numerous trainings. Just to name a few, I did training with the FBI's cell phone analysis surveillance team. I've done SQL, which is like a computing language, with UWM through the police department. I've done SQL, which is like a computing language.
I don't know what that was, chat.
Through the police department, Milwaukee Police Department. Through my actual education, my master's degree, I got a certificate in cyber defense education. I have training in X-Ways, which is a forensic tool that we use frequently nowadays. I've gone twice to the National Computer Forensic Institute, which is run by the United States Secret Service for advanced forensics and forensic scripting. In addition to that, I've gotten several different trainings from the National White Collar Crime Institute. Some, to name a few, were intermediate digital forensics, specifically for SQLite, which is, again, that SQL, that computing language, advanced forensics in cell phone and Mac forensics. And I also have a certification with the Economic Crime Council for forensic hacking investigations.
So not only do you have this master's degree in computer forensics, you also have these additional trainings.
Correct.
And then every day your work has to do with computer forensics.
Yes.
All right, so just going through some of your prior work experience, it looks like you worked for the New York City Department of Probation in the MAP unit. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so the MAP unit, this was an internship actually, but it's basically their analysis unit. Because New York City is such a large city and they house probably some of the largest amount of people under their probation. The specific project that I was generally tasked tasked with was their step down program, which was essentially analyzing what individuals on probation were doing and basically seeing if they were ready for alternative treatments outside of general probation standards.
And that had to do with statistics?
Yeah, more statistics.
So you're doing a computer side of that sort of study?
Yes, yeah.
All right, so now I want to talk about your work with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. What did you do there relating to computer studies or computer work?
Yes, so I was a project analyst, research analyst with the Department of Corrections. Specifically, what I worked on is there's a federal law called PREA, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. And at the time, the Department of Corrections was trying to implement and create a unified investigative database so that they could track their investigations as they were going along, while on top of that, tracking and ensuring that they're were meeting the standards of the PREA. I was one of the project leaders in helping implement that. So from 2015 to 2015 to 2016, I pretty much assisted in creating that program.
And so that was creating the database?
Yes.
And the tracking system?
And the tracking system, yes.
Okay, and then before your current job, you worked for the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do there?
So for the Milwaukee Police Department, I worked in two locations. My main location was in the Fusion Division, which is like an intelligence gathering division. Specifically, I was focused mostly in sensitive crimes and human trafficking. So I'd work with their sensitive crimes division. What I do specifically in that is analysis on major incidents as they relate to sensitive crimes. Specifically, a lot of cell phone analysis as we use cell phones in our daily lives frequently, that frequently came up, and kind of matching it between multiple different investigations.
And then finally, with the Wisconsin Department of Justice, what do you do every day?
So every day, Wisconsin Department of Justice, it is acquiring and analyzing digital evidence. So kind of growing off of what I did in the Milwaukee Police Department, which was analyzing the actual data itself. In the Department of Justice, I also acquire that data, ensure its integrity for court purposes and investigative purposes. And I make sure that the results that I get are accurate. And
okay, so if there's a piece of digital evidence that would have relevance to some kind of criminal investigation comes to the Wisconsin Department of Justice, then you're one of the analysts who takes a look at that.
Correct. That is correct.
And so what kind of devices are we talking about?
So there's a wide range of devices, specifically lots of computers and cell phones. On top of that, surveillance systems. It could be body cam footage. It could be pretty much routers, servers, anything that really houses information that we would use, or we would call like information technology. So those ones and zeros that travel through our fiber optic lines.
Okay, and you've been doing that since March of 2020?
Correct.
All right, so now I want you to tell us in your job, if you're assigned a case that has a computer that you need to analyze, what do you do to conduct that analysis?
So to conduct that analysis, you never want to, if you can help it, you never want to actually do the full analysis on the physical device, because what you're actually examining in digital forensics isn't necessarily the physical device, it's the information that's stored on that physical device. So what has to be done, so let's say a computer, is you remove the storage device, which is usually a hard drive. With that hard drive, you then plug it into what's known as a write blocker that can either be software or hardware. Now, the reason why you want to use a write blocker is you prevent overwriting of data, accidental clicks on things that you don't want to mess up that evidence. And then from that write blocker, you plug it into your forensic workstation and you do what's called imaging. So that is the actual acquisition of those ones and zeros. And so once you gather that image, which is a bit for bit copy of the actual hard drive itself, you can return the hard drive itself back to the computer, use that image, and you usually want to make copies of those images. Just it's always good to have redundancy in forensics, and that is what you're actually examining off of.
Okay, and so what is this image called? Is it a forensic image?
Yeah, forensic image.
Okay, so a forensic image of the device. And is that true of any electronic device? Like we talked about a computer, but is that what you would do with a cell phone?
So cell phones are slightly different because cell phones rely a lot more on cloud storage, and they rely a lot more on like active network connections. To an extent, you can do that with a cell phone. Cell phones, because the data itself is generally proprietarily held by different applications that you may have, different operating systems that are on the cell phones. The way that you acquire that data, you generally don't use a write blocker with a cell phone. That's pretty much the biggest difference between a cell phone and a computer.
And is this even true for external devices? Like if you had like something as simple as a thumb drive to analyze, would you make a forensic image of that?
Yes, you'd make a forensic image of that. You'd use a write blocker, go through the same procedures as you would with a computer.
Now, is this procedure that you've just described that you do in your daily work, is this like the standard across forensic analysts?
Yeah, I would say this is pretty much the standard, and it's been the standard.
So it's not unique to you or unique to Wisconsin?
Absolutely not.
And so as long as there have been write blockers and the ability to make these copies, that's what has been done.
Correct.
Now, for this particular case that we're here to talk about, you were not the first analyst on the case, correct?
That is correct.
Because that would have been 1998.
Yep.
And what were you doing in 1998?
I was probably in middle school or elementary school. I have to go back and.
Okay, so we didn't give this to an elementary school child. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
However, you were assigned to review this case, and so did you access the forensic image of what was designated item A, the Jensen home computer?
I did.
And who is the person who made that forensic image?
Brad Haller, examiner Brad Haller.
And did you do anything to make sure that the forensic image you were looking at was an exact copy of that hard drive that would have been in the home computer?
Yes, I did. So one more step, and this is a step that is true of no matter what electronic device you're dealing with, is there are these different things called hash values. And what hash values are is, to a person who's not necessarily well versed in computers, it's going to look like a long string of numbers and letters. Now, the way that these hash values are created are by the different complex algorithms. At the time, they used what's called the Media Digest 5 algorithm, which even today is still the standard algorithm that you use. Now, what it does is it takes aspects of that actual physical device, so that hard drive that we're actually copying, and it calculates out this hash value that you get. And then what happens after you're done imaging the actual computer itself, you take that forensic image and then you hash the forensic image and compare the two hash values together. If they're a match, you know you have a bit for bit copy. If they're not a match, you don't. So for this case, I took the original images and their original hash values that they had as they were compared to the physical copies that were done back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And then I rehashed the images themselves and found that the image was an exact bit-for-bit copy.
Okay, so that's just to verify that you are in fact looking at an exact copy of this hard drive from the Jensen home computer.
Correct.
Now, before we get into some more details, this is a computer that you were looking at from 1998, correct?
Correct.
And so I imagine technology has changed since that time?
It's changed vastly, yes.
So how is a 1998 computer different from a computer that you might receive today?
So in comparison, a computer from 1998 is far smaller in terms of storage, how much you can store in the actual computer. I want to say nowadays the average computer has between 256 gigabytes and 500 gigabytes of storage. This computer was around 10 gigabytes of storage, 10 to 12 gigabytes of storage. So that right there is a sign. In addition to that, computers nowadays, because everybody wants to have every device they have connected, generally automatically connect to the internet and to cloud servers, which wasn't even a thing back then. I don't know if it was even a concept back then. So they're pretty rudimentary. At most, they're pretty much just storing files, and they weren't as adopted as they were nowadays. So not as many people had computers back then. If you had access to computers, it was usually through your workplace or school. A lot of the times, even through schools, it might be one or two computers in the actual school that the kids have to work on. But in terms of, it's night and day. It's kind of like if you're comparing like a prehistoric human to a modern human, there's aspects of them that are the same, and you can see where things grew out of them, but the differences are vast.
And so when you examine this computer, how did this computer access the internet?
Through a dial-up internet. So you would actually have to, and for those of you who remember, you would have to actually plug into a phone line to get access to the internet, and you get that fun dial-up noise and have to wait and hope that nobody answered the phone or pulled you off of that.
Okay, so for this computer that we're going to be talking about, we've learned that this computer was booted on December 17th of 1998. And so when you're examining this case and you have that knowledge, what are you looking for when you're doing your examination?
So with that knowledge, well, first of all, that's a huge no in terms of digital forensics. You want to leave a computer in the state it's on. So what I'm looking for with the knowledge that that device is on is I'm seeing where there may be timestamps that may have changed. So like the most recent timestamps would have been from December 17th. I'm looking to see where those timestamps are in the actual system itself so that I know what was actually being done in the computer on December 17th. In addition to that, I'm kind of seeing just really anything that was done on that date, just to see what I can rely on and what I can't rely on.
So are you saying that when you see something occurred on this computer on December 17th of 1998, then you know it can't be attributed to any suspect?
Correct. It can only be attributed to whoever was manipulating it on that day.
And because you have that knowledge that it was booted, you wouldn't have any reason to confuse the actions of the person who's the suspect versus the person who booted it on December 17th.
Correct.
And so when you're talking about there being, as a result of turning on this computer on December 17th, when you talk about there being date changes, are you talking about dates changing to December 17th or anything else?
Yes. So in computers, to make it as simple as possible, there's basically 3 different areas on a computer. There is your user area, which makes up the vast majority of the actual computer. So that's the thing that everybody interacts with. There's the system area, which is usually kind of like the hidden files, the files you're not dealing with, or the files that you might go deep into your computer and look at and say, I have no idea what this is. And then there's the unallocated space, which is that empty space, deleted files, all that fun stuff. The updates that happen on that system file, because computers themselves, and this is true to today, I mean, a little bit more complex nowadays, computers are essentially giant filing systems. So they're keeping track of things such as when a computer is actually turned on, when a computer is turned off, what programs are being accessed. So those would be the dates that are actually changed on that December 17th date.
And then you would see, instead of whatever date there was before, you would see December 17th, 1998.
That is correct.
And so whatever value having the prior date would have been, it just doesn't exist anymore.
That is correct.
And when a computer is rebooted, is it possible that some things are overwritten?
So yeah, unfortunately, because of how certain devices work, and even nowadays, we only have limited amount of storage on computers. The way that they're programmed is that generally the older items within their certain file paths generally are overwritten as things are manipulated and changed in that sense. So, for example, in this situation, the last logon dates and things like that would have been overwritten and amended to that 2017, December 17th time frame. In addition to that, things and automatic processes that might have been set up when you turn the computer on, they might have been initiated, which could have caused some potential issues there.
So then, in cases that you analyze, other cases, you sometimes get devices that the police have not been able to seize until days or weeks after the crime. Is that correct?
That's very frequently.
Okay, and so once the police are able to seize a device, they wait and send it to you and have it copied and write blocked like you've told us, right?
Correct.
But obviously from the time of the crime till the time the device is seized, there's no control over what's happening with that device.
Absolutely, yes.
It could be turned off, turned on. The suspect may try to delete things. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's an accurate statement.
And so sometimes you try to look and examine if you can find deleted things on a computer.
We look to see deleted things that have been partially overwritten all the time in digital forensics. It's one of the main things we do when we first get into and acquire.
And that's something that was done in this case as well.
That's correct.
And then also, I want to make clear whether some things did not change as a result of the computer being booted on December 17th, 1998. Okay. So during your testimony, we're going to talk about a lot of dates and times. When you are testifying to a date or a time today, when you're shown that date and time, there's no reason for you to believe that that would have changed as a result of the computer being turned on December 17th, 1998.
That is correct.
So for instance, if we're talking about searches that happen on the computer on December 2nd or December 3rd of 1998, and we see a date and we see a time, there's no reason to believe that the December 17th event changed that date or time.
That is correct, yeah.
And in fact, if the date or time was changed as a result of turning on the computer on December 17th, 1998, then the date you would have seen is December 17th, 1998.
That is correct.
All right, so I'm going to start by showing you, this is on States Exhibit 55, and this is a PowerPoint presentation. Now, when you're testifying about this Jensen home computer, I first want you to tell us whether there was anything in the internet history for this Jensen home computer that would have been visible to someone who is a user of the computer after or as of December 3rd, 1998.
No.
And so first off, let's break this down and tell us, what is internet history?
So internet history, I'm going to try to break it down for what most of us see as internet history is what we're looking at when we literally go to our internet history tab and see what we've been looking at. In addition to that, you have other things such as, so let me step back just a little bit. So when we're talking about going on the internet or surfing the internet, it's somewhat of a misstatement. What we're actually doing is downloading the internet or downloading those sites that we're having. So there are traces that are left on our computer. Those traces, specifically among many different files, are known as HTML files. So that is basically the code that makes up each of those websites. Those can be saved, and generally those are saved in your temporary internet history. So the reason for a temporary internet history is so that the computer, it takes a little bit less of the stress off of the computer for loading the actual websites themselves. So that is one type of internet history. Another type of internet history could be cookies, which I'm sure we've all heard of cookies. If not, essentially it's just a term, an industry term that's used for different types of artifacts that are used to essentially initiate and help the actual websites themselves take some of the stress off of them. They can house anything from past passwords that you might have saved on those websites, sizes of your actual browser so that it renders correctly and you're not getting weirdly sized lettering, anything from that. And then you have your actual, what we see as internet history, which is the physical websites that you went to.
All right, so I'm guessing that most people, when we're thinking about internet history, we're thinking about, we go on our web browser and there's some button you click at the top that says history, and then all these websites you've been to recently show up. So are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the same on a web browser or on the web browser on this 1998 computer?
It was slightly different, but fairly similar to what it was in a modern browser in terms of that kind of internet history.
Okay, so on this 1998 Jensen home computer, if someone turned on the browser for the internet and then looked at the internet history, does anything appear?
No, nothing appeared.
And if we know that this computer did access the internet, was accessing the internet for months, why would nothing appear in the internet history?
Likely it would have had to have been deleted, and older internet history would have gotten overwritten after time.
But in terms of this computer that was initially seized on December 3rd of 1998, and then first turned on December 17th of 1998, and then analyzed after that, if it had been on the internet, we should have seen something there, right?
Correct.
And so the fact that you don't see anything there means the user deleted it?
Yes, it's indicative of user deletion.
Now, is there another place on the computer? So if we move past the browser and what we're all familiar with, clicking on the internet history, is there another place on the computer where a user could access internet history?
Yes. So specifically in the 1998 computer, you can go through, well, and I should say in modern computers now, but specifically for the 1998 computer, you would have to go through the actual file system itself. You'd have to go into the Windows path and navigate your way to that actual internet history, get to that, and then delete it. And that would delete it from the computer without, yeah.
Okay, so in order to show us on the Jensen home computer what the internet history or lack thereof looks like, what did you do?
So one of the great things about the forensic images that we collect is they're also very similar. Well, they're the exact same thing as when, let's say that something happens to your computer, you have to go take it to a store and physically recreate it. They do something very similar to that. So what I was able to do, because it is a bit for bit copy, an exact copy, I'm able to do what's called a virtual machine. What a virtual machine is essentially, it's a computer, a guest computer running on a host computer. So what I did is I recreated the desktop and the computer as it was, not connected to the internet, using that virtual machine or using that forensic image, so that I could follow the file paths, and I'm not just looking at it from like a forensic back standpoint of view, where I'm not looking at like ones and zeros and things like that. I'm looking at it as if the user is actually looking at it.
Okay, so as the user would see it. All right, so then I'm showing you the second slide here, and I'm going to play this, and then you can tell us what this is.
Your Honor, before we do this, I do believe that at this point it would make sense that we actually get this into evidence, and I think that not doing so is problematic for the record.
Has this exhibit been marked?
It has. This is Exhibit 55, and I would move it into evidence.
Are we good?
I would simply ask for more information about how this was created and who created it.
Well, I thought you said to move it into evidence, and I just did.
Okay.
So
I mean, you could ask him the questions.
okay. So you're familiar with this PowerPoint presentation, correct? And it shows the data from the Jensen home computer.
Correct.
And this is something that you personally analyzed.
Yes.
And so the exhibit is a visual aid, correct?
Yes, correct.
For the data that you saw on the computer.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go back for a second, because this is a video that we're playing, so I have to start it over. Okay, so what we're looking at on the screen here
Hang on. Can we just close that window for a second? Hopefully that's not my car.
Or mine.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so what we're looking at here on the screen is this actually the Jensen home computer?
Correct. This is the virtual machine that was created with forensic image.
Okay, so this is not some other Windows 98 computer or an example of what a Windows 1998 computer would look like.
Correct.
This is what the Jensen home computer had on it.
Yes.
In terms of Internet Explorer.
Correct.
Okay, and then what you showed us in this video, actually just tell us, what did this video show us?
So what this video specifically showed is if you're on the computer, if you went into the actual web browser, how to delete the internet history.
Okay, and so then what were you doing here?
So I was going to the internet. Let me look this way, it's easier. I was going into the Internet Explorer browser. I went over to the History tab, and where it shows today, that would be where the internet history is, and then you would click delete.
Okay, and in fact, when you did go into this Internet Explorer, you did not see in this particular area of the computer any prior internet history.
No.
Which indicated that it had been deleted.
So because this is the virtual machine and it's not connected to the internet, this specific image wouldn't necessarily show that aspect of it. It would show it in the file path. So I can't say that about this specific video, but based off of other examinations, when I went into my actual when I looked into the actual index files and things like that, the actual system information, that's where I saw that there are discrepancies between what's there and what's in deleted or not space.
Okay, and so in terms of this particular video that you showed us, this would be one way of deleting the internet history on this computer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and now moving to the third slide, can you narrate for us as this slide plays what's occurring here?
Yes. So we are back in the actual website, the actual virtual machine. I have to go into Windows Explorer and scroll down in the C drive. And then I am going over to the Windows tab, which is within that file system. I'm scrolling down to that history tab and then seeing the today internet history. And then that would be how you delete that.
Okay, so if a user of the computer were to try to delete the internet history in Windows Explorer, these steps that you've just shown us is what the user would do.
Correct.
Okay, so now tell us, based on your examination of this computer, was there evidence that the user was deleting the internet history?
Yes, there was evidence that internet history was being deleted. Yes.
And tell us about that.
So I'll put a caveat there because because the internet history is overwritten after a certain amount of time, and because the computer was turned on the 17th, what I can tell based off of underlying system files, history that goes 20 days back had been deleted on that computer, and it was deleted on the 29th of November, the 2nd of December, and the 3rd of December.
Okay, and so based upon your analysis, you could at least see those 3 separate times that the user had deleted internet history.
Correct.
Now, in your analysis of this computer, were you in fact able to recover internet history?
Yes, I was able to recover much of the internet history.
Okay, and so is this something that you would need your specialized software to do? So in terms of an analysis, just turning on the computer and searching for the internet history wouldn't be good enough?
No, yeah, you would need specific forensic tools to actually get that and recover that internet history.
Okay, so if someone had booted on this computer and tried to find the internet history based upon the deletions that you saw, they wouldn't be able to find it.
Correct.
So what were you able to do using your forensic tools?
So what I was able to do, so if you remember, I told you there are 3 different areas. So there are what we're going to talk about is the system areas and the unallocated space. So when an individual deletes information, specifically in this case, the internet history, as I said, the computer itself is a machine that's basically a filing system to assist humans. So when you're deleting your internet history, what you're essentially doing is removing it from your site, removing it from anybody who might go onto it, but the computer itself still has that information logged on it. The reason for that, well, there's many reasons for that. It assists in the computer's just basic functions and all of that kind of information so that it can gather those websites faster the next time that you want to go on to them. The other is the unallocated space. So computers have a bunch of free space on it that is unused, and then that's where the information gets written to it. When you delete something, rather than it actually just wiping away and turning those ones and zeros into nothingness, what it does is it de-indexes it from the actual computer itself so that when you're looking at it through the operating system, to you it appears that it's no longer there. What actually that is it's a space called unallocated space, which is basically freed up so that the computer understands that as more and more things get written onto it, it can write over that information.
And so is this the general idea that just because you, the user, think you're deleting something from your computer, it doesn't mean it's gone?
Correct.
So you think you've deleted it, you can't find it on your computer anymore, but an analyst using forensic tools might be able to find it.
That is correct.
And is that what you did to find the internet history on this computer?
That is correct, yes.
And did you, in fact, compile a document of internet history or an Excel spreadsheet of internet history?
I did.
All right, so this is also on States Exhibit 55. So I'm going to bring this up. And so if you look, States Exhibit 55 on the screen here, the Excel document entitled Internet History Central Time. Is this what you compiled of the internet history on this computer?
That is correct.
All right, so if we zoom in a bit. I don't know what I just did there. Okay, so we see at the top here, we see stuff from December 17th of 1998. Would that be the computer being booted on that day?
Yes.
Okay, so you know when you're analyzing this computer that that's not attributable to any suspect.
Correct.
Okay, and then the internet history after that starts on 12/3 of 1998 at 9:42 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what we're looking at here is this all of the internet history that you were able to compile from this hard drive.
This is as complete as I was able to compile from the computer, correct.
All right, so before we go further, based upon your review of the hard drive of this computer, can you tell at least an approximate date when this computer began to be used?
Based off of the information that was on the computer around July 6th of 1998.
Okay, so that's when it appeared to you that this computer started to be used.
Correct.
Now, you talked about going on the internet and how that actually involves some degree of downloading things from the internet. Can you explain what is actually downloaded when someone's going on the internet?
So, and you can't really see it in this, but well, yeah, you can. So when you are going to a website, especially back in the day of dial-up, if any of you who had dial-up remember the way things would render, the pictures would sort of kind of do like a scrolling motion. That's them actually downloading to your device, and it's slowly being rendered on your actual computer. So if you see something, for example, this is just an example, but the GIF, the GIF files or GIF files, those would be pictures on a specific website that was on there. So that is kind of the information that's being downloaded. Specifically, it's doing that so that, again, the system, when it goes back to it, it can re-render those files a lot quicker the next time you go on.
So for this computer, based on this concept that you've just described for us, is it possible for us to actually see, at least partially, some of these 1998 websites that were visited?
Yes, that is correct.
And so now this internet history, this complete internet history that you compiled, are we able to see all of the websites on this internet history?
No, you are only able to see what is either recoverable in that unallocated space or what is already in the temporary internet history.
And so if there's an HTML file associated with the internet history, are we able to then see it?
Yes.
Okay, but if the particular internet history on this list that you've compiled does not have that associated file, then you can't see the website.
That is correct.
Okay, so on the presentation that we're talking about, when we see a website on that presentation, it's because you were able to recover from the computer the HTML file for that website.
Yes.
But not every website was that possible for.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so before we get to that, though, let's go to. All right, so let's zoom in a bit on this. Were you able to map out day by day when the internet was being used on this Jensen home computer?
I was.
And is that what we're going to see various slides that look like this, monthly slides? Is that what these slides represent?
Correct.
So what we're looking at here, July of 1998.
Yes.
You were able to find in the internet history, for example, internet activity on this Friday, 2:43 p.m. to 2:44 p.m.
Correct.
And then Saturday, 1:23 p.m.
Correct.
Then if we move over, Sunday, 4:57 a.m., 5:26 a.m.
That's correct.
And then 5:14 p.m. to 7:11 p.m.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, during your review of the internet history of this computer, was there internet activity in the normal working hours, let's say about 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
Very sparsely.
So almost never?
Yes.
And so when was the internet most commonly accessed on this computer?
So the primary usage that I saw was primarily in the early morning hours and late night hours or evening hours.
Okay, so let's just look at the month of July. We have Sunday and then Monday, 1:21 a.m. and then 10:06 p.m. to 10:08 p.m. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yes, correct. Sorry.
Okay, and then again on Tuesday, we have very early morning internet activity.
Correct.
And then late at night internet activity, 11:51 p.m., 11:53 p.m. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so then going to Thursday again, 11 something at night internet activity.
Correct.
Friday, early morning hours internet activity, 12:14 to 2:02.
Correct.
And then Saturday, 1:17 a.m.
Correct.
And then once again the next week, so we are on Tuesday, 12:51 a.m. internet.
That is correct.
Then the next Wednesday, 9:35 p.m.
That is correct.
And then going to the end of the month, early morning hours, that's Sunday.
Correct.
And then early morning hours the next Monday.
That is correct.
Then on the 30th, so that would be Thursday, early morning, and then late at night.
Correct.
Okay, so during the whole month of July, the only time during the week that the internet was accessed during like normal work hours was this July 10th, 2:43 p.m. Now, if we look at the Excel spreadsheet, can we see what was accessed at this time?
Yes. Yes, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at that. So we have to go all the way down to July 10th. Oops. All right, so we see July 10th, 2:43 p.m., and then I'm just going to scroll up until we get past that. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so these are based off of the actual file extensions themselves. Those are more system files related to the actual internet. I wouldn't be able to say fully based on the age of the actual files themselves obviously who and how specifically that they were being rendered, but those are files that come natural at the time with Internet Explorer. So for example, if you're first starting up a computer, or around that time you're first starting up a computer.
If you doubt what our company is, talk to the Ukrainians, talk to the CEO of Hertz, talk to BP, talk to the Special Forces.
On and let the computer upload, or you turned it on specifically at that time to get those files to upload. That's kind of what those files are specifically. They're not necessarily websites themselves. They're the actual remnants of things that were programmed into Internet Explorer and Windows at the time.
So, for example, in a little while, we're going to see actual like browsing sessions on the computer where you can see the user going from website to website, correct?
Correct.
And that is not what you see on July 10th of 1998.
No.
All right, so that was the only time during regular work hours in July, correct?
Correct.
All right, so then moving to August, let's zoom in on August. All right, so once again, Monday, August 3rd, we see early morning hours internet activity.
Correct.
Same with the Wednesday, the 5th, early morning.
Correct.
Also the 6th, early morning.
Correct.
And then Saturday, the 8th, late at night.
Correct.
Now moving to the Sunday, the 9th, early morning hours.
Correct.
Nothing the rest of the week. And then finally, we have 2 Sundays here. So we have Sunday, the 23rd, 1:09 p.m. And then Sunday, the 30th, 3:37 a.m. and 10:28 p.m.
Correct.
All right, so during normal work day hours in August, you did not see any internet activity.
That is correct.
Okay, now let's go to September. All right, so on the Friday, late in the evening, 10:21 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And then Saturday, 3:12 p.m. and 9:03 p.m.
That is correct.
Sunday, early morning activity, and then in the afternoon, 2:12 p.m., 4:10 p.m. to 4:49 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, Monday, early morning activity and late in the evening activity.
That is correct.
Tuesday, early morning activity.
That is correct.
Then the 9th, early morning activity.
That is correct.
And once again, we're on September. The 11th, early morning activity.
Yes.
The Sunday, there's afternoon activity, 4:32 p.m.
Yep, correct.
And then the 14th, early morning activity, very early morning, 12:31, and then early in the morning, 6:27 a.m.
That is correct.
So then that Thursday, we once again have early morning activity, the 17th, correct?
Correct.
Then Monday, the 21st, late at night.
That is correct.
24th, late at night.
That is correct.
25th, early morning.
That is correct.
And 28th, early morning, and then late at night.
That is correct.
Okay, so during the month of September, during the week, during normal business hours, no internet activity.
Not that I was able to recover, no.
All right, so now there's a few of these websites I want to now show you for September. So what you were able to recover, where we can see the actual website, okay?
Okay.
So I'll just ask you a few questions about those. All right, so first off, this screen here, what does this tell us?
So that is an HTML file. So as I said before, an HTML is essentially a scripting language for websites. And when it's a .html file and you're using a web browser, it's able to read that code and then populate what the website looks like. So what this is a HTML file entitled intranet stifle. So that it's a HTML file from that website.
Okay, and when we see these screens, we're going to see these type of screens repeated over and over again, right?
Yes.
So it tells us the date that this website that follows is accessed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it tells us the time.
Correct.
And then it tells us the HTML file.
Correct.
Okay, so then what we're going to be doing right now is browsing some 1998 internet.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, so this is very small. But is this Stiefel intranet?
That is correct.
The HTML from that?
That is correct, yes.
And so how would one access an intranet for a company back in 1998?
So back in 1998, again, it's different than this. You would obviously go to your web browser, type in your actual, whatever the URL is, which is the website, the long string, the www dot whatever's in the middle.com, and then you'd access it that way. And then for Stifle or Stiefel, you would have to do some sort of login information through my analysis of this. They used, I believe, Exchange, so that would have been Windows, which would have been like an Outlook or a Windows-based email server that they amended so that it had their names on it and everything like that, and that's how you would get into it.
Okay, so again, this is the Jensen home computer.
Correct.
Right? And so you saw that on Sunday, September 6th at 1:40 a.m., the user of the computer is accessing the Stiefel intranet.
Correct.
And in order to do that, you said that you saw they had to enter some kind of Microsoft Exchange password or...
Yeah, they had to go to the website and then essentially log in.
All right, and then same date, just a little after this, do we see the user accessing emails?
Correct.
And on this home computer, these emails that were accessed appeared to be from someone by the name of Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
And so in your analysis of this computer, did you see a variety of emails between Kelly Labonte and Mark Jensen?
I did.
Now, from what you could tell, this is accessed through his work email, right?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that the same how people do it today, accessing their work email?
Primarily, if people are accessing their work email, I guess it depends on where you're working, but either you would have to have access to your internal system, or I suppose if they're less secure, you could go to a website and just log in. But usually, yeah, most of the time people don't have a personal and a work email.
So the user of this computer was accessing Stiefel work email.
Correct.
Through dial-up internet.
Through dial-up, yep.
All right, and then shortly thereafter, this is where you see the actual emails, right?
That is correct.
And so again, a bunch of these were recovered from this computer, correct?
Correct.
All right, so now let's go to the times for October of 1998, the times of internet usage. Now, if we look at the very beginning of the month of October 1998, we are not seeing internet activity during that time period, correct?
Correct.
None that you were able to recover.
None that I was able to recover, no.
So these 3 days, beginning of October, no internet history.
That is correct.
Okay, so then going to Sunday the 4th, you were able to recover internet activity in the late evening hours?
Yes.
Then the 5th, early morning hours?
Yes.
The 7th, late evening hours?
Yes.
The 8th, early morning hours?
Yes.
The 9th, early morning hours.
Yes,
The 10th, there's some in the afternoon.
that is correct.
So that's a Saturday, right?
Yes.
Saturday the 10th. And then evening hours.
Yes.
Now moving to Sunday the 11th, you see afternoon activity
Correct.
and then evening activity.
Correct.
Okay, so moving to Monday, early morning hours, correct?
Correct.
And then late evening hours.
That is correct.
Then moving to the 13th, early morning hours.
That is correct.
And then late evening with the bottom entry, 11:46 p.m.
That is correct.
Moving to the 14th, so this is a Wednesday, the 14th,
That is
early
correct.
morning hours.
Correct.
And then 9:17 p.m.
That is correct.
And then moving to 10 p.m. to 11:57 p.m.
Correct.
Ronnie, stay giant. With 100 more sheets than Bounty.
Okay. Friday the 16th, early morning hours.
Correct.
Later that evening.
Correct.
The 17th, early morning hours.
That is correct.
Okay. Then the 18th, early morning hours.
Correct.
And then 6:51 p.m. to 6:54 p.m.
That is correct.
And then 9:30 p.m. to 10, I think that's 10:18 p.m.
Correct.
Hang on, chat. Give me a minute. I don't like what's going on with those commercials. Let me give me a minute.
And we see again a gap of days, October 20th.
Oh, wrong one. Give me a second, chat. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, chat.
Then it starts up again, October 25th in the evening,
Yes.
October 26th in the evening,
Yes.
later evening, the 28th early morning,
Correct.
29th early morning,
Correct.
and now we do have something on the 30th at 11:56 a.m. Correct.
That is correct.
Other than the 30th, during the regular days of the week, during normal work hours, 8 to 5-ish, there's no internet activity, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's this gap like we talked about at the beginning of the month and then here in the third week of the month.
Yes.
Okay, so now if we want to see what was happening on the 30th at 11:56 a.m., can we go to our Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay. I think when I zoomed in, I lost the date. Let's go to. All right, so October 30th, 1998, 11:56 a.m. And for some reason, I don't know, maybe it's not large enough, the date disappears. Whoops. Okay, so what is happening at that time?
So that specific thing is a cookie that we talked about. Cookies frequently update themselves based on connection to the internet.
Okay, so this internet activity that was noted is not a browsing session.
No.
And that's the only daytime internet activity during the month of October during the week.
Correct.
All right, so let's go back to the 1998 internet. So now, once again, we see one of these screens with the date and the time and the HTML, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so on this October 5th, early morning hours, we see some emails being accessed, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, these are the emails with Kelly Labonte, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And shortly after these emails are accessed, what is this page?
This is a page. It appears to me to be a like financial page or website of some sort.
Okay. And did you see pages that appear to be from this website pretty frequently?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says on the bottom here, thestreet.com.
That is correct. Yes.
So like Wall Street.
Yeah, Wall Street.
Okay. Shortly thereafter, more email.
Correct.
Email. Okay, now moving to October 9th, early morning hours. Email again. Mark
Correct.
Jensen, Kelly Labonte.
Correct.
Email again, Mark Jensen, Kelly Labonte.
Correct.
All right, so then moving to Sunday, October 11th at 2:37 p.m. So this being a Sunday, this is midday browsing, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this website that we see appears to have something to do with phishing.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how come when we're looking at the 1998 internet, how come we can't see whatever these things are?
So the little boxes with the X's, those are the other things in that browsing history that you see that don't have that HTML. Frequently, those are tied to advertisers. So the website administrator themselves isn't the person who's actually controlling what goes inside of those. It's whatever advertiser is currently in those spots. So those were not recoverable since they frequently change.
Okay, and so when we're looking through the websites and we see this kind of box with the red X, that's an HTML that couldn't be recovered.
Either an HTML or an image or something, some sort of file.
So it could be a picture or something.
Could be a picture, yes.
All right, so looking at the same Sunday, more phishing.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Then we move a little bit later on the Sunday to a search for Patagonia, correct?
Correct.
Now, what is this search engine? What is this?
It's the Yahoo search engine.
Okay. Did you see any Google on this computer?
I did not see Google on this computer.
Pre-Google?
Yes. I believe
Okay.
Google came around in 2004, so.
So Yahoo searches.
Yahoo searches.
All right. So the first search we see on this computer that you're seeing on this slideshow is for this Patagonia.
Correct.
Okay. And then did you see that the Patagonia website is accessed?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we can see the words by these red X's, but there's some kind of image or something that's missing.
Yes.
Okay. And so there appears to be some online shopping here, right?
That is correct.
A fleece furnace.
Yes.
Okay, so now moving on to later in the day on Sunday, October 11th, 10:36 p.m. Once again, we're seeing the emails between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte, right?
That is correct.
Does this look like an email that's in the middle of being drafted? Like a
Yes.
reply?
Yes, or it was sitting on the page. Yeah.
Okay, so now moving on to Monday, October 12th, 1998.
Okay.
Now we see on this date that Mark Jensen under mjensen@execpc.com appears to be sending an email to various people with Stiefel addresses, correct?
That is correct.
Including a jensenm@stiefel.com.
Correct.
And this email, it appears to reference an online article. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then on the computer, you can actually see this online article that was emailed, right?
Correct.
So the article that's referenced in the email is recovered in the HTML.
That is correct.
And this is the Wall Street article?
Yes. Yes.
So if we page through it and get to the bottom.
The
street.com.
Yes.
Okay. And this, once again, was from the early morning hours.
Yes.
Okay. Then we return in the same early morning hours to the emails between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte, correct?
That is correct.
And on this page, then, we can see a list of emails from Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
And again, this is all recovered from the Jensen home computer.
Yes.
Okay. Just more emails between these two individuals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so now moving to Tuesday, October 13th, 1:14 a.m. We see another search being conducted.
Correct. Yes, that's
Correct?
a
And
search.
this one is for O'Hare Marriott.
Yes.
Okay. And around the same time period, early morning hours, October 13th,
Yes.
we see the O'Hare Marriott website accessed.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, then same time period, we see a search for Morton's of Chicago. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's right after the Marriott's being searched for, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so 2:43 a.m. And then Morton's website.
Yep, that is correct.
You can't see much because we don't have the images, but
No,
you can
we
see
don't
the
have
words, correct?
Yes.
Now go into the menu,
Yes.
the directory of locations for Morton's.
Further information on Morton's.
And then directions for Morton's.
That is correct.
Okay, here's the menu. No prices on this menu.
Correct.
Okay, so right after that, right after those websites are accessed, we see emails again.
Yes.
Kelly Labonte, Mark Jensen, subject, Chicago.
Correct.
All right, so now moving to Wednesday, October 14th, 11:36 p.m. Did you see this website being accessed for Sprint?
I did.
So that's phone service?
Yes. It's the homepage for Sprint phone service at that time.
Okay, and then immediately after that is the website accessed for Sprint St. Louis coverage?
That is correct, yes.
And then Sprint Milwaukee coverage?
That is correct.
Okay, so now we see another Yahoo search. Bass Pro.
Yes, this would be a search for Bass Pro fishing shop.
Then the fishing website being accessed.
That is correct.
Thursday, October 15th, 12:52 a.m., Big Cedar.
Correct.
This is a website for the Big Cedar Lodge.
Yes.
One hour south of Bass Pro Shops, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So we can see the Big Cedar related websites that are accessed.
Yeah, that would, yes. This would be the price site for it.
For instance, the honeymoon cabin in the middle here.
Correct.
With prices.
That is correct. Yes, that's the honeymoon cabin. HTML.
All right. So did you ever see when you were examining this Jensen home computer, did you ever see an email sent by Julie Jensen?
Yes, I've saw quite a few emails.
No, sent by Julie Jensen?
Oh, sent by Julie Jensen? No, I did not.
So the emails you saw are the ones that we saw on the screen, Mark Jensen, Kelly Labonte?
Yes.
Okay, so now we have another Yahoo search here on the bottom. And that one's a little hard to read, but does that say WinStar?
Yes, it says WinStar.
Okay. So this, the WinStar related searches, October 15th, early morning hours. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, and was the WinStar website accessed?
Yes, it was accessed.
Okay, so for instance, on the WinStar website, then we see a variety of cruises being offered.
Yes.
And so just multiple pages of the cruise packages that you were able to recover?
That is correct, yes.
And then finally, there's this page where someone could request a CD-ROM.
Yes. So back in 1998, it was fairly common since web servers were a lot smaller and more robust than they are nowadays. To if you needed more information, they'd just mail you a CD-ROM or a CD.
So you essentially request their advertisement?
Yes, you're essentially requesting advertisements.
And so that particular aspect of WinStar was accessed, correct?
Correct.
All right, so now there's quite a few searches that were occurring the early morning hours of Friday, October 16th, 1998. So I want to examine the searches that were being conducted at that time.
Okay.
Your Honor, this may be a longer chapter, so I don't know if the jury wants a break now or if we want to.
Well, I think it's up to Ms. McNeil. It's her direct examination here.
So, I mean, this is I would say, a significant chapter, so it is a okay time for a break.
You want a break now or you want to wait? Break? All right, take a break, folks.
Oh, thank God, chat. I needed a break there too. All right, here's my thing. I'm taking some notes because I don't know how much of a breakdown I'm going to do at the end of today. I'm just tired. I really got to focus on other elements of what we do here. Okay. So let me just put some doubt. Let me poke some holes. We obviously know that Mark Jensen was having an affair. We obviously know about Big Cedar. We know about the WinStar trip that they were looking at. We know about these things. Okay. Everybody has testified to it. Pretty much everyone has confirmed, like, yes, this is what we were doing. Right? We know this. Now, if we go with the defense's theory, okay, now mind you, it's up to the prosecution to prove he's innocent, or I'm sorry, he's guilty, right? The defense doesn't even have to say a single word, technically, in a trial. They don't, because the burden of proof is on the state. So they could just literally sit there the whole time and keep their mouths shut. So we're going to be the defense here, right? Because we pick apart, stuff, and we try to find the truth in this, on this platform. So that's the approach we're taking on this trial. What concerns me is this. If Julie is setting Mark up for attempted murder, okay? Now remember, it was supposed to be attempted, like, oh, I'm going to get sick and then I'm going to call 911. They're going to, come give me, some water and I'm going to feel better, but Mark's going to go to prison for attempted murder. That's the theory, okay? Wouldn't it make sense for her to look these things up while Mark is also in the house? Because if these searches are being done when Mark's not home and he's at work and stuff's being done from the home computer, then it's clearly not Mark and it's clearly Julie, right? And she can't mastermind a plan, that gets squashed if Mark's not in the house. The part that sort of confirms that for me, right? And mind you, this is all just theory. And it's far-fetched. It's a little far-fetched on this part. Who's the paranoid one in this relationship? Mark or Julie? Who's the one running around freaking out that something's going to happen to them? Right? She's paranoid about everything. If you look at the times that the internet is accessed, it's like 30-minute intervals. Okay? If Mark is sitting here looking up poisons and how to unalive your wife and all these different things, and he's not concerned really about this chick finding things out, don't you think he would be sitting there longer? Look at the time frame. Let's argue this. She's in bed sleeping, right? Let's argue it from a mom point of view. She's a mom and she's got the kids and dealing with all that shit during the day. She's exhausted. So she's in bed. Mark would have all the time in the world to search these internet sites, right? Is it possible or plausible? Let's use that word. Is it plausible that Mark was in bed? She sneaks up and runs to the computer and she's logging into things and she's basically checking in on his emails and what is happening. It's only 30 minutes, so she's going to be paranoid. She's got to be quick. Because if Mark wakes up and catches her, because remember she told the neighbor, I can't let him find any of these other things out. Don't tell Mark that I'm over here freaking out and paranoid. So she's going to be paranoid. It's going to be quick. And ladies, and I don't mean to sound sexist here because I know men do this too, but ladies, when we're spying on our men, we're fucking quick, right? Quick, and then put the phone down type shit. So she's going to be fast. She cannot have Mark catch her. Look at the emails. Mark, we already know through testimony, the two lovers are emailing each other while they're at work. Because you all commented like, wow, this shit really happens at work. Yeah, they're emailing at work. So if he's already emailing lover girl from work at 2:30 in the afternoon, one of the things, it's at 2:39 p.m. that he's emailing her at 2:30 in the afternoon. Why is he going back into his email, looking at the same email that he's already read and responded to at fucking 12:30 or 1 a.m.? It doesn't make sense. Who does that? So is it plausible that Julie is searching his emails, right? Because I don't think people were as psychotic as we are now and untrusting, and nobody gives each other passwords today, right? Because we don't trust each other because we're all involved in toxic relationships. But back then, husband and wives were, a bit more open. They weren't as untrusting as we are today. So it's plausible that Julie may have had the password, and she's getting up and she's checking his email and she's reading different emails about, lover couples explorations. And then she's going on these sites looking for this stuff. It's plausible. I don't know. What do you guys think? I know I told you it's far-fetched in the beginning there. I told you it is. I know it is. But I'm trying, if I'm a defense attorney, I'm trying to poke holes in this. I don't like the fact that they're not necessarily showing, they're like correlating when the WinStar stuff was looked up. And then like, say that's looked up at 12:30 in the morning, right? And then he shuts the computer off, goes to sleep, wakes up, goes to work. And then he messages Kelly and says, hey, like last night I was looking at the WinStar shit. I don't like how they're not correlating that. So we might be missing something here. But like they're making some comments on YouTube about, all we've seen, and I think Facebook too, all we've seen, all the state has proved is that they had an affair. I mean, that's pretty much what they proved in 2008. And so far, that's what they've proved here. The problem with the state, besides all the other stuff we've talked about, is that they're concerned about motive. They're not concerned about pointing the finger at this guy. Maybe he was mentally and emotionally abusing her because of her affair. Yes, and we all think that. Would have likely gotten worse if she found out he was then a hot tub and heavy affair. Yeah, and that's the thing is, and that's where I think some of her, because what it sounds like to me is that she was carefully constructing this stuff. And man, this nursing, this college courses specifically about death, specifically about the body and medications, and I don't like any of that. That points to her directly that this is a setup and a scam. I don't like that at all. But if she is carefully constructing this plan, and please don't tell me that this woman is too stupid to do this. Ladies, ladies, I don't mean to sound sexist again, but ladies, look, you already know. You're little schemers. You already know. Something happened the weekend that she became unalived. Something happened. And we're kind of speculating that he may have said, I'm done, I want a divorce. And then she's going full-blown crazy and sets this in motion way faster, and it's not as careful and constructed, and that's how she accidentally unalives herself. Right? That's the theory. If I were Julie, I would have showed up at the hotel and busted him. Yeah, that way I get the kid's house and a divorce with alimony, which is definitely plausible back then in the late 90s. Robin says she should be paranoid. He was cheating on her, but a cheater doesn't make a murderer. Very true. Very true. Very true. So I don't know. I'm really paying. This is so boring, chat. You guys already know when we get to these experts, some of this stuff is so boring. It makes your eyeballs bleed. Imagine me, chat. I got the headphones on, so this is like right in my brain. I'm literally trying to keep my eyeballs open and trying to pay attention to this. Because this is what I like about this is that we have modern day technology investigating a very old crime as opposed to archaic technology investigating archaic stuff, right? So the Fusion Center, like I was typing in the chat, it's basically like a mini CIA or NSA. Really, it's like the NSA. And there's 2 locations in Wisconsin. And the location that would have been investigating this crime is actually located here in Milwaukee. They don't refer to themselves as the Fusion Center, which I'm surprised this kid did. And man, if you ever get the phone number to call the actual Fusion Center, that's not a number that the general public should have. And holy shit, did I get screamed at for that. But they call it the STAC, the Southeastern Wisconsin Threat Analysis Center. And I posted a link. It's pertaining to Kenosha unrest, but it talks about the surveillance that the Fusion Center was doing during that time and what they were monitoring and all of that stuff. And then if you look at the YouTube channel under the playlist interviews, if you go and listen, they're like little mini podcast interviews. If you go and listen to my interviews with Isaiah Holmes from the Wisconsin Examiner, he investigates and reports on a lot of this surveillance technology by these law enforcement departments. And it's pretty creepy, chat. It's pretty creepy, the stuff that, these fusion centers and whatever, the technology that they have and what they look at. So Kevin better not disappear. Yeah, I mean, we've had the FBI sit on us before. I'm sure the Fusion Center watches me. I had to call them for something, but yeah, it was a sketchy conversation. And here's the thing too, is Isaiah is the only journalist that was invited for an inside look at the Fusion Center. How sketchy is that? He messaged a few of us and he's like, yo, I'm going on this thing. If I don't come back, like they kidnap me. Like I just got CIA murked and I'm in a ditch somewhere. He was panicking. Who's Isaiah? I just said Isaiah Holmes from the Wisconsin Examiner. He's a journalist out here with the Wisconsin Examiner. So look that up. He's got some killer articles that he writes. Isaiah is actually my hero, my idol. That's who I look up to because this kid is wicked good. Wicked good. He's a great reporter. But yeah, so I'm trying to pay attention to this computer stuff. Some of it's just not adding up. Not yet, anyway. Obviously, we're very new into this, but I do like the fact this is probably one of the better things that the state has done so far is having a fresh new look into this with more advanced technology. If you guys were here and followed the marathon streams that we did over the weekend, the day that we did like the female testimony day, right? We themed it all females who were testifying. The female that testified in the 2008, the forensic computer expert, was Rhonda Mitchell. And I put her in there, one, because it was computer stuff, but two, I was like, dude, this is awesome. Like, this is going to be a badass female. Like, she's wicked smart, like female empowerment, right? And that's why I themed the whole thing about females. I'm like, this is going to be awesome. And I swear to God, chat, this was probably the dumbest person I've ever heard speak. She was so dumb. So I was kind of hoping she was going to come back to hear the dumbness come out of her mouth. But I'm glad if we're really trying to convict a murderer, I'm glad we are using modern day technology to solve old crimes. This is actually pretty cool. I know it's boring, but pay attention and try to look at these times, because I'm trying to focus on the times. That's the biggest thing. And I'm trying to go off memory of, like, you know, again, he's emailing the girlfriend while he's at work. Why is he just accessing the email? It's not saying that he accessed the email at 12:30 and then emailed. It's just saying that the email was accessed. And then websites are being searched, which leads me to believe that she's spying on him because she's gotten wind of this a little bit, and she's spying now. So she's accessing the email and then going on the internet to access these websites. You know, if he's referring to Big Cedar, right? She's not referring to a Cornhub video. She, you know, we say corn because you can't say the version with a P. So she sees Big Cedar and she's going on Yahoo to Google Big Cedar and look it up. She's seeing Patagonia and going on these things and looking stuff up. But then he also may be searching some stuff though too, right? So, I mean, it could go both ways. We get that. It could go both ways. Nothing is proven to Mark. Nothing's proven to Julie yet. So my theory is that she's the one spying, but there are a few holes in my theory. I'm aware of that. I'll let you know when I know I'm far-fetched and I'm going crazy. But if I'm this defense, or God help me, if I was on this jury, forget about it. Forget about it. It'd be a hung jury. Right now, I don't know how many were here and know this, but right now, chat, this case is costing the Kenosha County taxpayers $70,000 to retry this case. $70,000. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? What are your comments while we're still on this break? I don't know what was going on with the commercials. You know, we're obviously not direct in the courthouse. So for those of you that don't know, and we've said this before, Court TV gets all the contracts to film all these cases, right? So if you watch on Law and Crime and you're like, yeah, Law and Crime has the feed. Well, yeah, it's because they ripped it from Court TV. Or if you're on, you know, Fox 6 and you're like, yeah, Fox has the stream. Fuck Kevin. Well, it's because they're ripping it off Court TV. So they have this whole little setup in the war room, which is the media room, right? And basically, like, picture like a big like DJ box, and then there's just fucking 8,000 cords coming out of it, plugged into all these computers, right? All these laptops and shit. And that's how all of your media outlets are getting the feed. They're stealing it from Court TV. So if you have two screens and you watch whatever feed you like, whatever platform you like, and then you're looking at Court TVs at the same time, Court TVs will always be behind because they're on a delay because of all the signal shit coming through because they have to feed this. So just a little background for you guys. If you watch the Darrell Brooks press conference that they did, we have that video. It's under our Darrell Brooks playlist. So I put in the very beginning of that, I've when they're getting set up for the press conference, I actually filmed all that behind the scenes stuff. I did a few of those videos, kind of behind the scenes, so you guys saw what the war room looked like. But I show kind of the chaos of the tables that are in there. And then, you know, when you're watching a press conference and everyone is all like staged up and they're all close together and this person stands next to this person, I actually filmed all that so you guys could see like what that behind the scenes stuff looks like and how they get those things set up and all of that. I just thought it'd be something interesting, you know, that you guys might want to see, because you guys don't get access to that type of stuff. So, you know, try to show you guys some back end things. I almost went live last night because I was editing all the video. I almost went live last night and basically was like going to screen share everything that I'm doing and how I edit. So like, then that'd be a boring ass video, but sometimes we do like a behind the stream, so you guys get like a firsthand look at what I'm doing and certain investigations, not the big crazy ones that we do, but little tiny ones and whatever. We'll do a behind the stream and you guys get to hear me making calls and verifying some facts. So we do that with little minor things that doesn't matter if people are finding out as I'm doing it. But the major ones we don't do that with. Andre says the state has done a terrible job. He was more likable and maybe better looking. He would have.
All rise for the jury.
Here we go, guys.
You may be seated.
We're back on a record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The witness is still under oath, and you can continue your direct testimony, Ms. McNeil.
So you've been asked a lot of questions about this internet history and dates and times, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you examined the internet history on this computer, what's contained in that Excel spreadsheet, what time zone was that all in initially?
Initially, it was in Pacific time.
And why was it in Pacific time?
So older computers, generally, when they were built out west. So the computer time zones were kind of set at that time. Contrary to newer computers, a lot of the protocols and things that are created to automatically update your computers and phones and things didn't exist at that time. So the computer itself just stayed in that time zone unless somebody manually changed it.
Okay, and so when you examined this computer, it was still set in Pacific time.
That is correct.
Now, in terms of the system date and time, so like if the user is looking at the corner of the screen to see the system date and time, what was that set for?
Are you talking about the computer itself? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so apart from what the internet history is reading, the system date and time.
So the system date and time I believe was also in Pacific time.
Okay, so in terms of this internet history, having drawn from it and seeing that it was in Pacific time, these times that we're seeing on the screen, is this in Central time?
Yes, I modified them with my forensic tools so that they match up with the current times.
Okay, so all these dates and times we're seeing are in Central time where this computer was located.
Correct.
And then one more thing about the dates and times. We've heard about this computer being booted up on December 17th of 1998. Does that cause you to question the accuracy of any of this internet history, date and times that you're seeing in this presentation?
It does not.
Okay, so that particular issue with the computer being booted does not affect these dates and times.
No.
And so then just to be very clear, the date and time we are seeing, you are confident that that is the correct Central Standard date and time that this was occurring?
I'm confident of that, yes.
Okay, so now looking at what was occurring on Friday, October 16th, 1998 at 1:54 a.m., we start to see a series of searches, correct?
That is correct.
And so for these Yahoo searches, we actually see the search term at the bottom here.
That is correct.
Correct. So this first of the series of searches is for the word underground.
That is correct.
Now, if we go back to the top here, are we just seeing continuing results for that same search?
Yeah, so this would be like if you go to the second page of the Yahoo search, it renders a new HTML because it's got new search results on that site.
So like in modern times, it's like reaching the next screen of your search results?
Yeah, it's like going to the second page of Google, but on Yahoo.
The term is still the same though.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, then it appears the user accessed this website.
That is correct.
And then this website.
That is correct.
Okay, and then do we see a return to the search results?
Yes, this is the next page of the search results, a return to it.
Okay, then the next page of the search results?
That is correct.
The next page of the search results?
That is correct.
More search results?
More search results.
All right, so now we're seeing a different category match.
Yes, this would be a new search.
And this is a search for drugs.
Drugs, that is correct.
So someone searched for drugs on the internet?
That is correct.
And again, if we're paying attention to the times, this is all basically happening consecutively?
Consecutively, yes.
Okay, then we have a search for the term botulism. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so then we see our search results for botulism.
That is correct.
And then can we see the sites that the user accessed
Yes.
related to botulism?
My apologies. Yes, you can see some of the sites that were accessed.
Your Honor, at this point with these slides on, I'm going to ask for an instruction for the jury that these are what was displayed on the screen, but that we cannot verify the accuracy of the websites themselves.
Well, this is what is on the screen. He has been qualified as an expert. He can base an opinion what's on the screen.
So, Judge, I basically agree with the defense just in terms of, I think they're saying that just because a website gives certain information, it doesn't mean it's true, just like today on the internet.
I think it was true in 1998 and it's true in 2023. So that
Well, it depends on the website.
that'll be for the record.
Thank you. All right, so that's the first of the botulism websites, and then we move on to more search results, correct?
More search results.
Still for botulism, correct?
Correct.
That was a bad objection by the defense because it made the judge qualify this witness again. And then a dumb move by the DA saying, oh, well, we agree with what the defense
And
is
here
saying.
we have another
was stupid,
website that
chat.
is accessed for the botulism site, correct?
That was so
Correct.
stupid. It's, again, exactly out of the movie A Few Good Men, where they, remember Demi Moore strenuously objects, and the colonel qualifies the expert
Another
again.
website for botulism.
Keep in mind, she's a medical student, chat.
Okay, more search results.
Correct.
These are the things she went to school for, exactly this stuff. She took classes
And then
on
another
this.
botulism website, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then this website here, if you look at the words, they don't even really make sense, right?
No, they do not. When I
You saw that?
yeah, I'm not really
So
sure.
they are disconnected words just stringing together,
That is correct.
but the user accessed that site.
User accessed, yes.
Okay, so we have more search results, correct? Still for botulism.
That is correct.
Okay, so then we have some kind of recipe web page.
That is correct.
Okay. Apparently there was Netflix.
Yep.
Okay.
Got DVDs at the time.
Isn't that when Netflix only gave you the discs though in the mail?
Yep. You'd have
That's
to.
when for the record, that's when Netflix only had discs.
For the record,
What are
that's
we
when
doing?
Netflix
This is a
only had the
murder
discs,
trial,
and you
guys.
Had to
I
set
hate when
your
they make
subscription
jokes.
to.
I hate
either
when they make
monthly,
jokes
I don't
during
remember
murder
exactly,
trials. This
something
is
like that,
so offensive to everybody involved.
All right.
Man.
So then, just if we look at the timing here, this is 2:13 a.m. for this website.
Correct.
And then shortly thereafter, it moves to another website. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And again, we're still on the topic of this botulism search.
Yes, that is correct.
And again, you're just showing us here
Cooking.
the websites that were accessed as a result of that search.
Yes, yeah. It's another website related to botulism or cooking.
Okay. More search results, correct?
More search results further down. Another site for botulism.
Another botulism website. All right, so now going to this particular search that's happening. Is that for poisoning?
That is for poisoning.
And so we're clear on the time frame. This is at the end of the botulism searches, correct?
Correct.
October 16th, 1998.
That is correct.
2:21 a.m.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I have asked you a variety of questions about the searches that were done on this computer. Are there some items that were not searched for?
I mean, lots
So-
of things weren't searched for.
Right.
Yeah.
Drugs were searched for, right?
Yes.
But to give you an example, was the word divorce searched for?
No, it was not.
In all of the internet history that you looked at for this computer, you never saw a search for divorce.
When I was able to recover, no, absolutely no search for divorce.
Okay, how about a search for something like child custody?
No,
How about a search for child support?
no,
Any searches for attorneys,
not that I recall. No,
like divorce attorney?
no, no.
Any court-related searches for divorce?
Nope, no searches for divorce.
All right, so moving to Friday, October 16th, 1998, 11:57 p.m. So now we are later in the evening of that Friday. Actually, almost to midnight of that Friday.
Correct.
What is this article here that was accessed by the user?
So that is an article about a man who was accused of blowing up his ex-wife with a pipe bomb, and it's his sentencing article.
Okay. So again, regardless of whether anything is true or not, that is what this article is about.
That is correct. That's what the article is about.
Man who attempted to blow up his estranged ex-wife with a pipe bomb.
Correct.
All right, and so now we have moved, that other search was close to midnight, and now in the timing we've moved to just after midnight so now we're on Saturday, October 17th, 1998. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we see a search, some kind of chemical, mercury fulminate.
Yes.
Okay, and this website, you see it accesses Jolly Roger.
Yes.
And what the user would have seen is about mercury fulminate is used as a primary explosive in the fabrication of detonators.
That is, yes, that's what's on the website.
So again, whether it's true or not, that's what the user would see.
Correct.
Okay, and then there's a list of items here. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Includes syringe.
Correct.
Then there appears to be a helpful caution on the bottom here. Acid will burn skin and destroy clothing.
That is correct. There's a caution.
The user who saw this website would see these things.
Would see that.
Okay. Shortly thereafter, the HTML here is poolfun.html. You see that?
Yep, that is correct. And it appears to be a website, or website by Jolly Rogers again, specifically related to pools and things you can do with them.
Okay. And so does this actually involve the sabotage of a pool?
Yes, using chemicals.
And so some kind of directions about that.
Yes.
Somebody remind me to talk about this at the end. Somebody remind me to talk about the pool and this chemical thing, please.
Okay. Then shortly thereafter, we have another search, correct?
That is correct, for nicotine.
And this search, if we actually get to the search word at the bottom here.
It is for nicotine.
Okay. Okay, and once again, we're continuing basically along the same browsing session, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so continuing with the nicotine search, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now, just shortly thereafter that, 12:46 a.m., what do we see on this webpage?
So this is it says stifle branch listings. It appears to be the branch listings for the business Stifle.
Okay.
On that website.
And we see this individual was looked up on the branch listings.
Correct.
From Appleton, a Ron Ruck.
Ruck, yeah.
Oh, Internet Explorer cannot explain this webpage. Okay, then do we see another person is looked up in these branch listings?
Yes, John Joseph.
So John Joseph, branch manager, Colorado Springs, that's what the page displays?
That is what it is, yes.
Okay, and then shortly thereafter that?
It's a branch listing for John T. Joseph, a.k.a. Jock.
So
in
John,
quotes.
so is it John T. quote Jock unquote Joseph?
Correct, yes.
So that's what the screen displays?
Again, for Colorado Springs.
So that's what the user was accessing at this point?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Then shortly thereafter, something called inbox. So does this appear to be an email inbox?
Yes, partial recovery of an email inbox.
Okay. And then once again, do we see emails being accessed between the defendant and Kelly Labonte?
That is correct.
That email says
And
it's
once again, that name
3:25
appears,
p.m.
the Jock Joseph, Colorado
Guys,
Springs.
it's 3:25 p.m. when that email was sent, but they're accessing the email in the middle of the night. I know some of you can't see some of these dates and times. That's why I'm talking.
There appears to be some search screen that's accessed. Correct?
That is correct.
And on the next screen after the search screen, a variety of Kellys, including Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
There you go. She's searching for Kelly Labonte. That's why she's accessing the branches. She's trying to find Kelly Labonte. Chat, I'm telling you this. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm getting worked up over here, chat.
Okay, so before we lose the date and time. So now we have moved to Monday, October 19th, 1998 at 2:24 a.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, and we're seeing more searches now.
Correct.
This one for pipe bomb.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. More results then for pipe bomb.
That is correct. It's the next page.
Then more results.
That is correct.
Dude, the FCC is going to have a field day with every live
Following
stream of
that,
this
do we
trial.
see a new search for the term anarchist?
Anarchist, that is correct.
I'm almost afraid to stream this right now.
And as a result of that search, did you see websites accessed for the anarchist?
I did.
Stop talking about that. Quit saying that word. Hang on, Chad. I gotta censor this a bit. These platforms are gonna have a field day with these
And
streams.
so this would be what the user accessed at this time?
Yes, yes.
Oh my God, I don't even like showing that.
Some website spunk press directory catalog.
That is correct.
Apparently they're collecting food and drink recipes.
Yeah, this appears to be a different anarchist cookbook about literal food recipes for anarchists.
Yeah, so that Spunk Press thing is it's an anarchist site, a book.
And just so we don't miss the date and time, we're now at 3:14 a.m. on the same day, the 19th, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So continuing with the anarchist search at that time as well.
That is correct.
Okay, so now we get to November of 1998, and I'm going to ask you the same questions about the dates and times that the internet is being accessed in November.
Okay.
Okay, so on the 2nd, we see internet activity in the late evening hours, that Monday.
That is correct.
Then on the Tuesday, once again, the late evening hours, the 3rd.
That is correct.
Then on the 4th, we have the very early morning hours.
That is correct.
And then late evening hours starting at 11:01.
Yes.
Now, we see another gap in terms of internet activity, internet history. So November 5th, 6th, and 7th, you did not find any internet history on those days?
Correct.
Okay, so back to, gotta go to the beginning. Also the 8th is missing. Then the 9th, do you see internet activity in the early morning?
I do, yes.
Then Tuesday the 10th, once again the early morning hours.
Yes.
Wednesday the 11th, early morning hours.
Correct.
And then another gap of days, 12th, 13th, 14th.
That is correct.
And then 15th without internet activity.
That is correct.
Okay, 16th, early morning hours.
Correct.
17th, evening, 9:47 p.m.
That is correct.
Okay. Followed by a series of days, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, where you did not see internet activity.
That is correct.
Then going to Sunday, the 22nd, looks
Correct.
like there's early morning internet activity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then afternoon internet activity, 4:43 to 5:09 p.m.
That is correct.
And then the nighttime, 10:57 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, the Monday, 11:50 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we see a series of days, 24th and 25th, without activity, correct?
Correct.
All right. Then the 26th, so that would be the Thursday, early morning hours, correct?
That is correct.
And then late evening hours, correct?
Correct.
Moving to the 28th, early morning hours, correct?
Correct.
Then end of November, on Sunday, we have very early morning, 4:21 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And then Sunday, 5:13 to 5:14 p.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, so during these times that I've showed you during the month of November of 1998, Monday to Friday, regular business hours, 8 to 5, no internet activity, correct?
Correct.
All right, so now we're going to look at some searches occurring on Tuesday, November 10th. Again, we have early morning hours, 2:35 a.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. At this time, the search term is suicide.
Yep, suicide.
Okay. And then do we see, following that, something related to physician-assisted suicide?
Yes, we do.
Euthanasia? Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And apparently this website on this topic references some website called Noel Early.
That is correct.
And did it appear that the user accessed that website?
Yes.
Okay, so this is apparently some individual.
Yes.
Okay, so then once again, in these early morning hours of November 10th, 1998, 2:55 a.m., do you see this website that the user would have accessed?
I do.
Okay, and appears to have a very long listing of a variety of medical things.
Medical,
correct?
yeah.
Following that, some kind of toxicology search.
Correct.
All right, so here we have references to various poison things. So like Florida Poison Information Center,
Yes.
some kind of toxicology resource, internet resources for practitioners, educators, and researchers in medical, clinical, and occupational
Correct.
toxicology, and providers of poison information. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And then on the bottom here, toxic alcohols, effects of ethanol, isopropyl alcohol, methanol, and ethylene glycol.
That is correct. Yep, that is correct.
Okay. And then immediately following that, do we have another query for nicotine?
Yes.
Now, during this time, again, this is the same browsing session as far as you can tell, correct?
As far as I can tell, yes.
So we see a variety of toxicology type websites accessed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'll be showing you those. All right, then following those toxicology websites, do you see this website here for the National Toxicology Program?
I did.
Okay, then following that, it appears some searches conducted, chemistry, health, and safety search.
Yes, it's looks like a website you can search in, yes, for that.
And once again, it appears that nicotine is being searched.
That is correct.
You can see the quotation there for nicotine.
Correct.
And And then following that, some kind of website.
Yeah, it appears to be either some lab or scientific website related to the Rating Corporation, and I'm not gonna nitro, so I'm not gonna try
Yeah, that's
to
a
pronounce that. So
pretty long word starting with an M. I know it ends in nicotine.
yes.
Okay. So just scrolling through, this is the website that the user would have accessed.
That is true. Yes.
Okay. Now, going to December of 1998, once again with the internet activity. Now we see on Tuesday, December 1st, internet activity occurring at 1:18 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on the 2nd, we see the morning internet activity 4:31 a.m. to 4:35 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then later in the morning, 8:14 a.m. to 8:49 a.m. Correct?
That is correct.
Then near lunchtime, 11:45 a.m. to 11:47 a.m.
Correct.
And then there's this gap until the PM search or internet activity, 9:31 p.m. to 9:43 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So can't really fit it in one square, but this is not actually on the 9th, correct?
Yes, that's on the 2nd.
It's a continuation of the 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And then internet activity on the 3rd of December, early morning hours, 12:44 a.m. to 1:23 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the morning, 9:40 a.m. to 9:42 a.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, for this particular internet activity in these 3 days in December of 1998, you were able to recover quite a few of these 1998 web pages, right?
Yes, and part of the reason behind that is because it was all of it was still in the temporary internet history, which is a folder, another area that saves all of those HTMLs and other file paths.
Now, to be clear, you had detected evidence of the user deleting history November 29th, December 2nd, and December 3rd, correct?
Correct. And the reason behind that is because the actual internet history as we know it, internet history wasn't there, but there was a large amount of files in this temporary internet history page which tied to these dates.
So you found this internet history in the temporary files in spite of what appeared to be the effort to delete it.
Correct.
And then to be clear, when you examine this computer, the internet activity stopped after the 3rd, correct?
Yes, yes.
Except for when the computer was booted on the 17th.
Correct.
Okay, and so you saw that activity that I showed on the Excel spreadsheet, correct, on the 17th?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so now going to Wednesday, December 2nd, 1998, 4:34 a.m. We see on this page what appears to be a search for Paxil or paroxetine, correct?
That is correct.
And then following immediately thereafter, so we get the date and time, December 2nd, 4:35 a.m.
Correct.
What appears to be the web page that is accessed for paroxetine, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I'm just going to click through this web page. So quite a long web page there addressing, or seems to be about paroxetine or Paxil, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so now moving to the morning of the 2nd at 8:16 a.m. There's a website accessed about ethylene glycol poisoning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so immediately following that, there appears to be a website accessed regarding oxalic acid.
That is correct.
And again, regardless of whether it's true or not, this website says it is a metabolite of ethylene glycol.
Correct. That's what it says.
So that's what the user would have seen.
Yes.
Okay, then immediately after that, we see a website accessed, and not sure how to pronounce that, but fomezpizoli.
Yeah, some.
Okay, a chemical.
Yeah, it's a chemical of some sort. I'm also not going to try to pronounce it.
Okay, so we can see how it's spelled, though, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and so again, regardless of whether this is true or not, what this website says is that chemical was approved for use after ethylene glycol poisoning.
Correct.
And then it provides a variety of other information.
That is correct.
So whatever this chemical is, it appears to be related to treating ethylene glycol poisoning, correct?
That is correct.
And that's just the bottom of that website, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, immediately after that, there's a website accessed about toxic alcohols. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it appears to present some kind of account or hypothetical of some individual ingesting a gulp of green liquid.
Yes.
Located in a Gatorade bottle, correct?
That is correct.
A coworker stated that the engine antifreeze was transferred. So it appears to be some account of an individual ingesting ethylene glycol.
That is correct.
All right. And then below that, the same thing.
Correct.
Okay. Immediately after that, a website that appears to address how to patients with toxic alcohol ingestion typically present.
That is correct. Yes.
So again, we can see on the bottom here, regardless of whether this is true or not, it appears to be talking about manifestations of methanol and ethylene glycol.
That is correct.
And basically symptoms.
Yes, symptoms.
Okay, same bottom page, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then immediately after that, see another website referencing ethylene glycol, correct?
Yes.
And then after that, some kind of article about dangers associated with ethanol substitutes.
That is correct.
All right, and that page just continues. Okay, then immediately after that, another website on ethylene glycol.
That is correct.
And again, regardless of whether this is true or not, it appears to describe some symptoms.
That is correct.
Okay, and then that website appears to continue.
Yes.
Okay, and then shortly after that website is accessed, we have another website, correct?
That is correct.
Also about poisoning.
That is correct.
And in this list we're seeing in this website, one of the items is ethylene glycol, correct?
That is, sorry, that is true.
Okay, then immediately after that appears to be the same website, just a different page, correct?
Correct.
And then immediately after that, by the look of it, same website, but specifically referring to the ethylene glycol.
That is correct.
And again, regardless of whether this is true or not, this is what the user would have seen.
That is correct.
Okay, and then that appears to be a continuation of this website.
That does, yes.
And again, regardless of whether it's true, a listing of symptoms.
Yes.
Then a listing of treatment,
Correct.
antidotes,
Correct.
Okay, so now we're in a different time frame. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, so we're just later, 11:45 a.m. on December 2nd, 1998, correct?
That is correct.
And this website that we're going to see, it appears to be Anatomy Atom.
That is correct. Yeah, that's what it.
Is that a website that you saw a lot?
Yeah, it's one of the more frequented websites.
Okay. And is this here a continuation of the Anatomy Atom website?
Correct.
All in the same time frame?
Yes.
Okay, so on this website, this Anatomy Atom related website,
This was like its main splash page, kind of.
what did you describe this page as?
So it's like its main page, like when you go to the website, pick all the options, kind of.
So these, what we're seeing here, the words in the middle, that would be something you could click on?
Correct.
Poisons?
Correct.
So based on your viewing of this Anatomy Atom website, it appears to be somehow medically related.
Yeah, medically related.
And it does have a poisons category, correct?
It does.
Okay. And then immediately follow that, we see a list of various apparently drugs, including overdose related.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And it's alphabetical.
Yeah.
Okay, so just clicking through the list. Did it appear that the user accessed in this list the letter E?
Yes.
And under the letter E is one of the listed items ethylene glycol?
That is correct.
And then again, this page is very limited, but from the words we can see, it appears the user accessed the ethylene glycol poison page.
That is correct.
And what we're seeing here is that basically a continuation of that poison page for ethylene glycol.
That is correct.
And what we're seeing now, is that just a continuation of the prior page?
That is correct. Yes.
And again, regardless of whether it's true, this is what the user would have seen.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're moving to a different time frame. This would be Wednesday, December 2nd, 1998 at 9:34 p.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And at that time, again, we have a very limited website, but it appears to be referencing antifreeze poison.
Yes.
And does this appear to be similar in terms of the look of the website to the one that was accessed hours earlier?
Correct.
But this one is labeled antifreeze. The prior one was labeled ethylene glycol.
Yes.
Okay, then looking at the next web page, it appears to be describing some medical condition, fast breathing,
Yes.
respiratory rate rapid breathing.
Correct.
And so this is what the user was accessing after accessing the antifreeze website?
Correct.
Okay, and then immediately after that, it appears the user using the same web page or the same look to it access something about rapid breathing.
That is correct.
And then again, regardless of whether it's true, it describes things like skin discoloration, lips bluish.
Correct.
Bluish discoloration of the skin.
Correct.
Okay. Then that page just continues.
Correct.
Immediately after that, the user appears to be looking for skin discoloration, bluish.
That is correct.
And then immediately after that, blood pressure low.
Correct.
And then this page that we're looking at now, does that appear to be the user accessing the low blood pressure page?
Yes.
All right, then immediately following that, there appears to be a page accessed about consumption of alcohol.
That is correct.
Okay, so now the time frame we're looking at is the very morning hours, just after December 2nd has turned to December 3rd, 1998, correct?
That is correct.
So we are at 12:46 a.m.
Correct.
At that time, is a site accessed about antifreeze poisoning?
Yes.
Then shortly thereafter, some website where you can only see the word toxicological emergencies.
That is correct.
Then shortly after that, are we once again seeing this series of websites that appears to be about symptoms of things?
Yes.
So this one is unconsciousness.
Correct.
Again, we are around 1 a.m. on December 3rd, 1998.
That is correct.
And so the page we're seeing now, does that appear to be the user accessing this unconsciousness page?
That is correct, yes.
And then a continuation of that page?
Yes.
Okay, shortly after that, do we see the user accessing a page about consciousness decreased?
Yes.
And based on the following page, does it appear that the user actually clicked into that page?
Correct.
And then shortly after that, do we see more Yahoo searches?
Yes.
Looking at the search term, ethylene glycol poisoning.
That is correct.
Then shortly after that, another web page.
That is correct.
So we saw a listing of the H words in alphabetically on that prior page, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Then it appears that the user would have clicked on the hypertension.
Correct.
Is that correct? And then once again, we're seeing the similar pages that we just saw previously.
Correct.
Where it's a description of the symptom or the search term.
That is correct.
And then shortly after that, do we see another list of, this time we're in the T section?
Yes.
And it appears the user accessed a site about bounding pulse.
That is correct.
And once again, a similar website is accessed.
Correct.
And one of the terms for that is tachycardia listed in this website.
Yes.
Okay, so once again, we see the list of the alphabetical terms, and this time the C section is accessed, correct?
That is correct.
And so immediately after that, we see shock-cardiogenic.
That is correct.
Same type of web page we've been seeing.
Yes, same type.
And we can see there again, cardiogenic shock, correct?
That is correct.
Then immediately after that, a web page about weak or absent pulse is accessed.
That is correct.
And similar to the other pages in this section, just lists.
Yes, it's very similar.
Okay, so now we've moved to a different time frame.
Yes.
Thursday, December 3rd, 1998 at 9:40 a.m.
That is correct.
Okay. And so was there another Yahoo search that was conducted in this time frame?
There was.
Search term ethylene glycol poisoning.
That is correct.
Now, in 1998, is the website like today, where if you've clicked on it, it's purple?
Yes, it'll register as purple.
All right, so looking just immediately thereafter, the same website as before in terms of the look of it. Now the term is diabetic ketoacidosis. Is that
That
correct?
is, yes, that is correct.
And then the following page resembles the pages we had viewed before leading up to this, correct?
Yes, it does.
So this is making some reference to diabetic coma.
Correct.
And then immediately after that, we have the Yahoo page again.
That is correct.
Continuing results for the ethylene glycol poisoning.
That is correct.
All right, is that the end of the internet history then from December 3rd of 1998?
That is, yes, that's what I believe.
And there was no recoverable internet history after what I've just shown you on December 3rd, 1998?
No, not on December 3rd, no.
So now we've talked about this Anatomy of Adam website.
Correct.
So did you do something to be able to show us what accessing this site would have looked like on the computer?
Correct. So in that virtual machine I spoke about earlier, I went into the temporary internet history just to show how it would have rendered on the actual computer itself. So very similar to the screenshots, just more dynamic. So what this video will show is just clicking through that website. It's only going to the places where a user would have actually clicked because it's not actually connected to the internet. It is simply relying on that temporary internet history.
All right, so this is going to play then like a video on the screen. Is that accurate?
Correct.
It's a video. Okay, and so we kind of saw with the slideshow previously this web page, and you can see again the things the user could click on, including the poisons aspect of that.
That is correct. And the reason why those images are in there and they weren't in the actual screenshots is because it's populating it as a full website in that temporary internet files section as opposed to a simple HTML document. It's compiling all of that together.
And you're able to show that by use of the virtual machine.
Yes.
Okay. And then this following page we have here, are you again on the virtual machine?
Correct.
And then showing us the access to the ethylene glycol related web pages?
Yes, it's the same thing.
So once again, a video.
Yes.
All right, so I have a few additional questions about this home computer that you looked at and you analyzed and that we've been going through.
Correct.
So again, on the virtual machine, are we actually able to see what this, I don't know what you would call it, a home screen look like on this computer?
Yes. Yes.
So on this 1998 computer from the Jensen home, the screen, if someone turned on the computer, looked like this, that what we see on the screen right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, this would be a fair representation. Yes.
Okay, so that's an accurate representation.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So then I have a question about a couple of these icons. We can see the Internet Explorer, right?
Correct.
And then there's some kind of exec PC icon.
That is
That's So if we're looking at the screen, that would be on the left side, the fourth icon down.
That is correct, yes.
And then the fifth icon down, is that the Quicken?
Yes.
Okay, and what is Quicken?
From my research, it's like a tax filing. You can do investments and banking, pretty much everything financial.
So some kind of financial computer program?
Correct.
And if we go to the middle column, the very bottom image that's kind of red and white, what is that program?
That is another tax website, or not website, application to work on.
Is
like
it
a trading
tax-related,
trading, like a trader finance? I think it's the Trading Stock Pro or something.
Okay, so it's a trading stock web? Or
Yeah,
not
like
website?
stocks and finance stuff. Yeah,
Okay, so that's what that program is?
correct.
Okay. And so now on this computer, did you explore what was actually in the Quicken program?
I did.
All right. And you made a video of that?
Yeah, this is a visual representation. Yes,
Okay. So just like the other videos?
just
we've
like the
seen?
other videos. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so regarding this Quicken program, were you specifically looking for files or something in this program related to the Jensen home finances?
Yes, I was looking for any files related to that. Yes.
And did you find anything that appeared to be the Jensen home finances?
Outside of the one at the beginning where it shows that it says Jensen and then there's a file and then within it is a different account, there was nothing that I could find.
So what we see you clicking through here, that appears to be, this financial information appears to be under the name Sorensen.
That is correct.
Okay, so we were seeing financial information, but that is labeled Sorensen.
That is correct.
And did you find anything that looked like the balancing of a checkbook?
No.
And as you actually clicked through Quicken, as the user would be able to see it, did you see anything besides what you've shown us on the screen?
I did not.
So whatever material was saved in this Quicken computer program was very limited.
Yes.
And all of the things that actually had money amounts or stock amounts were under the name Sorensen, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so now before we move off the Jensen home computer, I want to go back to the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
Now, on the PowerPoint that we've just looked at, those were the internet websites where we could actually see something because there was the HTML file, correct?
Correct.
But in this Excel file, this is all the internet history you were able to recover, correct?
That is correct.
And so there's some internet history where we can't see anything more than basically what's in the Excel file in terms of a visual.
That is correct.
So it's still internet history. You still would have a date and time for when it's accessed on the computer. There's just no real visual to it.
Yes.
Now, when you looked at this computer, I believe you testified that you first saw activity that would indicate use on July 6th of 1998. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you examine the early internet activity that was occurring in July on this computer?
I did.
And based on your examination of this early internet activity, did you see access to pornographic sites?
I did.
All right, so I'm just going to direct your attention to specific pages in this internet history.
Your Honor, I have an objection. I think we should possibly take it outside the presence of the jury.
How much more direct do you have?
I don't have a ton more, but there's a few other devices that I have to ask questions about. So I think I would be done by 5 if we continued until 5.
Well, we're going to have the jury leave. Let's go out for a minute and we'll figure out what we're going to do, okay?
What happened? I stepped away to get my cheese Danish. What I missed? Why am I looking at Goofy's face over here? Are they gonna start across or are we gonna end?
All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom. What are you going to present now so I know how to handle the objection?
So this is related to pornographic searches that have to do with the topics that have been discussed so far regarding the pornography. So there's a search for dick size. There's a search or there's a website that's accessed about oral sex. There's a website that's accessed erect guys. A website that's accessed Blowjob Central. So the particular pornographic sites being accessed, I think, fit in exactly with the other discussions of pornography in this case.
You're not going to go into any other categories, just what you mentioned.
Right, and I'm just doing a few sites. Certainly there's a lot of history there, but I'm just highlighting the ones that fit into the pattern that we've been discussing.
So it sounds like this information's already been presented to the jury and we're just showing what was in the computer.
Correct. That's why I wanted to take this up outside the presence of the jury, because if we are going to be reading every single pornographic internet address, I think it would be
But we're not going to do that.
But we're not doing that.
Yeah, we're going to be specific, exactly what we've already talked about.
Yes. Then I can withdraw the objection.
All right, the objection is withdrawn. You think we should let the jury go home now?
I mean, it's really up to the court and counsel.
I think we should.
All right.
These are hard to watch.
I agree with you, but I guess my only concern is that I think if she can get it done by 5, I think it would be great, and then start with cross. I mean, I would love to leave right now. I'm not saying that that's not a good idea. I'm just saying that. I think
Jeremy wants
I'm
to
just
leave.
saying that, like,
I think your co-counsel disagrees with you.
I'm just concerned about the length of the trial. So I will leave it to the court.
I'm not going to rush this case.
No, I know.
And it's difficult to look up at screens all the time.
I think you're
Humans
absolutely
can't handle that much. We're not robots.
That's fine, Judge.
I mean, the jury stares at it, and you could tell after a while they want a break.
We all glaze over.
You know, it's not like we have a live witness and we ask questions. We constantly stop, and then they got to look at the screen.
Defense has no objection to adjourning for the day.
So we're going to bring them back and say we have too much to finish today. They come back at 8:30. Okay, bring them back.
You know, we count on them being tired because that's when they make mistakes, and then they accidentally show naughty pics that get broadcast live like they did the one day. JD40, I don't like him. Not many of us do. I know him. I don't like him either. I have my personal reasons, though. All right, well, stick around. We're going to do just a quick little recap. I'm not going to stay on for an extra hour like I've been doing because I am exhausted, chat. I'm sorry. I was up till 2 a.m. Editing all these videos for you guys and putting out all these little clips everywhere on different social media platforms that we have. And I've stared at too much stuff, and now I got to go back and edit. Today, I'm still not even done with yesterday or
All rise for the jury.
day 1 or day 2. This stuff takes hours editing video. Spent 9 hours yesterday after the stream ended. 9 hours editing Facebook. Oh, what's up, Brittany? Yeah, Rachel's over here.
All right, we're back on the record on the Jensen matter. Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The objection has been withdrawn, folks, so the state's going to be able to ask questions in this area. We're not going to be able to finish by 5, and I don't like to drive when it's raining in the dark, so I want you to come back tomorrow. So have a good evening. Don't talk about a case. 8:30. Thank you.
JK said, was that the court or the network streaming, though? No, that was the court. The attorneys have access on what gets put on the screen for the jury and then what gets put, broadcast everywhere. But I mean, whatever. I'm sure it's both of them.
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we do have a number of witnesses who are going to be essentially reputation for untruthfulness witnesses based on the blow up at the last time that we talked about this.
It was a blow up. I think it was just the decision I made. Okay. You didn't like.
Well, I didn't like it feeling like we were getting yelled at. So I just wanted to make sure that that's not going to be an issue.
Well, as long as it's not in the order that I signed, we can get into it.
Yes. And it's reputation. It's not specific instances.
I mean, let's talk about it in the morning because I was going to bring it up myself. So we'll talk about it in the morning.
Okay.
And I have another timing issue. We do have witnesses who have to testify tomorrow because they've traveled here. And so, you know, depending on how long things take tomorrow, I might have to ask court and counsel to agree to break with this witness and get in the witnesses who have to go. That's possible. They'll be available. It's just, and they're not extremely long witnesses. Tarika Krafasi and Stacy Bauer traveled.
Well, needs to be while we're talking.
We're good. He can go. We'll go. That's way too many questions before we go home.
So just alerting everybody that that's.
I understand. Try to talk to each other. You guys have seemed to been working.
Goddamn court TV. No, they didn't get yelled at. It's the problem, guys. When you guys are popping in and out, you miss a lot of stuff. I know everybody's busy, and not all of you are as psychotic as some of us that sit here all day and watch this crazy shit. This is why I told you guys, this is why I don't stream these trials. They're so long, and my eyes bleed, and I got to sit with the headphones, and I got to listen, and it's a lot. It's a lot. And like you guys, like you're at jobs, you're at all these other things. I'm ignoring my actual job, which is investigative journalism. I'm not doing any of it. I feel like a trial crime junkie right now. So that's why during lunch day I had to play I just picked some random stuff for you guys to watch because I had to get some of my stuff done today. I've been ignoring too much. All right, let's talk about some stuff. I don't even know what happened today besides this witness. I'm not even sure who was on the stand. Let me go look at the detective. So we had the detective's cross-examination. See, I had to go back and rewind my own stream. I think the defense destroyed shit playing in my ear. I think the defense destroyed the detective. I think he pointed out too many mistakes, too many things that weren't investigated, critical pieces of evidence that they never tested at the crime labs. Yeah, I wrote it down, Darlene. I wrote it down because there's stuff that was bothering me. But thank you. So that's what I think about that. I'm going to clip the defense's portion out. We've kind of been attacking the DA. So I've kind of been taking on this role of, let's put some doubt and let's be the defense. You guys, take on whatever roles you want. If you want to be like little mini DAs, because some of you are coming at me and you're coming at me pretty hard in the chat. And personally, I think I'm just shutting you down. You may think otherwise, though. I think some of you are operating out of feelings. And I feel bad for people if you guys end up on a jury. But that's just my personal razzing on you guys a little bit. You guys are doing great. You're paying attention. You're coming up with some theories. That's awesome. And, you're trying to poke holes yourself and put some doubt. Here, like we say every day at the end, right? We investigate things. We try to expose corruption. And, when I'm looking at a potential story, like I'm investigating this Kenosha thing with a public official, and I have to prove or disprove the things that I was told. I have to prove or disprove. So if I disprove what I was told, then I tell the source, hey man, there's nothing here. I'm not writing about this, right? There's nothing. And it's the same thing I told Savannah with the TikTok thing when I talked to her. Right? I look at everything somebody tells me as you're lying. Everything you just said to me is bullshit. That's how I start off. Everything is a lie. It's made up. It's bullshit. It's not factual. And then I dissect it piece by piece. Every single word that they said to me, I verify it. If you tell me a person's name, now I got to go call that person and I got to verify that. If you tell me there's a document, I got to find the document. You tell me there's a video, I got to find that. I dissect it and I verify every detail. That's how, when you guys see that, like when you read the articles and stuff that we put out, the amount of time that is spent on that, right? And this Kenosha curfew thing that I've been neglecting, I keep promising you guys I'm going to get this out to you. The article about the Kenosha curfew that has taken 2 years of investigation to be able to get certain things first off and then verify, prove or disprove. And we've already caught multiple people lying. Stories are not matching up. And we know who lied. That's the good thing. So that, that's why we can expose these untruths by these government, public official people. So that's what we do. So, and I told you guys, because a lot of you guys, you ask about money and all these things, and you keep asking me if we're going to stream all these other trials, and I keep telling you this has to be financially worth it for me. The one reason I chose, for full transparency, because I told you guys before, I walked out of my job, there was a bunch of bullshit, I couldn't take it anymore, and I was going to snap, and I walked out New Year's Eve. I said, I can't do it, I'm done. I literally walked out. And I immediately came home. I was relieved as soon as I walked out. I immediately came home and I started sending resumes out. This trial was coming up, and I'm familiar with the trial because one of our legal counsel was one of his former counsel in 2016, 2017. And I really looked at the details of the trial. And the one reason I chose to do this specific trial, right? Like if we do the new Judge Doro trial, that's just simply for the fascination of everybody seeing Judge Doro, and that's probably going to spike my views and whatever. It's the only reason I care about that. It's going to build the platform, right? I give no fucks about that trial for any other reason. But this trial with Mark Jensen, it literally fits the criteria of everything that we do here, right? His rights were violated. The law changed in 2004, and Schroeder, being a dinosaur historian, law buff that he is, every judge will tell you, if you want a fair trial, you go in front of Schroeder, but God help you if you lose, because that is not the man to sentence you. Everybody knows that in Kenosha. So it's funny that the law changes in 2004, but in 2008, they're still allowing things that the law said they couldn't. So I find that interesting. So his rights were ultimately violated, right? And what do we do here? We focus on a lot of civil rights issues. Corruption within systems, right? That's another big element of what we do here. And this case, from what I had heard, had some potential corruption in it. There was some questionable things, all this and that, whatever. And we're seeing a lot of stuff that I think we can safely say corruption, right? And definitely, just to minimize it, definitely just piss poor police work. I mean, horrible. Okay? Horrible. Now, I think they crushed the detective. I really do. That really exposed a lot of stuff. And my favorite attorney at this point is Attorney Perry. I forgot, they mentioned his first, I forgot his first name, but Attorney Perry. Some people said that Perry was Brooks' original attorney. And I think that was confirmed. Somebody reconfirmed that for me. But he was a Brooks' original attorney on some case, and I don't know if Brooks fired him or something. Or if was he the attorney for the Waukesha thing, and then Brooks fired him? There's something. There's some connection with the two of them. But yeah, so. He's my favorite, and he's been handling a lot of the medical and the tech stuff, and he's crushing it. He's absolutely crushing it. Bobby Boy looked a little paranoid today. He looked a little nervous. Some stuff was not going his way. They were shutting some stuff down. Bobby Boy looked a little nervous, and, he may have, on a break, ran to the bathroom and did a little, to wake himself up a bit. So, here's some interesting things that I wrote down in regards to the computer tech forensic stuff. Now, I'm going to be honest, and we'll start with this part first. I did not like the searches on December 3rd at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't like that. Something is wrong with that part. Okay, because I think we could probably safely assume that probably by this time, right, like she's already like had enough of this stuff in her system, right? Am I right on that part? It's not like she went at 11 o'clock in the morning, or she may have. Who knows? Who knows? But that part I didn't like. So that part bothers me. Yeah, and see, like JK says, and this is key phrases too, right? Like JK says someone in the house is well aware of antifreeze consumption, 100%. But it's the someone, right? That's the part. There's just doubt. And circumstantially, yes, there's things that point to Mark, but there's things that point to her too. And this is the problem I'm having with a lot of it. So that ending part really messed me up. It really did. I'm not going to lie. That really messed me up. I don't have necessarily a counter for you guys to put some doubt in your minds. Other than, here's the doubt. And again, I'll pre-warn you, this is far-fetched. She told him, hey, motherfucker, you're going to jail. And now he's frantic and he's trying to look up stuff on the internet to fix her. Because if he calls the police, remember, the theory is attempted murder. And I got to keep saying that word for you guys, attempted. So he might be panicking like, shit, if I call the police or if I take her to the hospital right now, I'm going to jail. It's the only doubt that I can put in your minds. It's far-fetched, I don't know, but I'm going to put the doubt as if you're the jury. Okay? Is it 2 hours back from the search stamp? I don't know. I kind of like this kid on the stand. I mean, he has said nothing that any of this is Mark, and he said that none of it is Julie, right? We don't even know. He's not pointing the finger at anybody. He's just telling us exactly what happened, when it happened, and then showing us the stuff. So I like this kid. I really do. And knowing what we know about the Fusion Center here in Milwaukee, there's some, like, these guys are, NSA, they don't exist type people. So, no wonder they're sending their little analyst people in here. But I do like this kid. This is it. This is what the evidence is, guys. So I think that's cool. And we're seeing now firsthand, which is awesome, what the websites were. I got a little concerned with a couple of those websites. So I apologize. I was talking over some of that, but I was a little concerned about it. So the ending searches December 3rd bothered me. But here's some things that I wrote down, and I was kind of going back and forth in the different chats saying these things, but I really want to point it out while you're all still here. I have a thought that we know Mark is sending these naughty messages to Kelly. But we also know he's sending the naughty messages to Kelly while he's at work. So if we think about this logically, chat, why would Mark go and access the same email that he already sent from work? That doesn't make sense. None of that makes sense. That sounds suspect to me. And I'm thinking this, and then what got me was whoever accessed those emails immediately then went and searched the topic of those emails. That's how the state laid this out. The email was opened, and then the topic of the email was searched. That doesn't sit well with me. Okay, that's the first thing. So what I think is that Julie accessed Mark's emails. Did Julie have Mark's password info? Well, we don't know. We don't know because we don't know. But my theory on that, which I said earlier, is that back then, people weren't as psychotic and toxic as we are today, right? Today, like, let's just think about it. Again, think about it logically. Today, we don't trust each other. None of us do. And we don't trust each other in relationships because we all are fucked up. Something's wrong with us, and we get involved in toxic relationships, right? And we don't trust each other, and we're constantly searching each other's phones and, you know, whatever. I don't think it was that crazy back then. So we don't know, right? Maybe she did have his email. Maybe he had, you know, like a Post-it. I used to have Post-its of all my email passwords until some shit with the ex, and then we don't do that shit anymore, right? And because of what I do today, we don't do that. But that's what I think. I think she was kind of catching on that something was happening. So she may have had that woman's intuition, right? Something's up, okay? And she goes on and she's seeing stuff in the emails. Now, mind you, around the same time, this is what bothers me too, around the same time that Mark and Kelly are really advancing their relationship, the sporadic behavior with Julie starts. Now the neighbors are hearing about their relationship. Now there's photos that are being left around the house. Now there's sealed envelopes. There's letters. There's all these sporadic things. It's all around the time. Okay? You got to watch the timeline of this whole thing. So what I think is that she accessed his email. Okay? And she's searching the Windstar thing. She's searching Patagonia. She's searching Big Cedar. Okay? Here's what also I think really shows that. Somebody accesses the computer, okay, and accesses the Stifel Nichols or Stifel Nicholson, whatever the firm was that he worked at. Somebody accesses their like company directory, and they're searching for people's names, and they're searching branches. So these emails that whoever is re-looking at or looking at for the first time is trying to figure out who the fuck these people are. And when this person, and we think it's Julie, stumbles across these emails with Kelly, there's searches in the Stifel directory for Kelly Labonte and what branch she works at. Why would Mark have to search the branch for Kelly Labonte? He already knows. He already knows. So I think this is Julie doing this. Now, if we go with the theory, the defense's theory, because that's what I'm going to stick to. I don't fuck the state. They're corrupt as shit. They fucked this whole case up from the start. From 1998, they fucked this up. So if we go with the defense's theory, okay, that she's trying to set Mark up for attempted, all right? Of course, there's not going to be computer history when Mark is out of the home. There's not. She's got to do things that show that Mark is around when weird shit is happening. If you looked at the times that the computer was accessed and the very short intervals, and again, somebody's just accessing an email. It didn't say they sent an email. They just accessed the email because when they opened it, they accessed the email at, 1 o'clock in the morning, let's say. It showed the email was fucking sent at 3:25 p.m. So they didn't send an email. They're just looking at it. So the short interval of time, 30-minute intervals. This is somebody who's getting on the internet very, very quickly. Okay, and then needs to get off the internet because they're nervous of being caught. Who's the paranoid one in the relationship? Julie. Julie's the one running around paranoid, telling everybody all this shit's happening and she thinks she's going to die and there's all this stuff. She's the paranoid one. And she specifically is telling her friends, do not let Mark know that I'm telling you anything. So I think it's her late at night sneaking out of bed, running to the computer and checking some stuff. Now, here's one thing I picked up, and you guys tell me if you caught this too. Somebody searched for how to sabotage the pool with chemicals. Okay? And like deaths in the pool with chemicals. All right? Every friend of Julie's testified that anytime there was pool involvement with the kids, it was Mark in the pool. And Julie sometimes was in the pool. So why would Mark be looking up how to die in the pool with sabotaging by chemicals? That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it was the pool thing, Rach. That doesn't make sense to me. If the primary person in the pool is Mark, then it would have to have been Julie that's looking up sabotaging the pool with chemicals. Okay, now, the part that does bother me about that theory is I think they both love their kids and neither one of them wanted to harm the kids. That's the part I have the problem with. So I don't know, maybe it was a thought, like I'll get them in the pool, and then she's looking at the stuff, and then she's like, man, but the kids, right? Maybe that's what that was. And that's why that, we got to remember, she's plotting and scheming. So we got to rule that one out. We can't do that. That we, whatever. Now, we heard from the detective that Julie had a medical background. Okay. And I told you guys this when we were doing the marathon streams. She had this nursing thing, whatever. We found out in detail the classes that she was taking at Parkside. It's over in Kenosha, for those of you that don't know. The schools that she went to, they're in Kenosha. And the classes, and I got to go back, I got to clip this. So if somebody wants to be super nice and fucking message me with the timestamps where they testify to the school shit, I would love you so much. So if somebody wants to do that, that would make my job 1,000 times easier. Now, they specifically talked about the classes, and those classes were like the death of the body, chemical things, medication reactions. Like there were specific classes on that. Now we can say that, she wanted to be a nurse, so she has to take these classes. That's obvious. All these medical people have to do this. Why is she specifically taking classes on these certain types of subjects that are fucking in question? Conveniently in question in a murder trial. I told you guys before, I did not like the letter. There were things in the letter I did not like. I pointed those things out about the alcoholism. About, I don't drink, but there's searches about the effects of antifreeze and alcohol. That's too suspect to me. I don't take pills. Mark's the one that always takes pills, but yet we find out that Julie actually went and got pills, and she's been on pills. She's gone to the doctor plenty of times before about pills. I don't trust that letter, and I'm glad it's not in this trial. I don't trust. Something's wrong. I don't like this woman anymore. I don't. I'm sorry, chat. I know that's an unpopular opinion because a lot of you are trying to defend her. I don't trust her. Something's up. Okay, so the school stuff, I think, shed a lot of light, and that put a lot of doubt, and that bothers me. All right. Now, back on the school part, she's going to be hearing medical terms, and especially if she's taking classes about medications and the effects on the body and all of these things. So you would think that that person is going to be searching these different types of effects that certain things, happen to the body and cause and all of these things. And Mark is some dweeby, dorky numbers guy. But the one with all the medical shit is the one that's dead. And I've told you guys before, if we go with the theory that she's trying to frame him for attempted, okay, and she's slowly laying the fucking thing. If you guys pay attention to the timeline, this is why sometimes I get a little frustrated. I'm sorry, chat. I get a little frustrated because you guys bounce in and out and you miss a bunch of shit. And then you come in with your little theories, and I'm just like, oh my God, fuck, you didn't hear this. So that's just me. That's just my frustration. But you got to listen to the timeline of when she starts acting already, setting this stuff up. If we're to go with that theory, okay, that whole timeline of things. Now, I think one thing that the defense needs to look at, and it's a question I want answered, is we have to find, I think the way to shut down the entire search thing, that it's Mark, is to find one day that computer was accessed from that house when Mark has an alibi that he is not in that home. And that will crush the entire fucking Mark is the one looking all of this up. Because all they're showing right now, they're taking the motive and they're trying to link it to the searches, right? Here's all the affair stuff, and then here's all the poison stuff. And that's all they did today. It's all circumstantial. Okay? Yeah, see, Darlene says, I don't know how I missed those testimony from the neighbors. So we're missing details. And that's the unfortunate part about, like, we're all sitting in live streams and we're just sitting, little community in the chat, and we're not on this goddamn jury being forced to listen to this shit for fucking 9 hours a day. Thank God. Although, I got to do it, but whatever. So I think they need to find one day that Mark is just not home and the internet is searched, and that immediately puts doubt. That's a big thing. Here's the other thing. There were 2 searches that popped up, and Rachel brought this up in the Facebook chat. And this just fucked up my whole thing until the December 3rd, 1 a.m. searches. As soon as Rachel brought this up, I went, fuck this, dude. This guy is innocent, right? Somebody was searching while they're doing all these poison searches and all these medications and these terms and all these things. Somebody searched for this glycol-ethylene substitutes. So what I think is she's searching, finds out like antifreeze is the shit, and she's like, fuck, there's no way I can't drink antifreeze, right? Even if we're plotting and scheming ourselves to do something like this, and we look at this and go, oh shit, I got to drink a bunch of antifreeze, that's got to be gross. So she's looking at substitutes for this. What else contains this glycol-ethylene? And it's antifreeze. So she's like, fuck, I got to go back to the antifreeze now. Did you guys catch that? that they looked for substitutes for glycol ethylene, or was Rachel the only one? Because I missed it because I was fucking doing something else. Who else caught that? I fucking hope the defense caught this. There's been so many times I really want to interfere with this fucking case. Because that's where we are today, live streamers interfering with fucking court trials as they're happening in real time. I really want to interfere with this case, but I've refrained to just live stream the trial for you guys. Put in chat who else caught the glycol ethylene substitutes. Type fast, guys, because I don't want to be here fucking all day. I'm so tired. The other one that Rachel pointed out is somebody searched for ways to counteract glycol ethylene poisoning. To counteract it. So an antidote. Who caught that one? Besides Rachel. If we go with the state's theory that Mark's having an affair, it's advancing, now he doesn't like this wife, and he's got to get rid of her. He poisons her with antifreeze. He gives her medications and then smothers her into the pillow. If that's what Mark is thinking in his head, this is what I want to do. Why the fuck would he be Googling, well, Yahooing, how to counteract the poison? His mind is made up. I'm murking this chick. She's done. I think you're only searching how to counteract the poison if you're attempting to frame your husband for fucking attempted murder. So she's going to do all these things to herself to show that it's him doing it. And then she's got to get the antidote, Dr. Jones. Right? What was the girl's name in the, what was it? Was it the Temple of Doom? Dr. Jones, Indiana Jones? What was the girl's name? You had Short Round, Indiana Jones. I don't remember her. It's right on the tip of my tongue, and I just binge watched all the Indianas too, and I can't remember her name. But anyway, trying to make a funny joke. Be funnier if I was more awake. If you're not actually trying to die, but you know you have to poison yourself, you damn well better figure out a way to fucking get some antidote. Right? How do you counteract the poisoning? So that whole thing right there bothers me. That whole thing bothers me. So that's, that's kind of what I wrote down that really stuck out to me. All right, so there's my rundown. Now you guys fire back at me. Tell me why I'm wrong. Put the doubt in my mind. And then I'm going to jump off here, and I'm literally going to go pass out this time. I'll wake up in 4 hours and start editing video. Yeah, and the whole thing about getting her to drink the antifreeze, right? Because we've all thought that he basically fed it to her in a cup of juice. And that was the other thing, though, too, is she told all the neighbors, I won't drink or eat anything from him. I'm not, anything he gives me, I'm not eating. None of it. And they have all this food, all these glasses, all these things. And whatever they did test, there was no antifreeze in it. And then they didn't test other shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there was nothing there that had antifreeze in it. Rachel says, I really hope this perplexed the jurors as much as me. We have to hope that if we're catching this shit, that they are too. And especially because they're stuck in that goddamn room for all day. I have a hard time believing that Mark poisoned her and then was like, well, what if I change my mind in the middle of this? I better have a way to counteract the poison just in case I change my mind. I mean, he's got to think like the wife is going to be like, oh my God, you just tried to poison me. Now I'm calling the police. Right. So that's why I don't think it was him. A lot of this stuff is too convenient to point the finger. And again, let's be logical, chat. Okay. People do desperate things in desperate times. All right. And there are some sick people out there, and there are people that plot and scheme things. And I think she, my thought is that she was like, and I am basing some of this on personal opinion and personal experience. Like you guys are bringing personal experience into it, but you yell at me for doing it. All right. I've had shit happen. Now, I'm taking that to try to, use the critical thinking, think logically about certain things. Could this happen? Is somebody this evil? Yes. The answer is yes. So I use that basis for somebody is that evil. They can do this. Let's look at the facts now. Let's look at what is being said. Right. And that's how, and I think she was, she got pissed off. She found the affair. She confirmed it. Now she's pissed. And she's like, I'm not going to get the kids. Maybe she confronted him about it. And it was a big argument. And then she's like, I'm going to just keep, like, fuck you. Now you're done. And I got to figure out the best way to get the kids. Well, if my husband's not here, I'll get the kids. And then the timeline starts. And she puts her plan into motion. What I think, and Boss and I have been saying this, is that weekend, we're speculating that Mark told her, that's it. I want a divorce. And she went into panic mode. And that's why we have all of the mistakes now. And how we get to Julie being not with us anymore. Because she fucking went panicked and didn't follow her carefully calculated plan. And screwed it all up. Let's see what Brittany says. Let me just scroll up a little bit because I was trying to finish my thought. So Denise says the only thing they have showed he is 100% guilty of is not calling 911. He is going to get a lesser charge of negligent homicide and time served, period. I think that's the only thing they've shown too. And he's, maybe weird. Now, here's the other thing too. A lot of you guys are saying like Mark was, maybe into the peens, which maybe he was. And, that's cool. Maybe he was bi. Cool. Like, do your thing, bro. You know what I mean? You want the old Italian sausage? Like, have at it. Whatever. To each his own. I don't have any problem with that. However, I don't know, man. It was a little suspect with some of the porn searches that they're going to talk about. I don't know. Yeah, we know there was some stuff in the house, but does that say you're a murderer? I don't think it does. I think it just says, maybe you just have an interesting life. JD says, and she was that sick and told her friend that she was afraid she was planning something prior, but yet refused help from her multiple times when she offered to come over and said he was being good. Right. That's another thing. So she's laying out this plan to all her friends, telling all her friends intimate details about the relationship now that are just messed up. And you guys know, right? If something's wrong in a relationship, you guys are going to speak up, right? The victim isn't really. And they're going to make excuses like, oh, Becky, he's got my CDs in his truck. I can't leave, right? We make stupid excuses. So, yeah, that was suspect too. She's telling all these people about all this stuff that's happening, certain things prior to. That's the thing, key thing too, chat. Certain things that haven't even happened yet. She's telling her friends, and now all of a sudden it starts happening. That's the other thing that bothers me. And that's why that letter is messed up. Darlene, I got to still say I'm up in the air about it either way. I got to say, Kevin, you're doing a great job, though, and everyone else catching stuff. Thank you. I appreciate it. Does anyone know if there was a search to cover the taste? No, they didn't like test a bunch of these things. And correct me if I'm wrong, when they checked the drains too, they didn't find any antifreeze in the drains. Am I right on that, chat? So there is doubt that maybe one of those cups could have had some antifreeze, residue in there. That's a doubt that we are all going to have now. And hopefully that jury has that doubt, because that creates doubt. We know that there's, stuff with the food that wasn't tested that maybe could have had antifreeze residue in it. And again, does that point to Mark, though? Or did she try to mix it with her food or try to mix it with a drink? Who knows? Some of these things weren't tested. So, that creates so much doubt for the jury right there by this botched police work. They were all freaky yuppies. I'm not kink shaming, just having fun. Please don't kink shame. We like kinks over here. Does it make you guilty in a court of law? I think he did it, but you aren't proving it. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I think all of us want him guilty, right? We want to believe he's guilty. They're not doing a good job of this. The kitchen drain wasn't taken because Sherlock didn't want to cause too much damage to the house. Right, dude. And then, dude, the other thing they said is they turned the house over to him a few hours later. So if he did it, how much evidence that these dumb fucks aren't collecting did he fucking destroy? If he's guilty, how much evidence did he destroy by going in the house a couple hours later? I mean, fuck. Talk about botched police work. Just on all of the clever, just genius police work, this case should have fucking never went to trial. No wonder it took them 10 goddamn years. And then there's allegations flying around everywhere of people being bribed for testimony, people being fired because they don't agree with fucking results of the death. And the whole thing with that medical examiner and the pathologist and the fucking missing report, I don't like any of that, chat. I don't like any of that. And Jamboy fucking, he's got a different version of that. That's the other, I got to clip that. Fuck, there's so much to clip in these fucking trials. I have to clip that stuff for you guys. It's crazy, dude. We watched that trial together when we covered the whole background of the case, and we didn't watch the last pretrial motion, which I wish we would have, because or I wish I would have at least, because then I wouldn't have gone live that morning, because they said specifically that they weren't going to film the jury thing. Here's the other thing. So some of you keep asking about, are the kids in the room for the last fucking time? No, they are not. They can't be. They are fucking witnesses. They're on the witness list. We read the witness list. And if you missed that, I don't know, go find it. I'm not telling you where it is. Go find it. Or, pay to be on Patreon, because I posted it. No witnesses can be in the courtroom. You cannot do that. Okay? It's called sequestration. It doesn't just apply to the jury when they sequester them for jury deliberation. It's witness sequestration. They cannot be in the room. And there was big argument about whether or not the witnesses are all in the same room, sitting there talking to each other and, whatever. So that was another big argument. But the exception to the witnesses, I don't even agree with this. I wanted to tell you guys this earlier, and I'm glad we're talking about it now. There are 4 witnesses that are allowed to be in the room, in the courtroom. And that is Julie Jensen's 4 brothers. And state argued that they are classified under Marsy's law as victims because they are direct family members who lost a family member to, homicide. Okay. And, oh yeah, Nightbot did yell at her. I don't like the fact that Nightbot yells at people. I told you Nightbot is sarcastic and snarky. Says, "Are you finished? Stop spamming symbols." Dude, I took that off. I disabled that. So Nightbot shouldn't be banning people from emojis and shit. I disabled that. And I disabled the caps. The only reason I write to you guys in caps is so that it's more evident that it's me talking to you. When we had the old, if my mods talk to you on Facebook, it shows up like I'm talking to you. And we had a lot of problems with that back in protest day. Because my mods were having their own opinions different from mine, and people thought it was me talking. And I got a lot of shit for that. And then I, spend fucking 100 hours arguing with people that I never said that shit. But my mods are pretty much just on YouTube. They haven't gone over to Facebook yet. But anyway, so the 4 brothers, because under Marsy's law, they're technically considered victims. Then the state argued that they should be allowed in. I disagree with that because they can listen to a bunch of testimony, they hear everything that's happening, and then they can change their story at any time. April was just timed out for symbols. Careful with the symbols. I don't know what's going on with that. Rachel says, "I'm afraid to use a smiley face." I don't know. Nightbot is getting pissy. Nightbot's tired. That's what it is. The Nightbot is fucking tired. Nightbot's like, "Bro, end the fucking stream, dude." Nightbot's getting angry. "Dude, we've been here all day. Enough is enough. Shut the fuck up. This guy talks too much." Nightbot's gonna come in and get me pretty soon. Thank God I talk. Nightbot's gonna mute my microphone soon. But yeah, so the 4 brothers are able to be in there. So that's who that is. And the 4 brothers are on the witness list. So again, we read the witness list on a stream. You got to go find it. If you don't want to go find it, then it's posted on Patreon, and you gotta, subscribe on Patreon. Some of you don't know what Patreon is. It's another platform for content creators that viewers pay a monthly subscription. There's different levels, and for each level, you get all these different benefits and whatever. So it's kind of, different financial levels for everybody, right? Kind of the more you pay, the juicier the perks are, right? So yeah, some content creators, they'll do one of the perks in a super high level, they'll do a cameo or something like that. Could you imagine me doing a cameo, roasting you or talking shit in a pure, Never Stop Media way? That would be funny as fuck. But that's what Patreon is. So we're trying to build that because, these kind of viewer discussions, I really want to do over there instead of doing them here where just anybody at any time can listen to them. I don't think I don't like that. First off, there's too many psycho lurkers that do weird shit when it comes to our platform. But two, for you guys that are here like all the time and, you know, you spend time here, I'd rather just like do cool shit for you guys. But, you know, there's obviously a price for that. So yeah, so that's kind of that, everything that I have for the case. Dude, and Denise, that's the thing too, is I have the curse parameter set to high. I have it set to high on Facebook and YouTube. And you guys get to curse, and I don't know, it's not working. So I don't know. And like, again, I disabled the fucking feature. I have certain words that are blocked because we have to, just because of attacks and shit that we get. But I don't know, dude. Nightbot's got its own mind. Plus, like the links that come through, I have them set up, you know, to go at like certain time intervals. And there's times I'm like, man, that thing was supposed to come like at 11 minutes and it came at 4. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. It's weird shit. Yeah. So that's that. For those of you that are here, because this does keep getting, and it's part of the reason I keep talking about it, but like making money on YouTube, making money on Facebook, you know, all of that stuff. Like a lot of you ask, you know, how do we make money? Is this monetized? Right? There's a lot of you inquire about that stuff because a lot of you are not crazy and you don't put yourselves out there on the internet, right? So do you want to do a stream that talks about content creators and how they make money, how they earn revenue from putting out content? And we'll show you a lot of our back end stuff so you guys can kind of see firsthand. I want to play, I found some videos. There's a hiker that I follow, and she just went through, you know, how does she make money? Because a lot of her viewers were asking her, and sponsors and like all these other things. So they'd be obviously very different from what we normally do with this channel. But is that something? Are you guys interested in that or not? And that, you know, that applies to like every content creator that you guys watch, whatever platforms you guys watch. We'll kind of pull up like the algorithms and how it works and how many views you have to get to make X amount of money. And you'll see like, you know, generally speaking, X amount of views, you make 3 cents, you know, that type of shit. And then why content creators set up other, you know, platforms like Patreon, like having the memberships on YouTube, you know. So we'll apply it to like all content creators, but we'll show you ours because we're transparent. I don't give a fuck. Denise said, I wanted to do a channel. You changed my mind with the trolls and stalkers. Yeah. I mean, the minute you create anything public, you're just automatically going to get people. It doesn't even matter what it is, you know. I mean, like we set up the TikTok account. I was never on TikTok because I hate that goddamn platform. And we had to set it up because of the TikTok story we were doing. And yeah, I mean, there's bullshit. There's bullshit on there. I mean, it's just everywhere. It doesn't matter what you do. So I don't know if the majority, and we'll ask when we have a bunch of people on here tomorrow morning too, but if a lot of you want to see that stuff, if that interests you, so you have a better idea, like, you know, when I say, hey, donate to the channel, or if you go on Mercado's thing and, you know, he's like, yeah, chat, you know, you can send stars or whatever, you know, creator you guys watch, you know. So, because sometimes, sometimes people don't donate because they think that like we're just making fuck you money off of YouTube and Facebook and whatever else, you know, things that we're on. And unfortunately, it's just not always reality. OnlyFans, man, you're killing it over on OnlyFans. I'm about ready to set up an OnlyFans and start doing some weird shit. And Facebook, we don't like, our Facebook is not even monetized yet. We don't even have enough people there because we have a brand new page. And like, that's the thing with the programs too, is like when you got to reach a certain amount of people, and then they'll unlock this way to monetize. And then you have to reach the next level, right? So like, I can't even go live on YouTube unless I have 1,000 people. Then you can start doing lives. And then you can monetize your channel. But you also have to have 3,000 watch time hours, right? And that's how you, like, now your channel is legit. It's the same thing with TikTok. I have to have 1,000 people over there before I can even go live. And I think we only have like 73, right? We have videos that have like 8,000 views, 5,000 views. Some of our videos on here I've seen with the judge have like 5,500 views. I was like, whoa, shit, that jumped real quick. But yeah, so it's like 1,000, and then you unlock another feature, you know, when it gets to X amount of people, then another feature, X amount of people. Like we just unlocked something else, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago with the super chats, another type of super chat that you can send. We just unlocked that. So I don't know if that stuff interests you. I don't mind doing a video like that for you guys. It's just, you know, it's not a normal thing that we do. I mean, we have shown like we've talked about it and we've shown some of our back end stuff, but I've never just dedicated a video to content creators. But maybe, I don't know, maybe that'd be beneficial for you guys. Maybe that's good information that I should be putting out anyway. I don't know. It seems a lot of content creators are doing that right now. A lot of them are talking about financial things right now. So I don't know, maybe that's a good thing for us to do. But I don't want to just do it if it's going to bore the shit out of you guys. You know, do I do it live, or do I just make a, 20-minute pre-recorded video and watch it if you watch it, I guess. I don't know. So the videos, so we're obviously clipping videos to put up on the Jensen playlist. And there's some that are public, especially the ones that are exposing like weird corruption or witness tampering, because that's really a lot of what we do. What I did decide though is the like 8-9 hour live streams of this case are public, and each individual's testimony, that we edit it down so that there's no commercials, there's no breaks. It's just, here's the testimony uninterrupted. That stuff's up there, and I still have a few more witnesses to do, but I made those for members only. So the reason behind that, and I think I'm going to just end it on this because I'm getting tired now. The reason behind that is I sit here for another 6 to 10 hours, depending on what I'm doing. 6 to 10 more hours after I end all of this with you guys, downloading this video, going through it, depending on how long somebody's testimony is, right? These longer ones, they take like anywhere from an hour to 3 hours to render whatever I've edited, right? And picture it's taking like an hour of editing, and then 3 hours, 1 to 3 hours to render the video, right? And then I got to do that with each person. So, and then some of them are pretty quick. And like with the pathologist, right? We did one full video, and then I've made multiple little clips. So I'm re-editing, you know, multiple things with these videos sometimes. And then I gotta watch, because I gotta re-edit the same clip 3 different times to put it on 3 different platforms, right? So the way I looked at it was, this is fucking costing me a lot of time, and this costs me money because I have to pay for certain programs with video editing and all of these things. This costs me money and this costs me time. And by doing all of that, it's a benefit to you, but I can't sit here and just be doing all of this shit for free. So you're paying for the benefit. Know what I'm saying? Well, we appreciate it, Denise. So April wants me to do the financial stuff live and be able to answer questions. All right, maybe I'll pop a poll up on the community tab, and we'll see what people think over there. We'll take a poll. We'll see what's up. So, but that's the thing with the videos on the Jensen trial. If we're in a position that we can do this with other trials, I'm gonna run it the exact same way. All of the extra added work shit that I'm doing, certain things are going to be for members only, and that's just how it's got to be. Boss says to do the content creator shit live. Collabs, Kevin, maybe that may bring more people to your channel. Yeah, it probably will. You know, like, I mean, that's why like Raw Topic and I used to do a lot of shit together. But you know, the problem, the big thing, I don't know how many of you watched like a lot when me and Hameen were getting together, but the problem with when Hameen would do his streams and I was on his platform is that he lets everything go. So all the attacks that were coming at me, links, attacks, accusations, bringing up my background, all of that shit would be in the chat, and he would never delete it. Kevin Matthewson coming on and typing a bunch of fucking bullshit, he'd fucking let it all go. And some of you might remember the last few times that I was on his platform, he would tell the chat, Kevin's in charge of the comments, so everybody needs to behave because he's not playing around. He's deleting shit. And I would fucking be deleting people. I'd be banning people off of his platform. You know, so, but then the other, you know, and then like we have Isaiah come on. Isaiah doesn't have his own platform, but, you know, but trying to refer each other's, you know, media outlets, I guess. But the problem with doing the collabs is the same problem I had when I was in Kenosha live streaming. I don't fucking trust people, right? That's why in Kenosha, you really didn't see me walking around with people. And then going to Milwaukee and Wauwatosa, you didn't see me fucking hanging out with live streamers. And, you know, very rarely. Because I don't trust people. So, and I think a lot of that had to do with Katie, but you also got to think too, there's a lot of content creators that want nothing to do with me because of, one, the type of shit that we do over here, the vulgarity that I use, right? The background of me that's been exposed all over the fucking place. So there's a lot of people that don't want to touch me either. They want nothing to do with my platform. And if they do, it's probably more than likely for a negative reason. And anytime we've done, you know, things, it's caused nothing but fucking problems. Yeah, I mean, Peter likes doing collabs, but again, with Peter though, Peter is also not stupid. You know what I mean? During the, I'm going to tell you an inside thing. All right, here's an inside thing. During the Brooks trial, so I sent Peter a super chat and I said, hey, I'm an independent journalist out here. I'm covering the Brooks thing. I'll be at the courthouse. I'll send you a bunch of fucking behind the scenes details. He read my comment live. So his, I don't know, 20,000 people that were in that chat, they saw that comment. Okay. During the Brooks trial, I notified him when the verdict came in. Why do you think he went on, what was it, Instagram? He went on Instagram or something like that, one of his other platforms, and fucking told, he was golfing, and he told people the verdict came in. It's because I fucking sent it to him. Nobody else would have known that. Nobody would have known that because the public wasn't informed yet. Mainstream media didn't even fucking put it out. I was the first one to put it out. When the viewing of the vehicle, when the jury viewed the vehicle, I was the first. We all got it sent to us. It was emailed to us at the exact same time. Every media outlet. Okay. It went out in a mass email. I got the email. I fucking downloaded the video and I immediately fucking posted it. I was the first media outlet to post that video and I sent it to him. Andrew played ours, thank God. And he said, hey, this is from Never Stop. Oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Denise. Yeah. He was on the golf course and he went live and said the verdict is in and blah, 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 blah. That's because he got it from me. There's not a single other fucking member of the public that would have sent that to him because they weren't there. I was there. I don't know. I can go back in my. Let me look. We'll look it up right now. Can I pull up my Instagram? I can pull up Instagram on the computer, right? Oh, I gotta log in though. Fuck, I don't remember my login. Let me go to my messages. I'm gonna tell you right, even fucking Emily Baker. I fucking sent her a bunch of shit. She hasn't even opened my shit, bro. Fucking Rakeda Law used to come over here. So let's go back to Brooksy. Okay, so I sent him my website and I sent him the YouTube channel. So he knew who I was and I was legit. This is after I posted the super chat. I spent $5 to fucking get that super chat up there. So I sent him a picture. I wish I could fucking sign into email. Let me see. Hang on, chat. I'm trying to. Facebook. Oh, that's the wrong password. That's the wrong password. Okay, fuck you. That is too. Fuck. I don't know my fucking Instagram password. Somebody tried hacking my shit like a week ago, and I had to change everything. Anyway, so I sent him a picture of the front of the courthouse. I don't know. Can you guys see this? Let me try to turn this so you have some kind of... See? So I'm not bullshitting. It's hard to see. I know. I'm sorry. Anyway, so I sent the picture. I said, I'm down here. That was at 7:43 in the morning. At 11:08, all white jury, which is interesting. I don't think that issue was raised by him. 6:45 p.m. Jury has been intently listening. They have had enough of Brooks and his behavior. They look to see if he's in the courtroom as they walk out. Empty courtroom in the morning, but filled up after lunch. 8 sheriffs in the courtroom when Brooks is present. They have plainclothes sheriffs around now. Heavy law enforcement presence. They showed a video which I heard the public didn't see that very clearly showed bodies being ran over and people getting thrown across the street. It was horrible to watch. All white jury, it was 9 men and 5 women before they finalized. Women pay more attention than the men who look bored. Concerning point, when Brooks mentioned things the jury has not heard, they all looked at the judge. He had sympathy when he first mentioned his kids, but as it became only about him and his loss, the jury lost interest. Gallery laughed when Brooks asked for a mistrial, and when judge muted him the first time he mentioned nullify. Gallery is disgusted with things he says. I met DA Opper and Assistant DA Zach. The whole team is very polite when they walk by. If you have any specific questions, let me know. Brooks' family has not shown up. There's one guy who's come because he doesn't think Brooks has gotten a fair trial. I interviewed him and we'll have that video up on the channel soon. I sent him some photos. Breaking. Waukesha County Sheriff's Department investigating a Reddit post from a user claiming to be a juror. This was immediate. Verdict reached around 9:45 a.m. Coming back to court at 10:45 to announce. So this is at 10:21. I texted him. And I texted Andrew and I said, hey, get your shit together. The fucking verdict came in. And then Andrew fucking went live. The gentleman who yelled at Brooks, burn in hell, you piece of shit, was a family member of 71-year-old Leanna Owen, who was killed by Brooks, represented in count 2 of the charges. Waukesha sheriffs are investigating a person I interviewed as being the possible person who created the Reddit post. Nobody knew that at the time. It's public now. And then I gave him background on Brooks. He was asking about the jail interview. I sent that to him. Courtroom was cleared for the Brooks trial after a threat came into the dispatch center. 9:40 a.m. threat of mass shooting came in directed towards the courthouse over the Brooks case. And I sent him I sent him all the shit. So guess how many times I got mentioned for all of the details? 0. No public thank you. No, let's pull up fucking Never Stop shit that he was sent. Check this channel out. No. So, but here's the thing. I don't think Peter would ruin the reputation he has with his group and his channel and the following he's building and all the stuff to send his people over to my channel, right? I mean, we're a little hard to swallow for some people. So yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to get the fucking, access to 100,000 fucking viewers. Of course. But I haven't seen even Peter covering this trial though either. He's covering a lot of other trials. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's kind of the thing with the collab stuff. Oh, and I gotta post this video. I downloaded this hours and hours and hours ago. This is the other thing too. We're not even putting out breaking news anymore. A lot of times we're the first to publish stuff, and I'm not even doing that right now because I'm covering this trial. And then there's days I'm not even posting any news shit because I just don't have time. But there's this whole thing with this lady, this black woman got beat the fuck up by police in Ohio. And it all started over extra cheese on a Big Mac. I know that sounds funny, but that's literally what it was. Apparently, she ordered a Big Mac at McDonald's. They put extra cheese. There was an argument. Police showed up. She went out to talk to police, and then I'm not even sure what happened. I tried watching some of the video, but all of a sudden they're punching her in the face. So I have the video. I gotta load it up on the. I gotta load it up on the channel. I think that's the first thing I'm gonna do. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't see him covering this. But I also haven't been religiously watching his stuff though recently. I know he's been covering the suitcase thing big time in the fucking Brian Koberger thing. I like Peter, don't get me wrong. It just, I'm kind of bummed where I'm like, fuck, dude, like there was not even a shout out. Like, fuck. I know he's done more with the Depp stuff when that stuff comes up. I'm looking at his channel now. He's obviously talking about Brooks. I even sent them the article about Doro. Like, there's not even mention of any of that. Certain things he just doesn't, that I send him, he doesn't mention. And then other things he'll mention, but it could have came from anybody, or there's certain things that I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm the only one that sent this to you. You would not have got this info if it wasn't for me. What is up with the McDonald's and Waffle Houses? I don't know. That was the other one, the Waffle House. So remember I said there was another trial that we did? I couldn't remember. It was a mass shooter. It was Travis Reinking. Travis Reinking. That's who we covered. So I covered that one because that had to do with racism, the motive behind a lot of that stuff. So I covered that one. I wish some of these January 6 ones would be live streamed, especially Enrique Tarrio's. I wish that was live streamed. I really want to cover. I'd fuck Jensen. I'd be live streaming that one right now because that affected all of us. That put my life in danger. That put hundreds of other people's lives in danger. I'd be covering that one. I wish that was live streamed. Denise says, I heard about it. She was on the ground. She wasn't on the ground when she first got punched. She was standing up. Here, I mean, we can watch. I don't fucking do this. Share a screen. So of course they criminalize her. That's the first thing they talk about. They criminalize her first. She's a piece of shit. So this is the video. I'm going to be posting this on YouTube as soon as I'm done with you guys. You don't have sound? Does anyone else not have sound on the video? The sound is quiet. It's there. I'm listening to it in my headphones. Can you guys hear what they're saying? Yes, April, we know you can't. I'm asking, can anybody else? Can you guys hear? Nobody had sound. You couldn't even hear me. Is that what you guys are saying? You couldn't even hear me? Darlene can hear me. All right, well, whatever. I guess I'm just going to upload the video. I'm going to fuck around with it. Maybe do it a video file.
Hancock is taken into custody and charged with the following: resisting arrest, which is a misdemeanor to first degree and can be sentenced up to 6 months in jail. Failure to identify, a misdemeanor to fourth degree, up to 30 days in jail. And additionally, Ms. Hancock received the following citations: driving under suspension and an open container of alcohol in the motor vehicle. The first video here you're going to see is the body camera from Sergeant Todd Stanley. The first 30 seconds are preview video. After the body cam is activated, it goes back 30 seconds to pick up the 30 seconds before the camera is activated. So there's not going to be any audio sound until you see him activate his camera. Is the lighting okay for everybody?
Can you guys hear me when I talk while this is playing or no?
made you whole?
No.
They haven't made you
Well, I
whole.
mean, yes, she gave me my money back, so I'm gonna go somewhere else. But
Okay.
the problem was, she should have just remade it like the lady asked her. I came all the way back here to get my sandwich. Obviously, I wanted to go home with it. I didn't understand where she got confused at after the lady already said, yes, go ahead and remake it. Could have given cheese in the middle. She started getting all extra, wanting me to pay her again. No, ma'am, it doesn't work like that. I paid ma'am 3 times for only 1 piece of cheese that I still didn't even get.
Okay.
So she gave me a refund. I'm leaving. She started screaming at me, telling me to have a good day and not to come back here. And I said, I won't.
So you didn't say anything. You was a complete angel.
I know.
You had information. You hit this or this. Okay. All right. So here's what's going to happen. You've been made whole, right? You got your money.
You pulled up. I didn't want you to have
So
to take
here's what we're going to do. They want you trespass. They don't.
Who cares?
Just listen. I know. It doesn't mean anything.
It's a mess.
They don't want you to just go on every corner.
Customers were right. Thank you.
Okay.
I won't come back.
Is this car coming back to you?
No, it does not.
Okay. Can I get a driver's license number or something from you? Or name, date, birth?
I don't have one.
Well, I'm going to issue a trespass notice, and I have to fill out a piece of paper.
I didn't even hear that.
Okay. I just need some information.
No.
But I do.
You can use that.
No. So I'm filling out a paper.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's going to have your information on it so that you can't come back on the property.
It's not suit. It's a mess.
I understand. But I have to serve you this paper. You are, because it's a crime if you don't. Because you're trespassing. Okay. You're going to make it more difficult than it has to be.
So this is a good thing here, chat. This is, you know, this is why we cover this stuff. We need, so like, I look at this and I need to look at whether or not Ohio is a stop and ID state. If it's not, then we have a questionable problem here when it comes to them asking for her ID. Because of an argument that happened inside of a private business, there's no crime that has been committed. And if there's no crime, then law enforcement does not have a reasonable, articulable suspicion. They have no RAS to ask for the ID. And if Ohio is not a stop and ID state, we have a problem of an argument that is now turned into a criminal investigation. And and this is why everything then turns into, this is going to become a race issue, because you have white cops and here's a black female, and now you have white cops punching a black female. It's going to be a race issue on top of police brutality. So this but people are going to look at this and they're going to be like, oh, just comply. But that's usually the people on the right that are like, oh, just comply. But then you have the right that's like, fuck the government. So why are you making this lady comply when you don't want to? This is where I get irritated about this shit. It's okay for one group to not do it, but it's not okay for the other group. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. See, and they're trying to cuff her ass now. This is turned into a criminal thing now. Now that she's gonna get whacked with obstruction, resisting. They got tasers out now. Watch. Over a fucking argument about cheese on a Big Mac, this turned into this. And she was fine with them until they asked for an ID. Watch, now she's cuffed. Okay, she's cuffed. She is fucking handcuffed. Watch. I'm watching this for the first time with you guys. I kind of sped through it earlier, just randomly clicking on spots. Oh, so she's already gotten punched. She just said you didn't need to punch me. So we got to see if this video shows the punch. There is video of this out there. So if this video doesn't show the punch, then I need to download the other video. And then now this will be something else I gotta fucking put in the editing program so you guys can see the punch, right? The snippet, and then what everything else shows. But this is a problem. This is why there's the argument that people of color get targeted and they're treated differently. And this is why, you know, these First Amendment auditors make me fucking nuts sometimes. But this is why you have those First Amendment auditors that have fucking channels. It's because of fucking tyrants like this. Look, she's bleeding and all kind of shit, bro. And law enforcement's going to get away with the punch because the Supreme Court says that they're allowed to do. I forgot what it's called. It's a striking punch, but it's a focus strike. That's what it's called. That's the legal terminology under the policy in police departments. It's called a focus strike. And the Supreme Court held that law enforcement is allowed to either slap or punch you in the face to get you to refocus. All right, let me. This is the other version, the other cop's body cam. Let me fast forward a little bit. Of course, they show the one side first. See how this is what I'm talking about, chat, where I'm talking about that fucking law enforcement puts out a narrative. Immediately, they criminalized her. They didn't say we responded because of a fucking disturbance over some fucking cheese, and then we did this and this and this and this and this, and then all of a sudden it turned into this. They immediately fucking criminalized her. Let's talk about the black criminal and tell you what her charges are that she's facing. And then what happens? Then mainstream media goes out and becomes fucking stenographers. I bet you, chat. I bet you, if you go and fucking Google mainstream media's reports on this, they're gonna talk about all her fucking charges pretty early on in their articles. And that's mainstream media fucking being stenographers for fucking police. Watch. This guy right here. It's this guy that you see right here. This is the guy that punched her. But do we see the punch on the body cams? I may have to rip the other clip of this because somebody filmed this. This is body cam footage that we're seeing, like law enforcement's doing a press conference, but somebody fucking filmed it. So I may have to rip that video. And then I got to stick all this in the fucking. This is what I'm talking about, chat. So this is another element of what we do, right? So I didn't see the punch in any of this because the body cams are on the fucking chest. So I'm gonna end up having to go and rip the punch video, stick that in the editing program, so you can see that video first. Then play this, stick this in the editing program so that both clips are in there. And then you get the full picture. If I just upload the punch, there's no context. Nobody knows what the fuck happened. But if I just upload this and say Ohio woman punched in mouth, you don't see the punch, and then we get attacked for, what are you talking about? They didn't punch her. And then they don't pay attention to all the blood coming out of her fucking mouth. So I got to put both videos in the editing program and make one solid video. We're not editing it. We just make one solid video, but it's the only way we can do that. And then we put the whole context up. For you guys that are watching, pay attention. This is the first thing I'm doing as soon as I end this live. This is the first thing I'm doing. I'm going to rip the other video. I'm going to put both the videos in the editing, make one complete video, totally unedited. And then I'm going to upload it to YouTube. Oh, here's the video. Oh, thank God. Watch, here's the video. But you watch, you see how they put this shit last? This is what I'm saying. I don't care what side you're on, what political beliefs you have, whatever. This is a perfect example of why you don't trust the fucking police and why we question everything. Watch, see, I told you, somebody filmed this, dude. Look at, repeatedly fucking jacked her, bro. And the Supreme Court says that's fine. That's not a focus strike. That is not a focus strike. That pisses me off. So it looks like this dude obviously like went running to go fucking capture this. I would have done the same shit. Hell yeah. Fucking cunts. This shit angers me, chat. This is why, dude, if you go to our website and you look at the first thing that pops up on our website when you go to it, the first thing it says is fucking, I don't even know how to get off this screen now. How do I exit out of remove from stream? There we go. Fuck, I didn't even know how to do that. The first thing on our website, it says, Never Stop Media's mission is to bring the uncensored and raw truth to the people, to tell the stories that mainstream media glosses over or completely ignores, to bring to light and expose corruption in real stories through investigative journalism. Vox Populi is Latin for the people's voice. We are boots on the ground bringing you truth. NSM is not ABC, NBC, Fox, or CNN. We're not the New York Times or the Washington Post. If every other news organization wants to be stenographers for law enforcement, let them. NSM doesn't write for corrupt agencies who violate people's rights on a daily basis. NSM writes for people whose rights were violated. So when law enforcement says something, we only have one question to ask. Is it true? Because of this shit. So that's that, chat. That is that. With that, though, I am going to finally end the stream. I've said this 1,000 times. I'm going to end it, and I got to get this video up. And I don't know what I'm going to do. I got to eat something. Denise, I bought a pizza from your donation yesterday. That was yummy. So I might run to the store real quick. I got a couple bucks. Might run to the store, grab a bite to eat, and then take a nap, and then start editing some video. We'll see what happens. But with that, chat, 8:15 tomorrow, we'll go live. And we'll do day 7 of this crazy, interesting trial. I'll see you.